shines right through. Your weakness is my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain, the wounds still cut deep, and I have followed every move you made. Now I am right here, I'm waiting, come find me. I'm everywhere, though you're blind to see. I'm boundless in the darkness, I must prevail. Survive and try, and watch me rise, create destruction, all the madness. You want it all, I'll give you all, but this time you'll bow down to me. Just fight and try, and watch me rise, create destruction, all the madness. You want it all, I'll give you all, but this time you'll bow down to me. Come to me, let me devour you. I am your God. Come to me, let me destroy you. I am your God. Come to me, let me devour you. I am your God. Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to only me. You're breaking, I'm conquering. Where is your savior now? Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. You're breaking, I'm conquering. Where is your savior now? Come to me, let me destroy you. This time you'll bow down to me. I'm waiting, come find me, 'cause this time you'll bow down to me.
You never seen nothing like this. Stand back, they taking a pic. Heck yeah, we back in this. Ooh, everybody wanna give me a kiss. Tricks, I got a few on my sleeve. Doing things that you wouldn't believe. They want it, no need. I like every angle I see. She cool, she cute, she unbelievable. She rock that suit like she slay, she fierce, she overconfident. She don't need no mirror, no. Take a look, soak it in. Watch closely, this is how you live. Turn it up.
Well, hello everywhere. Everyone. But we could be everywhere too. Who am I to know? It's LPL time again, and we're on to our second round robin. So today we're gonna have 6 best of ones between the teams in Group A, I believe this is. But the teams, I can't remember the actual letters. Kind of arbitrary, isn't it? Really, but the teams that we have playing today are BLG, Weibo, EDG, and Team WE. This is Group A. Good to know. Good to know. And welcome in everyone. Of course, my name is Nymaera, if you have not as familiar with me. And we'll be covering this. Right, I have a coffee on in the other room, and I still need to brush my teeth, actually. So I'm going to go do that. So, because that's a good thing to do. So, as we get started up, we'll get more pre-gamey, talk about these teams a little more. I believe our first game is EDG Weibo. So we can, yeah, make the most out of that. So anyway, going to turn the camera off for a little bit, and we'll be back shortly. Okay, howdy, 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 howdy. Sorry, I've been a little bit late here. Let's be EDG then, why not? Yeah, so EDG picked up on AD carry, someone which I was very excited to see again. Didn't have the best day at the office. This is a good play. This is a good play. Really want to see more from Arn though, because he's a player which really gained my respect last year. WE kind of, yeah. Wait, channel point. I only just walked back in. Roast? And a fun fact was that. Oh no, that was 18 hours ago. Roast for duo. And then you have Weibo on the other side. You wouldn't redeem points, you know, in the style of that you wouldn't download a car advert. That's what I'm aiming for here. And yeah, Weibo looks really good besides against BLG. Okay, let me think, Roast. I'm really surprised you haven't renamed to Solo Kalos yet, because who the hell would duo with you? Anyway, Weibo. You redeemed the goddamn points. You redeemed the points for a roast. I just deliver. Oh, man. Yeah, so Breathe was just ambassadoring it. Oh yeah. They had the 4 Infernal Dragon buffed up by Ruinous Atacon ambassador team fight. Objection under the bush. Denied. Yeah, the 10k team fight was not okay actually. Was this the game? I think this was the game, right? Gonna actually change the cheese. Where was the late game team fight? Yeah, it shows this one. This is the one. Watch this. So this is backed up by a 4 Infernal Dragon, Ruinous Atacon. So it's basically 5 Infernal Dragons. Look how much damage Breathe does here with the Infernal Soul on top of it too, which is also buffed up by the Ruinous Atacon. Because he's basically spinning on 4 people in this fight. Look at that. That's absurd. That is absurd. That is not okay. Hey, Dirt. Yeah, Sam will be casting today, folks. Sam will be casting. As far as I'm aware. Okay, we'll see when he wakes up, of course. Who's better, Doran or Let Me? I think Doran's actually pretty damn good at League of Legends. It's just people judge him for his games against, like, Bin, who just completely decks him. But then, you know, he has a great matchup versus Zeus, right? Historically. Tell him to answer it. Yeah, I will do. I will do. Alrighty. Well, let's get ready for our first game of the day then. EDG versus Weibo. Wonder if this is a good time to strike from EDG, because hitting... Hello, thank you for the follow, appreciate that. Owl hurt you... That's a good name. That's a good name. So, yeah. We've seen a couple of teams not do very well at first game of the day, because they're still kind of gearing up. They're still kind of warming up as it comes into the day. I wonder whether that can be the case here for EDG versus Weibo, and who will benefit from that. If EDG can catch Weibo while they're still napping a little bit, maybe they can make the group a little bit interesting, because as it stands, Weibo are in second place at 2-1, EDG are at 1-2. They beat WE quite confidently, but actually no, that was a bit of a scrappy game, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember. No, that was a pretty good game. Anyway, Weibo looked really, really good, and I think if EDG want to beat them, you cannot allow Breathe to play Ambassador like he was in day 1. I've caught a ton of your YouTube content for LPL, which definitely means I should be awake. I shouldn't be awake right now. I don't know what time zone you're in, but LPL can be a little bit rough for that one. If you're over in Western time zones, it can get a little bit rough. Honestly, I feel like I should be awake right now. After a couple of days of grinding on the LPL again, I'm like, yeah, sleep schedule's going to go into the dump again, isn't it? What's this? Is this Gwen? Is this Gwen games all time? Bin has some incredible stats on that. Oh, it's because Gwen's so meta. That makes sense. Kind of curious if EDG will still continue their ambassador focus given that Gwen exists. I don't think they banned it if I recall properly. Yeah, I don't remember them banning it either. I don't think they played it. Oh, this is This is the Neferi. So these are the two champions which really defined the first few days of LPL. Neferi and Gwen. I should make a TikTok about that. First pick all 3 games. Yeah, I do remember that. And Breathe has been absolutely disgusting on the champion. So, but is that a calculated risk? Is Breathe just, you know, an ambassador merchant right now, or is he just going to do that on any champion? Because Breathe's been on very good form for a little while now. I really want to get back into casting, but I don't want to try and... Definitely want to try and get gigs in NA. Any advice? Oh, hang on. We'll wait for these interviews. I'll have a think about it. Hi, Angel. Hey, Mazel, how's it going? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. I'm awake, Mazel. I'm awake. As for well, ask me after some games, and we'll see how I feel. Hope you're well too, buddy.
有调整有改变，我们今天比赛当中可以一起来看一看。那其实第2赛段的小组赛跟第1赛段最大的区别就是这个 BOE 的赛制啊，每个队伍其实容错率会更小，要求会更高，会觉得更有压力呢？
我觉得相比起我们，可能一些就是排名更高的队伍压力是更大，因为 BOE
It's 6 best of 1 today. I'll hurt you. 6 best of 1s currently.
EDG 为我们带来精彩的表现。好了，各位，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 WBG Tap 的上单选手 Breeze， 欢迎 Breeze。
Hi Breeze。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG Tap 的上单 Breeze。
欢迎。那在这个小组赛的前面的第1轮啊，WBG 是拿到了一个2-1的成绩。今天3局 BOE 目标
就争取3比0吧，然后复仇一下 BLG。
今天还是有非常高的目标的，要3比0。
Cast maxing,
那第2个
yeah.
问题
That's the life of an LPL caster.
版本也拿到了一个
Cast. I'm so broadcast pilled. I'm so cast maxing right now.
我觉得就是一直有在提高的情况吧，但感觉还是没有做的特别好。
Should have just done fearless best of 3s. That was my opinion too.
是蛮 OK 的，但是我觉得
Science has gone perfectly far enough. Born too late to discover, to explore the world. Born too early to explore the stars. Born just in time to be broadcast pilled and cast maxing. Ain't that the life? Ain't that the life? So, EDG Weibo. Yeah, some questions about the top play matchup. Breathe had a really good day on their first round robin. For those of you who are dropping in and are less familiar with the format, each group plays a double round robin. We've played the first round robin, and that is in best of 1s. So we're going into our second round robin now. Makes sense that each team plays 3 games that I saw. Missed it was 6 a day. Do the best of 1s actually feel like they're giving an accurate representation of skill level when teams move into fearless? I don't feel like we've learned that much about our teams. We've learned a little bit, but I don't feel like we've learned that much. What we've learned, I mean, take the top esports games, right? They weren't punished on the mistakes they showed at first stand. The only thing that they showed is that they play a really mean Neferi in the jungle. Do I have an answer? Yeah, for the casting thing. So I don't know I don't know kind of like how much casting you did before, Duo. But most of the time when it comes to kind of like my advice when it comes to casting is you need to, if you want to do any kind of casting and looking for gigs, whatever, you need to pick up whatever amateur stuff you can and whatever regular gigs you can get, and the more the better. Make sure you're actually taking learnings away from them, but just look for amateur gigs where you can and try and get contacts that way. So for instance, if you want to pick up like casting gigs, look at it outside of NA. Valence League is a really good one. Valence League. Harold, who's often in chat, does some casting for that. That's like an open tournament which you can broadcast for people who are like diamond and below a lot of the time. You did Valence for a bit? Okay, cool. Sorry, I'm not as familiar with how much casting you've done because there's a lot of people casting a lot of things. Mainly we did actually. Okay, that's a good one. And then obviously there's stuff like, you know, other amateur tournaments and university tournaments tend to be a pretty good thing to pick up. In terms of actually getting onto the casting ladder in terms of paid gigs, yeah, that one's a really rough thing right now because paid gigs are quite few and far between. But yeah, realistically, my advice, regardless of the specifics, will look pretty similar in regards to make sure you're giving yourself good feedback, you're iterating well on what you do, and you just keep grinding away at it. If you need some help with like a VOD or something like that, I'm happy to give you some advice if you've got a thing. Yeah, paid name exposure is a lot of what happens in casting right now. Well, it's bloody what we're doing here on LPL, isn't it really? Well, okay, we're paid by your subs actually, or gift bomb mecha, thinking about it. That tends to be the way of it. Should be a Weibo win. Yeah, Raphael, probably should be.
打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟1000元礼盒，我在场就是主场。莫斯利安为 LPL 奶一口。
Thank you for the follow, by the way.
X8 系列抬手就出片，招牌氛围感。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不
Wow, look at those fridges and utilities.
指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占嘛。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。英特尔酷睿 Ultra 台式机处理器，解锁 AI 新境界。
And we'll have our intro for the day. This thing's cool. I've been really enjoying this. Yeah, Mecha, that's the Ultra Prime 2-1. I was very surprised at, but these are best of ones. Best of ones give you that upset potential, don't they? Hey Sam, how's it going?
Not bad. How are you doing?
I'm alright, Sam. I'm alright. Well, as Sam rattles and clunks his way to the room with his big old chat, right, we'll get our teams onto stage. I see a lot of cables doing
Yeah, is that one or one now?
Huh? This one?
Spot on.
Yeah, Nymaera. I know this is an LPL cast, but I had an LJL question. Do you think DFM will ever go to international again after the APEC changes, or are they doomed forever? Is the TFM 21 run was magical? Well, man, I love having LJL cow questions. That was my old stomping ground, of course, as Weber walk onto the stage. Look, APAC is a very hard region to qualify through right now. I think that DFM, it really feels like Aria against the world. I don't think they have a top-tier top laner, unless they pick up Ebby again. I don't think they'll find a Japanese top laner that will compete on an APAC level. I find it quite hard to think that they'll actually qualify through. Utapon also being out really doesn't help. So they've lost like Ebby and Utapon because they were very, very important in terms of having just the laning ability, the versatility, and the team fight power of those carries. They did give us a host. We don't have the ghost of Mercedes welcoming the teams onto the stage. Give me Shakespeare on DFM. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Shakespeare was the only women's support to play in LGL. The only women player to play with in the LGL. Yeah, so I hope they do well if they keep playing in the LGL. Anyway, back to here in the LPL. EDG, they really need to they really need to catch Weibo off guard. That's the only way that I feel like they walk away with a win here. If they play standard, if Weibo are awake and ready, yeah, I'm not sure Not sure what I think though. Is that a wedding ring? Wait, is that a wedding ring for Xiaohu? He had it on his ring finger on his left hand. No, Shakespeare is the support. Well, I mean, she was when I was casting. Good morning, Flankin as well. Sorry I missed that as well. Sometimes I find it hard to keep it on 3 chats at once. Slam more coffee. Well, we're out of milk, so I've had to order some of that. So I'm doing that. To be honest, if DFM's only chance to enter international is the format, then that's bad in itself. Yeah, for sure, for sure. The thing is, like, I don't want DFM to go international if they're just gonna get blasted. I expect Weibo to destroy this matchup, but the way the last few days have been, who knows how this is going to go though. Yeah, we've had a couple of upsets, haven't we? And they are best of ones. The meta has been delved into a little bit now. As a Simon says, don't jump over that thing. So I won't. I was thinking about doing that anyway. Right, first draft of the day. Best of one to round off our Group A here. Weibo EDG sharing a group with BLG and Team WE. EDG have blue side. They had the side choice this time, and that means that likely we're seeing the Skarner Rumble, maybe the Callista on the Weibo ban side. However, we're seeing Callista drop in first ban priority because top side bans are so important, with Jace and Bessa, Gwen all being ridiculously powerful. Throwing an Neferi into the mix as well, things get kind of rough. Callista banned away. And that means that the Gwen is taken, but you are giving Breathe the Ambessa, which he absolutely shredded the first round robin on. He had a 10,000 damage team fight versus EDG in their matchup. Is BLG playing next? Yes, BLG will be playing next. Varus and Bessa locked in very quickly for Weibo. Again, the duo that they played against EDG wasn't just that Ambessa, it was the Varus as well. So EDG, how do they round up that top side? Go for the Sejuani, suppose, and then the Yone as well. So double melee synergy, some engage from Angel. Angel is a experienced Yone player. Weibo could look for the Neferi now, because it is very hard burst engage from EDG, and the Neferi can do well against that. Oh my god, Mecha Fanboy has just dropped 100 gift bomb in chat. How the hell am I supposed to pay attention to champions like, well, this? Ay, Jesus. Oil is in chat. Thank you so much, Mecha, once again. Ads be damned. Ads be damned. 100 community. I mean, this is actually how we keep ourselves afloat. Jesus Christ. Aurora locked in for Xiaohu. Very experienced. He also. This is just exactly the same draft which Weibo put against EDG the last time out. So we go into our second bans. Vi banned away. Do EDG ban away the Neferi as well? Or do they ban away something like the Nocturne? If they're worried about that single target engage. Lane pressure from Weibo banned away. In their second round of bans. The Ashe, the Karma, bans away the, I guess, the Ezreal Karma, the Ashe, well, not Ashe Renata because the Renata's already gone. Very early Renata ban in this draft is one of the more interesting ones. Should have caught that up in first round. The Nectin banned away instead of that Ambessa as well. Have to wonder whether that is valuable. Have to wonder whether that's valuable. Poppy banned away from Tien. Of course, this is, yep, this is, of course, the Tien of FPX and top esports fame, or infamy, I suppose, if you're looking towards some more of those more recent international results. It goes towards that Shinzao. Very good early playmaking. I also wonder now whether Weibo could go for Rakan last pick. Shinzao Rakan is a ridiculously good combo. I should get... oh. So EDG, what do they want to round things off with? Arn Ziggs was pretty okay on the first day of games. They already have some consistent AD in their team. So he does go for the Ziggs. You could take away the Rakan now as well, go Ziggs Rakan, or you can go Ziggs Ral, or you can go for Ziggs Leona. Leona Sejuani is a good tank frontline. I do think Weibo have really good anti-tank damage though. So Sam Aziz walking. Hello, how's it going? Yeah, bit of a gambit to say. We will give Breathe the Ambassador. He played all three of his games on that first round robin. So they give him that again, and it is that last Rakan pick. That Shinzao Rakan jungle support duo has been very good. The Shinzao jumps forward, the Rakan can follow him in a way that even other supports like Rel and Leona struggle to do so. I think Weibo have a lot of comfort here. They have Xiaohu on Aurora, which is arguably his best champion right now. We've already talked about the jungle support duo. Breathe gets his ambassador, which he had a 10,000 damage team fight on the last time. Unlike get some lane pressure with the Varus. Weibo, comfort. EDG do have a very good burst combo though. And if that doesn't go into a Shinzo ultimate, well, that's pretty good for them. So, EDG, Weibo, first game of the day. First of 6 best of ones. To round out Group A here and determine our positioning for our first teams going thrown into Nirvana or into Ascension. I'll pump the volume up a little bit as we get close to our game in Summoner's Rift.
Once again, we're seeing a Gwen pick very aggressively into
First pick?
an Ambassador option. In fact, it was quite funny. We found that we literally just drafted top to bot the entire way down. No need to switch roles this time around. I'm just happy to draft straight up.
There they are. So we'll be getting ourselves onto the Rift and into some entertainment as yeah, EDG 1 and 2, Weibo 2 and 1, looking to kind of flip the score a little bit. Our EDG to even things up.
To make sure that happens, and Weibo, so if we go, we'll hold that narrative for a second or two while the crowds have their way. Some cheeky extra chants in there, getting the crowd to chuckle. Some genuine smiles in the crowd, always fun to see. EDG with the compositional mid-game advantage, at least of statistical modelling.
And yeah, EDG. Not a bad composition actually. Good front line, hard to cut down the Gwen as well. I will say, if Weibo ever get themselves onto the Ziggs,
Bad times.
team fight does get pretty difficult after that point. Realistically, what's going to happen is Weibo going to throw an Ambassador at oh, hang on, Xiao's had to start W actually, because he had to hop away from Arn who spotted him, which means that Angel, knowing that there's no Q or E, can just start wailing through with the Qs and get really good trade for this point in the game. There is no like electrocute trade that can come through onto him at level 1 because Xiao just doesn't have the ability for it. So good good opportunistic kind of moment there for EDG to take the most of that. Angel, of course, as we were saying before, fairly experienced Yone player, and that'll set him up hopefully for early success.
You've got the Sejuani stuff in there as well. It does feel a little bit like we are returning to that compositional style that OMG 2023 really popularized and we started thinking of as theirs in a lot of ways, and we'll add in the Ziggs and Leona, and you see what the combo is. You hit that first bit of CC and absolutely everybody piles in from miles away.
Which is why I do think first item from the Rakan has to be in the Chaos. You need to be able to cleanse that Sejuani out of something. Breathe, really good trade there. Going for the electrocute. Now ZDZ looking for that 4Q, flashes over it, and maybe looks for a better trade.
Doesn't look for the better trade, he just ends up having to get away. I'm not sure he had enough Dracount steps or cooldowns up, so just burns the extra flash. Scary stuff from ZDZ.
He has gone for that electrocute. We saw Flandre playing into Ambassador in one of the other groups from Anyone's Legend, and they went for the electrocute. And that didn't really work out well. I think it was that game actually, but yeah, Breathe, not getting the best out of this. I wonder whether Grasp is just better to just look, say, you're not going to win the trades, but at least you'll sustain through it and be a bit harder to kill. That's been one of our kind of learnings of this. CDZ, good early lane, getting a flash for free.
And important there into a player that was as highly regarded as Breathe. CDG, you know, slouch per se, but again, the CDG roster in general, we've sometimes had questions about, well, where is the real firepower coming from to really push the envelope? And I think Arn coming back in, theoretically a stable, consistent part of that might be really helpful. And then you have to look at players like Angel, who have at points been really impressive in the LPL, but just never kind of been able to stay in that top tier, that elite tier, consistently over their career, particularly over the last year or two.
Yeah, because Angel's career path has been very, a lot of EDG's career path, because, you know, Angel, world finalist in 2020 on Suning,
Yeah.
You know, and that was with Bin as his top laner, but make no mistake, Angel was a huge part of that with his Akali, his LeBlanc, his Zip. Xiaohao and ZDZ, of course, focused on the screen right now, are a duo that were meant to be up and coming, particularly Xiaohao. They went on to Weibo. This duo was on Weibo last spring. They only were there for one split, though, because they were replaced by Breathe and Tarzan going into Summer. ZDZ ended up playing on 4 teams in a year. He was also, I believe, he was on FPX briefly, he was on RNG, he was on Weibo. It's actually quite hard to keep track of all. I'm trying to remember exactly.
I know. I need to go look. I just legitimately need to go look it up. That's how many teams he was on. You know, we were covering most of those games, so it's not like we were out of here not paying attention to it. But yeah, it was a wild old time, and I think that will not have helped ZDZ's ability to really get his foothold, his foundation at an LPL level, which can be very difficult. I think particularly as a top laner, where there is a certain caliber of LPL tops at the really, really top end who just make all these poor newbies' lives absolute hell, especially when the junglers are willing to come and play with them. When you play into a Breathe Tarzan as a duo, you tend to suffer.
Yeah. Of course, Tien coming to replace Tarzan into this year, but Tarzan and Breathe made Weibo into a world-class team from one that was struggling in LPL. Of course, Tien feels like if you're going to go top tier jungler for jungler in a regional LPL standard, you have Tien, Kanavi, and Tarzan. Those are the 3 you're really angling for to kind of be your leaders of your teams like that.
We had that conversation just yesterday, saying, look, it does feel like the really elite tier of junglers from LPL has gotten a little thinner than I think I would have liked. Some of our normally outstanding junglers have looked a little more fragile, a little more brittle.
And it's not like they don't have the potential to get that far again, because, you know, we have a good understanding of what Shun can do on an international level, as you know, someone who's been multiple international finalists. Xiaohao walking forwards into the mid lane, and running to the E out, and he's safe to do so. Xiaohao pops back. It was worth noting, by the way, Xiaohao, despite that level 1 play not working well for him, up 10-15 CS. Did not expect that from a good level 1 coming through. You would have to watch the POVs to see exactly what happened there. Angel maybe just missing a bunch of CS. Not the best, actually, from Angel, given that level 1 should have set him up for good CS and laning.
It does sometimes happen as they go to punish him, looking for that CS. Nice combo, forces a flash as the wind became lightning. It nearly grounded itself in Angel's skull.
Yeah, that is not really what you want. Xiaohao will get 2 of the grubs, but not really what we want to see out of this mid laner. We're saying Angel, look, he's a world finalist, a bit of an odd career path from him, not exactly been able to stay at the top level of LPL in recent years. Yes, he did have a 3rd All-Pro team in 24 spring, I want to say. Something like that. But yeah, that's not an awesome moment for him. ZDZ pulling out needlework now.
That's the second one. Can look at the 3rd as well. Huge chunks in Breathe. Not enjoying that at all.
Yeah, ZDC really putting down the hurt. The first pick Gwen, making some good value here. Going to spot out that control ward, and Xiaohao will be on vision. Dragon to be taken from Weibo, so they get the slight edge in the objective early game because they didn't give up the 3 grubs. They gave up just the 2. Interesting note, by the way, Symbiotic Souls is picked up for Wink. Not going for a defensive boots. Just saw that pop up on the bottom side of the screen. Potential dive coming through here. Xiao, who's coming up, doesn't have ultimate, but will that be enough?
Gonna try and keep Breathe alive, doesn't. Xiao, who was there on a pretty good timer, but I'm sure he'll get much more than maybe the Sejuani here, though, which would be decent. Misses the E. Permafrost comes on through, and Xiao cut apart. It's rabbit for breakfast, baby.
ZDZ gets to just continually auto the way through, and we don't see Sejuani with Gwen as a combo that often, but it's still a melee champion. ZDZ helps the Permafrost come through, and EDG get themselves a huge play on the top side. While this is happening, Xiao has to leave mid lane, so that CS lead he worked hard for in the early game evaporates. Angel gets to bring that back to even and get himself a plate in mid lane too. So EDG pull ahead. What did we say coming into this best of 1? Maybe they can catch Weibo sleeping on the first game of the day. That's often where teams will find themselves lacking a little bit. Good play from EDG early.
Oh, I thought you said it was, can you do a dishwasher change or something? That's
right,
what you said coming into the series today.
Yeah,
That's not what you were talking about?
No, you know, we do need to do the laundry and the dishes, but it turns out that they've done the dirty work instead.
Very good.
So Xiaohao using the Sejuani early power to say, look, we can actually be quite bursty here as a duo. And as Xiaohu's trying to get that last skill shot on point, Xiaohu says, look, I'm just going to start sidestepping. Your auto attacks won't kill me. All I have to do is just keep bobbing and weaving, dodge out on the weirding. That's what ends up happening.
It comes at a slight cost because Tien takes most of a red side quadrant there, gets the red buffs. You know, those kinds of things matter a little bit. But in the grand scheme of things, you take that as a Sejuani every day of the week. This Gwen is now unbelievably strong, and the mid lane advantage you had is now basically neutralized.
You have an 8.5 minute Riftmaker.
That's insane.
A 9-minute Riftmaker. He still has teleport if he wants to make an impact or not. That's actually the most terrifying thing, because if you start teleporting in with this item, the fight is won. For all intents and purposes, for me, the fight is won. Xiaohu, Wink going up towards topside. Wink has the Symbiotic Soul, so he can start roaming around the map a little easier. The increased recall speed. Zoning off for the wave. Now, he does have Flash. He does have Ultimate. Is he likely to die here? No. But he's still losing out on some stuff. The wave's going to slowly crash in, and Breathe needs to be oh so careful. He needs to be very careful to not die on the other side of the map. Weibo, what's the counterplay? Because you'd like to see them make a play if Breathe is forced off, but they're pushing in towards towers, but Ziggs is wave clearing in mid lane. You've got Yone who's safe there as well. EDG can just walk up here and with the 2 grubs and a very fed Gwen, as we were highlighting before, get to walk in and do something. They're trying to now force onto Yone. This will be the cross map.
Okay, nice unbinding of the soul. Finally gets knocked up. Fate sealed, not to that much avail. Hung will heal himself and get some decent healing. As he does try and get Angel, should finally fall.
The shield! The shield!
Oh my days, the Spirit Cleave. They will
teleport! It's going quick!
Oh, not quite. Valiant effort. Angel nearly gets 2 people on the way out. It will still cost them the tier 1 top, but Weibo Gaming had to throw everything in the kitchen sink to kill off that Yone.
You know what? I was wondering whether EDG could actually just pull the teleport from ZDZ right now and just say, look, teleport behind those people who are going towards that bot lane turret. He gets himself the first turret of the game. This Gwen is now giga fed. Absolutely unrealistic levels of fed. Now, Yone very, very, very nearly outplaying the dive. Tower does go down. There was a ward behind him. I wonder whether ZDZ could have gone for a teleport. I wonder if that would have been the play with the Riftmaker. So low HP bars from the tower coming down, but choosing not to use it.
The only other thing there is when you've got Breathe and Xiaohu TPs and Grubs being done on the other side, you could potentially have had it turned around on you at Grubs. I mean, then again, you could have saved bot tier 1, so you know, I know.
Well, I think it's less about saving bot tier 1. It's more like, look, you have a full Riftmaker before 10 minutes in, and you've got people who are on like 300 HP each. Let's see if we can throw a needlework into the backside. ZDZ doesn't choose to do that though, but it's 2.3k ahead.
He's so strong.
And you know, Weibo, comfortable composition for them. Every single member, I think if you were going to tell me that they're most comfortable champions of recent form, these would probably be it actually, or either on a career standard or else. It's pretty close to it. But EDG have a good, coherent composition, and now they have a huge lead on one of their main carries for it. They're going to go down towards this bot turret now. Ziggs starting to go through with that fast reuse passive.
Getting on some wards here. Angel gets knocked up briefly, but they get a couple plates back, and that'll help even up that discrepancy that once again built in mid lane. ZDZ, though, is actually running it Tian over his wall. Lands all 3. The hail of arrows comes on through, but the Glacial Prison after puts Tian in danger. Will have to Crescent Guard to knock the Gwen away. Xiaohu now looking over the wall. Hung can look for an engage. Gains the corruption onto Xiaohu. Puts him in danger. Solar Flare comes on through, but that means the Sejuani is now dead. Hung battle dances back out and away. EDG have gone very deep for this. Mega Inferno Bomb to try and disengage. Angel now looking for an angle onto Xiaohu. Lands a Spirit Cleave, but won't go too much further than that. Xiaohu does die, and Breathe gets time alone top.
Yeah, a little bit too ambitious there from EDG. Weibo managed to find themselves a big Aurora ultimate in the clump as EDG go too far. They're ahead, but they're not invulnerable. Teleport down towards the top side from ZDZ to stop Breathe getting too much back, but that's still 600 gold of that lead, which he did have over Breathe, evaporated in his overplay. That Tian, well played by him, so you make sure he didn't auto-attack or mark the Gwen so he can knock them back with that Crescent Guard.
Yeah, and of course, you burned 4 of your 5 ultimates, and who didn't get burned, that was Breathe. You felt like you should have gotten someone there, but I think Arm, Wink, Angel all being a little bit behind the play. It was a 2-man play from Xiaohu and ZDZ, proving a little bit too much there in the grand scheme of things. Eclipse now done for Breathe as well, can breathe a little bit easier, as it does change the profile ambassador quite a lot, having all those extra shields every time you use an ability, basically.
Yeah, and the % HP damage obviously doesn't go amiss either. Eclipse, generally, very good item. Well, actually, I say that, you know, weirdly, I was looking at some of Xpetty, who does a lot of like statistical analysis on builds. Apparently, Eclipse is one of the more overrated items.
Okay.
Because it's been nerfed so many times because people were using it so much. But depends on the champion, of course. Some champions use it a lot better. Angel does have flash, does have ult, does have Q3, but he's just gone into the wave. What are they going to do about this?
Starts to plan how to play this. Public execution comes on through. Dodges the win, becomes lightning. Now Angel's in danger here, actually. Needs to be really careful. Fate sealed away. Nicely done. Xiaohao now coming across. Wink in a spot of bother, but can potentially get saved.
No turret.
So when he comes on down, there is no turret, but the Glacial Prism will deny the continual aggression from Weibo Gaming.
So despite the overall lead from EDG, that's not in the members outside of top lane. They're starting to fall apart a little bit when it comes to these plays. Xiaohao caught out. Not going to be taking too much damage there, but the Krugs do go the other side. Weibo just prodding and poking a little bit, looking to see where they can get some extra cooldowns. They're doing quite well at that so far. Weibo did come in the favorites today. They you know, strong team from last split, despite the fact that they went out in the first round versus BLG. It was the harsh draw from them. That doesn't mean they don't have good players. That doesn't mean they can't be a good team. With Tien coming in, we were worried, okay, how does Weibo look without Tarzan coming into this year? Still look pretty good, honestly. They still look pretty good. Tien regionally, of course, a different beast to many other players. They're doing quite well to just push EDG and say, look, you got that lead in top side, but you got to hold up in the rest of the map.
So, we now hold ourselves on 10 to hooks. 24 seconds until a Herald. That could be an interesting moment here, I think. His first item's largely completed across the board. I suppose for supports, we'll count the upgraded boots for that front. Not quite things like lockets as yet. Keep an eye on that build for Hung as well. I know you called out you'd like to see the Mikhails first on the Rakan. Just a cloth armor and a non-magic mantle. I want to call it a Negatron cloak or something. It's not a Negatron cloak. Nowhere near anything like said Mikhails as yet. It's basically what I'm trying to get at.
Dude, it was so... man, it was so broken. Do you remember... so we have Abyssal Mask now. People might forget there used to be an item called Abyssal Rod.
Yeah, I remember
which was a mage item. Gave you AP and it gave you magic resist.
Built it on the moon all the time.
It was so good because it would reduce magic resist to people close to you, but you could build a Negatron in that build path, and it meant that you could just spend like, you know, 700 gold and you'd like halve enemy mage damages against you because it was so good like component. Man, those were the days when you can actually feel like you were building good defensive resist as a
When was the last time that was in the game properly? Like not
a
in like
long time ago, like season 8 or something. It's been a while, and then they changed it a little after that. Xiaohao will take that Herald. They have the 5 grubs. They get the Herald after that point. They have a Ziggs, so now they can go forwards and have, okay, Ziggs on top of that Herald charge. We did say that earlier into the game. There is a chance that Ziggs is just hard focused onto by Weibo at some point in this game because he's the guy that they can just kind of dunk all their engage onto. But he's done well keeping himself safe, has that Blackfire Torch, and EDG will now want to use that Satchel passive to, well, Satchel active I suppose, to take down that tap in mid lane, potentially for the Herald.
Okay, reset's coming on through. Got about a minute or so until the next Dragon. Sole point for Weibo Gaming. With the Herald and inventory here as well, we imagine that EDG will drop that mid lane as a sort of counterweight to give them a little bit of prior there, force a bit of a split, not split, that's probably the wrong point, split points of pressure on the map between Dragon and then the Herald charging through mid.
Yeah, it just draws the eye elsewhere when you need to be on an important part of the map.
Like for Frodo.
I was going to say that.
I knew it.
Just drops the Herald. For Frodo, says Shelly as it charges into enemy battle lines.
Does that make mid-tier 1 the Black Gates of Mordor?
I have a fun fact about that scene, by the way. I've been watching so many random TikToks about Lord of the Rings development of the series and stuff. You know when they did the cavalry scene for the for Mordor because they needed like the blasted earth and stuff? They basically use an artillery firing range for it.
Oh,
the problem
good
is,
idea.
But the thing is, there's so much random. There was a chance that there was like unexploded ordnance just on the ground.
Oh yeah.
And the riders did go off the safe zone because they got a little bit
excited.
A little bit excited. So the directors were like, we might see an explosion shortly.
Oh!
Yeah, lightning in a bottle that movie series was. Oh, what a classic.
I think you would have been explosives in the ground, actually.
Herald going into mid lane. Can they kill it? I don't think they can kill this in time, and this will go into satchel range now.
Okay.
Even though it doesn't kill it, you can just walk up to the Ziggs and just randomly satchel. This tower is now gone for all intents and purposes. Weibo, now potentially looking to fight for this dragon. If
On the
EDG
ward.
get the dragon, they will get the feats of strength. If a single kill not a kill, if the objective goes to Weibo, they will claim it instead. Dragon for the feats of strength.
Ward in the rat pit, that ward over the wall there. Very valuable stuff for Weibo Gaming. Goes to play pots. Looking for light to see whether he could pick off Angel or something, who has been tasked with holding onto the tier 1 for his own team.
They were really looking to see if they could get Angel to back. He does have that teleport, won't have to use it right now. Dragon potentially being started up. Don't have the... Well, they do have okay objective damage because Ziggs has the burn item with the Blackfire Torch. ZDZ really needs to be over here if they want to rush it. ZDZ wants to be on a flank, so does Angel. Now they're just hanging out the side of this plate, just around the red buff, stacking up those Qs.
Looking for an angle, there's Q3. Now Shahu could potentially punish from across the wall. Tien could join him. Angel knows he's in danger, surely. Winning comes onto an Angel now down very, very low. But Tien as well, not having a great time. Heal has to be popped. Zenith Blade just about flashed away from. Turning back towards the Dragon. But they avoid a lot of the R3 damage from ZDZ. Re-engage from Weibo Gaming. Now they're on the Dragon. Angel still low, has had no chance to reset. Tien lands another win, becomes lightning. Shahu wants to go forwards. Does not get to do so. Crescent Guard early there to try and deny any engage, and it's just a Dragon secure.
It's there to deny Sejuani jumping forwards, that Crescent Guard, to try and look for that steal. Not a great play from Angel again, who jumps over the wall, but he's spotted out by Xiaohu, who manages to blast him on his return point. ZDZ, though he's powerful, can't do that much when the engage is missing. They managed to get some CC onto Tien. The Solar Flare not comboed up that well, though I think that Wink was just out of range, so it means that he gets away scot-free. And this is a really good counterplay from Hung to make sure that the rest of the engage doesn't catch out Tien. Loses a lot of HP, but not his life. So Tien and Hung, I think they're quite lucky to get away with that one. I felt like the engage didn't quite land from EDG in the most important moments there. And that Weibo kind of get away with one, I feel like. And as we talked about before, the Crescent Guard used to make sure they can knock back some of that team as the smite comes through.
Yeah. Thank you for phrasing that properly, because that's what I was trying to say, and then just didn't have the words. I was like, the Crescent Guard was really good to deny the Dragon, but the words were not there in the correct order at the time.
Well,
slightly embarrassing for a play-by-play, but here we are.
So EDG now have 5 grubs. They have the Ziggs, who takes down that turret. But Weibo have Soul Point. Soul Point with that mountain on it. Very early on, we have seen a lot more Dragon Prior from LPL teams in Split 1 compared to in Split 2 compared to Split 1. Feels like early Soul has been much more of a win condition for our Chinese teams. Gold still even enough. Gwen still very, very strong. So EDG not out of options just yet, but they do need to be very careful. They've not looked fantastic on looking for the bigger engage in that Dragon. I can't continue.
Someone in chat here as well, so Weibo might be playing better as a team, but EDG has my heart, to which someone else said, I am so sorry for your heart. And I don't blame them. There's hope being kindled in this game.
So what you're saying is,
so
what you're saying is they're holding you hostage.
Yeah,
That picture-in-picture was showing the hard trade that Electrocute and Best can go towards. It takes about a third of the HP from Gwen. A very quick trade, maybe even a little bit more than that. So Breathe, despite being behind, has some trading options. Of course, doesn't want to take extended trades though. Conqueror, Riftmaker, Nash Tooth, all extended trading.
Speaking of extended trading, I'm seeing Xiaohao down here alongside Tien. We might be having some extended fighting as a teleport's coming on play.
So this is just looking to take the tower if at all possible. But Tien has flash, might need to use it.
Does need to, won't bother with the Crescent Guard. No, that wasn't be enough. Still getting run at, gets slowed down by the smite. Keep wanting to call it chilling smite, but that's been a long time since that's been properly in the game.
And even though Xiaohao 2 levels down, can still walk out the Shinzao. Needs to get some XP though. Been clearing through his jungle as best he can, but Tien really getting extra value. Xiaohu trading for a tower on the other side. Remember the 5 grubs, the Ziggs very good ability to chunk through those towers as Weibo at least answer well.
They do, and they have to do it with a lot less members. Good work from Xiaohu, who has always been a pretty good map-wide player. Still up a decent chunk of CS, 2 1-on-1 on his Aurora. Going to be very close to this Shadow Flame. The Dark Seal as well. Actually, at a very scary point of power here with that extra bit of AP on top of everything else.
Now, the thing is, the Aurora can't deal with the Gwen. You can deal with the Yone and the Ziggs, though. So if you're looking for an overall team fight, where you're looking to jump forwards and what have you, a good enough combo onto the backline will do unspeakable things. Keeping over the wall, safe for now, even though he gets hit by that W from the Shinzao. And we do have the Synchronized Souls being completed by Wink now. Does get the Wanderer buff, gets himself a little bit of map pressure. Does mean he takes more damage though, because it doesn't have something like those Merc Treads or the Tabby. Steel Caps, I know.
Case in point, yeah.
But he does get to roam around the play more. I want to see Wink you know, constantly resetting and looking for plays. That's what you have to do with these effective new Moby boots. Teleport behind, here comes the Gwen.
Tien now in danger, gets hit by a massive combo. Crash Guard comes on through, but will not allow him to get very far away. Tries to jump onto Arn, knowing he's in danger, but reminder, Atakan is up, and there'll be no one here.
Yeah, that should be it.
Yeah.
That should be Atakan going down. EDG, I mean, is there anything else to go towards? It's a minute until Dragon. Do they need to set up for that? I don't know. If you go for the Atakan, do you allow Weibo better setup on the Dragon? They just choose to back off. That's a teleport use. Yeah, the ultimates will largely be back up.
It's double TP. Angel's just TP'd now as well.
Well, Angel's teleported back out onto the map, but that means with 30 seconds until the Dragon, yeah, Tien's going to be down. I actually wonder whether EDG should have delayed the kill onto Tien to make sure he was dead for the actual Dragon spawn. Because now it's going to be up maybe 10 seconds after he comes around. They need to rush this. EDG go for a quick reset. They get themselves the items that they need with the gold available to them. But I wonder whether that's an opportunity missed. They should have done like Lost Ratones did in EMEA Masters Finals and delay the recall, delay the reset just in time for the Dragon, which spawns now. But they're not on it. Gwen needs to be here to rush this. EDG, you need to be so careful here. Where's your setup for this objective?
Chief, Xiaohao there with ZDZ behind might be enough. Xiaohao forced to ult defensively. Actually a pretty big deal there. That's a big ult down.
Yeah, so while we criticize the setup, that is now an important one because the Aurora can get a lot of damage done. And Weibo now, the thing is, Weibo don't have to fight for this Dragon. They don't have to. They have themselves the soul point already. They can give up one and it does go down, but EDG now have to respect the top side of the map. ZDZ doesn't have a teleport, Breathe does, and with the gold lead not having a teleport, Weibo can say, well, we'll take the Atakan. EDG choosing to give this one up and say, we'll go push elsewhere. They do have the Ziggs potentially to play around, but EDG, they feel a little bit lost to me right now. Trying to ult steal the Dragon, the Atakan, they won't do so. Instead, they have to go push in the other lanes, but I don't know if they've done that quick enough.
I don't either. Tier 2 now falling, and again, this Gwen is 2.5 items now. It's not getting easier in that matchup. She's 3-0. They'll start the Atakan and get it. So there is that at least for Weibo Gaming, and actually with your 3-match Dragons, that's pretty significant.
In terms of like, at least that's Weibo. That's a huge win for Weibo. It's a huge win for them. They get that onto all of their Dragons. They have their neutral objective buff. EDG slow to get themselves towers on the other side. They do get 2 inner towers for this. So it's good monetary advantage from that play, but I wonder whether that is a big mistake. Giving over the blood paddles as well gives them XP and that extra adaptive force too.
Breathe is now a level up on ZDZ.
That'll be why. That'll be why. An extra 33 petals ahead of that can definitely help. Tien does have no flash for the next few seconds, but that'll be up soon enough. EDG, I'm not happy with the macro of that. If you couldn't tell, folks, I'm not happy with that one. As Arn at least gets himself some value from the wider map state. EDG do have a gold lead now though, and we'll see how much that can influence the next minute or two. Ziggs has an actual gold lead over the Varus now too. We haven't talked that much about Light because it's not really been his game to achieve that much, but Ziggs can be a real pain in the backside if he starts to get that double burn build which Arn built the last time he played this online.
Has in fact got it online pretty much now. He's waiting on a Void Staff completion. Baron's now up. But of course, getting those tier 2s means this Gwen is now really, really scary in a side lane. So yes, you've lost in the Atakan, and that is a big trade. But in terms of your map control, it's now in a pretty good spot because there's literally one turret standing outside of the base for Weibo Gaming, and that's it.
Wink going forwards with those Moby boots, trying to use that move speed advantage to walk at them. It hasn't been disabled just yet. Flashes forward, but a flash away. Hung. Not actually even flashing, it's just the E. Wink so close on that Zenith Blade. Trying to use that, again, the new Mobies, really synchronized souls to get some value. Not to happen there, though. And they'll go looking again.
They will. We've got Dragon in 2.5 minutes, but for now it is just Baron being a consideration as Angel lands a pretty good chunk onto Breathe, who has gone towards those chain-laced crushers.
That's
is
the
the
one.
name of the
Chain-laced crushers, the increased Mercury treads going in towards this turret. Now that's going to be a Zigzag which goes wide. ZDZ caught out by Xiaohu.
I thought this Gwen was supposed to be a bit of a menace for the Aurora. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Xiaohu finds ZDZ on rotation, gets the shutdown. That'll be tier 1 mid, and a run of Baron.
ZDZ does not Zonya's the combo from Aurora. Disrespects the little bunny with a hat. And Gwen just gets blown up. The 3,000 near enough gold lead on the top laner is off the map. He doesn't have teleport. He doesn't have a life. Weibo going to get themselves the Baron by taking apart the strongest member of EDG.
Towards Baron we go. Wink on Angel, all here. Blue buff used as a
Tien's low, Tien's low,
tool.
Tien's low. This could actually be a play.
Oh my days, Crescent Guard is good. Can't quite get the execute on the Soul Unbound. They have to pull off the Baron. How did he get so low? It must have been Arn poke.
I think it was Arn's poke, and Angel very, very nearly executing the jungler. That could have been a big moment. So Weibo, they get the Gwen away, but some heroics from Angel Arn, it looks like, manages to save the day. So what happens here? This is the play around the bot side that leads to ZDZ getting caught out by Xiao, who's just sitting in the brush. And normally it's the rabbit going into the hat, being pulled out of a hat. Instead it's I'm putting ZDZ into a casket instead. A little bit of a different magic trick as he just caught out. He does have a Zonius, could have maybe disengaged that, but doesn't see the damage in time. Goes down very easily.
Now it's Aurora at 3-1-1. Gone toward the Verdant Barrier third. I think with your really high burst build, having something that allows you to do it without getting tagged by a Sejuani ult, tagged by a Leona ultimate, I think is probably quite valuable here.
Yeah, it's not that easy to pop the Banshees buff for Sejuani or Gwen. Now, if Yone runs it, yeah, he just kind of E's and W's and that shield's gone, but not likely for the other people. So 30 seconds till another attempt at Mountain Soul for Weibo. EDG need to be very careful about this. They only get to make like one objective mistake in this game now, or Weibo will tear them apart. Weibo beat them around objectives the last time. It was an Infernal Soul for them last time around in the first round robin.
Oh yes.
Xiao walking forward, trying to bully Weibo out of the river. They have a ward onto Arn in that pit itself. See how the setup goes. Angel on one flank, ZDZ hanging around just on the other.
Speaking of ZDZ, he's now got that third item properly completed with the Zonias.
Yeah, he had, the thing is that he had that for the Aurora pick earlier. He just chose not to use it, which is the real problem for me. But yes, that could be so huge. Watch out for that stasis.
Shahu goes invisible, goes for the weirding, gets a decent chunk there onto ZDZ.
And now his W's down for no avail. It doesn't do anything that. As Weibo, they were bullied out, but they play it slow. Xiao, really been the mastermind of Weibo's objective play so far. Been playing on those flanks, trying to chunk out someone important. ZDZ backing off a little, he needs to. If this Gwen gets chunked out before the fight, before that Riftmaker starts taking over, it is a problem. Has the red buff for regen though, and will be full HP before the fight. Dragon going down. We come to a flip for the soul.
Control wards behind for Weibo Gaming, giving them a little bit of safety from flanks. Bit of a knock up onto Hung, but not to that much avail. Again, it's just the Rakan. Unless you full send it, you will get opportunity to come right back out of that CC chain to Corruption Land. Onto Wing, but there's an Eclipse down. Over the wall goes ZDZ, throws out the needlework.
Gets it!
Gets it! Steals it away in the flip. The burgers are cooked to perfection. And EDG are left as charbroiled charcoal. As Weibo get to keep hunting for more. Another slow from the rain of arrows. EDG's moment of reigning supreme in this game, such as it was, coming to a very swift and abrupt end.
ZDZ has an awful team fight again, doesn't use the Zonias, goes down, does not get to use the gold lead, which EDG worked so hard to give him. Weibo, much better play around the objectives, much better play in the team fights. And Tien, a much better smite key for him too. They have a Mountain Soul, they'll be able to really shrug off a lot of the Ziggs and Yone kind of damage at the start of these fights now if they go towards those more pokey plays. Right here, look at this again. Xiao goes straight onto ZDZ and says, all right, I'm just going to hold you accountable. Look at how little value this Gwen does. Goes onto the objective. Tien gets the smite, gets the knockback, and Xiao manages to absolutely blast the backline, or rather the front, I suppose, in this case. ZDZ gets to do nothing. He doesn't Zonius. He doesn't get Orangle into the backline. He doesn't get any damage down. This Gwen has not paid back the advantage his team paid for.
Not yet, at least. Of course, it's still a Gwen. Can still be genuinely terrifying. Void staffs have largely now been completed by most of the AP members of EDG, and nearly there for ZDZ. But it's still going to be difficult to get through all these extra shields.
And, you know, a lot of this game, yes, it's through Tien's smite key. Xiaohu, what a game this guy is playing. Jumps away from the Sejuani ultimate, had that Banshees. Xiaohu smoted away. It would have actually led to a stun if the Civic Shore Scott was on target, but a 2.3k lead in the mid lane now.
It's Corruption.
Xiaohu did so much work on that back of that CC.
Angel gets knocked away. Hung goes on forwards, but gets the battle dance away, and towers begin to fall. And we said, look, EDG, you have to full send it with this comp a little bit to get your damage down. Your only ranged wave clear here is a needlework and Ziggs in general. Ziggs doesn't enjoy Baron minions.
No, he doesn't. In fact, this is the reason why it's changed. The teleport comes in. They do catch out Xiaohu.
We'll try and get him out, but there's the Between Worlds. Can look to go across the belt too. Fate Seal does force Xiaohu to a different position, but does get a weirding off. ZDZ goes looking for an angle, and somehow he gets away. the rabbit out of the hat and puts the whole of EDG into the fire. CDC continue to try and trade out. Hipper's going to go down as well. It doesn't end with a bang, folks. It ends with a whimper. Edward Gaming are going to chase the rabbit all over Summoner's Rift and in Looney Tunes style, fumble like Elmer Fudd.
And it feels like a little bit of Wile E. Coyote here as EDG runs face first into a mountain or a mountain soul. Weibo uses defenses, win the game.
I am a little speechless at the end of that one. They tried the double teleport. I will not take it away from EDG. I appreciate them looking for some way to stop the base breaking irrevocably, but Xiaohu is a little too wily, as my brother did say there. Great escape from him, and again, another fumbled attempt at a pick. We saw a few of those from EDG this game. We'll have to do better than that the next time round, because that one wasn't quite good enough.
Weibo walk away 3-1 now and having a 2-0 over EDG. EDG now very unlikely to make it through into that top two. And they'll be likely fighting off for third and fourth with Team WE, who they did win against in that first round robin. But Weibo, good play to nullify the Gwen. The Gwen getting ahead was a problem. And hi, folks. You might be wondering who we are, because this is an LPL stream, and we are LPL casters, but there is no official LPL broadcast anymore, but we're left with some fan projects around to bring you the LPL nowadays. My name's Nymaera, this is Initialise, and we're brothers. We both cast the LPL for a long time now, and we're part of multiple different streams, trying to bring you the LPL to keep up coverage, keep up archiving, and make sure that you can get the best information, analysis, and storyline archiving, really, on teams like EDG, one of the most historic organizations within League of Legends, and Weibo, of course, one of our more recent highlights in the LPL too. And yeah, if you have enjoyed our content, please drop a like, drop a comment. We're currently streaming on Twitch, YouTube, and on Onivia's highlight channel as well. Weibo, very good game from Xiaohu to carry away from a Gwen that probably should have carried with that gold lead. That Gwen did not actually get that much value, and that will be something which EDG will not be happy with, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Speaking of things that are making me happy, though, has Mecha dropped another amount of Euler subs?
That did happen before we loaded into game. Happened in Champions.
Wow!
So, yeah, Mecha Fanboy dropped 100 gifted subs over on the Twitch channel, which, of course, makes the world.
I might have to name my firstborn Mecha at this rate.
So the thing is, I've already kind of...
Mega?
So I actually already... Because DFM made Worlds in 2021, if I have children, my first child will be called Ari Hap. Adlers, thank you for the 10 gift sub as well.
Oh my
Folks,
god.
we're going to watch through the highlights.
Guys.
We'll watch through our MVPs as well. We'll put on some ads on Twitch right now, which, let's be honest, no one's actually going to get any Twitch ads now because everyone's been gifted a bloody
Gifted subs, yeah.
And we'll get ready for our second game of the day. I need to check which our second game is. It should be BLG versus Team WE. Last time around, it was quite close. BLG don't really thrive in the first game of the day. And we'll get ready for the second of our 6 best of ones today here in Group A.
Well.
Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate it.
Thank you all for the support, guys. It really does mean a lot. As I said, if you do have that ability to drop a Twitch Prime or whatever, it makes a massive deal because we are, in the end, trying to do this professionally. And with this league being a
we're succeeding at doing it professionally.
Indeed, we are. But with this now being effectively a freelance project between myself and Nymaera and the other coaches as well. I mean, shout out to LPL English and the other.
Yeah, Mazel was in chat earlier. Lots of love to him.
Exactly.
And the LPL crew.
What a champion of the region is Mazel and the LPL crew. Like, they are lovely humans putting in an insane amount of work.
I have a lot of fond memories of casting. Well, I got to cast 2 LPL finals.
That is wild, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, so all I'm saying is it is now a passion project, effectively. And to those who share that passion or enjoy that passion, it matters a huge deal. If you can throw some support, even if that is as small as just a follow, right? Or if that is a...
You need to move that away from my direct sight from the...
I didn't know that was out of your direct sight.
Sam, if I look at it through this, I actually can't see that there.
I will put it off. I put it on the mouse match so it wasn't directly on your table.
No, directly on the table is probably better.
That's fine.
And if you really need Sam, I can give you a give you a coaster.
Do that.
But if I'm reaching over and pressing buttons here, if there's a coffee cup between me and where I need to press buttons to change scenes, we could end up with a coffee-filled computer, which I've learned is not great for electronics.
So they tell me. Yeah.
And hello from Poland. Well, hello from Berlin, Kartoffel, which is wait, is Kartoffel? No, Kartoffeln is German for potato.
Yes.
Bratkartoffeln is good here. Look, I'm not normally a potato fan, but German potatoes are pretty damn good.
You say that sometimes feels like the way you play, you know.
Hey, you're speaking to a very experienced arena player here, folks.
That's true.
I would consider myself one of EU West's best arena players. Did reach the top rank in EU West in the last set.
Yeah, and the thing is, I throw these insults out. I'm aware they don't really stick because you just look and go, yeah, well, I hit top 1 in a very competitive mode in there, and you go, okay.
Oh, EDG wings from Croatia. Well, okay, cool. So some lots of different locations.
But I thought I just saw you in China, mate. What are you doing? What are you doing? You chat all the way in Croatia.
Sorry, that might be really confusing. So in our Twitch chat, there is a user called EDG Wink, which it is a little bit confusing if we say, oh wow, EDG Wink, but they're from Croatia. No, the player Wink is not from Croatia. They are still from China.
Oh, Harlem Globetrotter of supports there. Hello from calm, cold, and cozy Denmark. That sounds quite lovely, honestly.
Idaho potatoes for the win. Huh. I didn't know that Idaho had good potatoes. I'll have to check them out at some point.
I can see
I have to say, look, I'm not a big fan of, obviously, we're British by birth and we lived there for a very long time. Not the biggest fan, yeah, you can change the number. I'm not the biggest fan of potatoes over in the UK. They're okay, but they're not my thing.
I still vividly remember getting a jacket potato and a steak.
Oh yeah,
in the States, and the
it probably
steak
would feed a family of 4.
Like, I kid you not, the steak was hanging over the edge of the plate, and the jacket potato we split between 4 people.
Yeah.
I have never seen so much potato and steak in my life. Like, it was genuinely enough for 4 meals. I don't know what to do. Like the scale, the sheer scale of food is just so different. So an Idaho potato fills me with a certain amount of trepidation, purely off this memory of the sort of American football-sized potato I had that was on a plate.
Hello from Southeast Asia. Well, hello to you too. I mean, I've travelled around a decent amount of Southeast Asia actually. Who's our MVP? I reckon it's got to be Xiaohu, right? Yeah, that was a really good game from Xiaohu. Yeah, we went to Thailand in January, so we got to visit Thailand for the first time. Beautiful country. Been to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos once in a big trip in 2014. In terms of going into like, I guess
the Philippines, that was amazing too.
I've never been to the Philippines. Been to Malaysia. Been to Singapore. Of course, that's kind of going down to like.
I'm still gonna drag you to Japan one day.
I've never been to Japan. I have been to China though. Of course, went there for 2023 summer finals. I got to, I went into Beijing airport and then flew off to Xi'an. It was very strange being a tall, visibly Western person on a regional Chinese flight, which are typically only taken by people flying between the different regions of China. I got a lot of strange looks actually. It was cool. It was a very different experience. It was very cool to kind of like have that kind of cultural experience for me because, I really enjoyed my time in China. The food and the place is absolutely wonderful. The weather was very, very warm.
It would be,
mid-40s the entire time. And the hot pot. The hot pot in Xi'an was so good. And the barbecue too. Oh, so good.
Do we both speak Chinese Mandarin? Sadly,
No.
not. Well, I wouldn't mind learning.
I know
It's just a very hard
I know a couple
language.
of words. I know 谢谢 is thank you, and I know laban is boss. So
Laban,
you always say 谢谢 to your laban.
Okay.
It was Jason was our boss out there. Yeah.
I speak some Japanese because I lived in Japan for a while. So, but like
You were in Japan 1 year ago. That was beautiful. What time of year were you there? Though? Were you there for
Very
what?
different,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's very different all times of year. Fun facts I just learned: Malaysia and China are the top 5 importers of Idaho potatoes. Right?
Oh, this is great. I'm loving this extra bit of info. Who's the Idaho potato enjoyer? Is Tao of Jest?
Kartoffel and Tao of Jester.
Jester.
Now, the thing is that-
Wonderful.
so we have. So a little while ago, there was someone in the Twitch chat who, of course, we remember a great amount. Is our Wisconsin cheese fiend.
Oh yeah. Where are they?
I don't know.
Are they safe? Are they all right?
Tell me, where is Padme? Are they safe? Are they all right?
Where are the Wisconsin cheese caves?
Yeah, right. So we're getting ready for our second. So there'll be an interview on stage. I'm gonna run out some Twitch ads right now, just so we don't have that later. I'm gonna get myself a coffee and sit and chat with chat.
Don't get yourself that coffee. I shall look.
Hey,
at
Harold, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Harold.
Compliment for Harold. The only thing which I'd enjoy more than an Idaho potato right now is the company of Harold Hamham. What a man he is. What a friend he is. Yeah, Idaho potatoes are great, but truly does it compare to Herald of the Ham variety?
Very few people compare to Harold. The lovely dudes. Buyer of donuts, giver of great hugs. Harold is a great hugger.
The considerable commander, the grand general. That's what he called me. I was thinking of things like different ways to say big boss.
Big boss, considerable commander. That's a good one. I like that one.
那当时
Grand Bombard General. Bombardier General.
就感觉
Okay, I'm gonna go have 7 of coffee.
压力给的不太够，所以我就是有机会
There we go. All right.
拼这个成
I'm
绩，
keeping an eye on all of you, chat.
也比较幸运拼到了。
用一个词儿来评价一下。
Do we live together? Yes, we do. I live in the other room.
感觉第一排
Makes life very easy. I wake up, bring my chair in here, sit down, and go, "Hey, Alex." It's pretty cool.
一个词儿变成了一句话也没问题。OK， 那最后的一个问题啊，在下一场马上要交手的是 BLG 战队，你们也算是老对手了，互相彼此都非常非常的。
And also good to see you, Dr. Dr. Pellup is a great name, by the way. Also, Flack and God, good to see you there, and Joseph C over on the YouTube. And Olivia, how are you doing over there?
然后我觉得打
You're in. Oh, so you were there. So Toffel was there in Hanami season. So spring, looking for all of the cherry blossom stuff. It's a wonderful time to go. You can follow the cherry blossom from north to south, which is pretty damn awesome. So March, April, this time of year, basically. Gonna go get some beer. Ooh, bit early for me over here. I've got one on the fridge for later. But I suspect drunk casting the LPL, while probably an entertaining product, is not really the vibe at, what time is it right now? 10 a.m. So many sub bombs. Nice car, but can it fly? That's it. Can't spell LPL without beer. I fear that's not true, but you know, you do you. I love Cherry Blossom Season in Japan. It's amazing. It really is. It's very, very special. I still remember very vividly going to the top of Landmark Tower in Yokohama. It's like a really, really tall building, right in the bay of Yokohama with all the rivers and kind of looking out over the ocean. And you could see the currents in the river because they were covered in cherry blossom petals. So these big pink streams and swirls going down the river, following the currents. It was incredible. That's how many cherry blossom petals there were. It was really, really cool. I want to try and ferment cherry blossoms to make tea this year. You can do that. That's really cool. That is really cool.
Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content.
No, that's what I need, thank you.
Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content.
God damn it, I need this to work. It has not done so.
Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content. Nymaera again with just some gold content.
Can I turn off that alert? That is a good question. I don't think I can. You can potentially ask Alex too.
Just some gold content.
But I think it's basically we've got a mass. We've got the crazy sub bomb that's being burned through. So it will stop when we turn the cameras off, is the honest answer. But it does need to roll through them. Plus, because they were gifts, it's kind of nice to show that off.
Nymaera Nymaera
There we
again
go.
with
From what I
just
gather,
some
it's not so
gold
much the smell, but the taste. It does get salty and acidic with a cherry undertone. People love to make a tea out of it. Report back. Hell yeah, sounds great. He's already better, bro. What do you mean? Casey stomped
Nymaera
you,
again
yes.
with just some gold content.
Yeah, I mean, I love EU. I work on EU. I
Nymaera
work on
again
LC. I've
with
cast
just
LEC
some gold
a
content.
few weeks back even. You know, like, I love this region. I do not take a single tournament a week long
Nymaera again
where
with
top
just
esports
some
came
gold
in and
content.
decided that what they wanted to do was shit on their own keyboards, as necessarily the best descriptor or indicator of how EU will necessarily do versus LPL the next time. However, it is certainly great news for EU and great news for KC, because I think it is fantastic news for the region in general. We have actually got other teams that can turn up internationally when their backs were against the wall. They didn't just collapse when things went wrong, which is really good news. Yes, there was some good fortune involved, but you still have to seize your opportunities with your own hands, and KC did a really good job of doing that.
No, I was really happy with how KC played it at first hand, obviously, despite, you know, the first loss to TL. I think what we've learned about KC is actually they ramp up in terms of prep really pretty damn well, actually. If they play against a team with a little bit of time to sit on the patch and a little bit of time to figure out an enemy team, they've shown that, you know, against G2 regionally, and then against you know, some of the teams at first hand as well, they did a really good job of getting the most out of that kind of prep. So real.
Wasn't expecting the microphone to swing around, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, if it's tilted that way, Sam, it will do that.
I've not done that before when I've done that.
Alright, anyway, just be careful with it. So, yeah, we'll get ready for our second game of the day, BLG versus Team WE. Now, BLG, their first game of the day last time around wasn't awesome. So, fun fact, Hoopu hasn't forgiven top esports yet. I did see that even though Cream got MVP, they were rated. So basically, the last time that top esports played, even though they smashed through their games yesterday, they were rated like 3 out of 10, and only 369 had like decent scores because the community is not very happy with top esports right now. Cream didn't get above a 3 in any of their games. Oof. Oof. Do you think BLG will 3-0 again? Yeah, I think they will, because because, look, their first game of the day is against WE, the weakest team in the group. Now, if BLG are going to slip up, it's probably in their first game of the day before they wake up properly. So having it against the weakest team, where that difference is less likely to cause them a loss, does mean that they're more likely to go 3-0 for me. Now, yeah, WE, what to say about them? They had a decent game versus BLG last time. Actually, it was okay, all things said and done. Did end up getting blasted towards the end of it. But this is BLG. You know, not going to hold them too accountable for losing against one of our very best teams within the LPL. And right, what else to say about Team WE? Pretty bad from behind. If they fall behind, they don't know what to do. And, oh, this was, yeah, they got blasted by the Gnar in this game, I seem to remember. And Xiaohao had a very good Lilia game. Not that EDG didn't have their own issues too. They kind of threw a lot of good fights to WE.
Nymaera again
Ah,
with just some
it is me
gold
with some
content.
gold content. Thank you, Atlas. Thank you, Atlas. Means a lot. Vampire Revenge Tour, Dr. Pelipper. By the way, Dr. Pelipper is a wonderful name, by the way. That's a top tier name, Dr. Pelipper. Do you use wide guard to guard against team-wide
Nymaera
attacks?
again with just some gold content.
What do you mean BLG won all their games? I'm not worried or stressed for them at all, Copium. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing about BLG. BLG in their first game of the day can look a little bit suspect. Same groups as last run. How does that optimize the placement? So it's not the same groups as Split 1. They were seeded based on their results from Split 1, but they are slightly different groups. Yeah. And now, oh, interview, pre-game interview, so we'll talk with,
欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘
with the
航。我们
players.
邀请到的是 BLG 星际魅族的辅助选手 On， 欢迎 On 来先跟大家打。
Hi On.
大家好，我是 BLG 的辅助。
He's a very photogenic person.
欢迎 On。那今天是一个3-0的成绩，来到了小组赛的第2轮，来到了今天的第2轮。On， 你会觉得 最大的对手在今天会是谁？
我觉得这3个队，每个队都是非常强大的对手，然后在面对他们的时候要谨慎一点。
那我相信，其实对于 BLG 来说，整个第2赛段的目标也绝不仅仅是小组赛的胜利。所以在你看来，你自己对于整个第2赛段的期望或者是目标会是什么？
我自己的期望就是去到 MSI。
我们也期待今天 BLG 的精彩表现，感谢啊！欢迎来到赛前采访，我是主持人刘航。我们邀请到的是 WE 的 Monkey 选手。
Hi Monkey，
大家打一个招呼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WE 的打野选手 Monkey。
欢迎 Monkey。那在小组赛的第1轮结束之后，大家在这几天做了怎样的一些
WE doesn't know what to do when they're behind. EDG doesn't know what to do when they get ahead, so I don't know which team I'd rather be. Yeah, so that's a question, isn't it?
我们很多团队上的问题嘛，有一些角色啊，然后还有中期的换资源的问题，然后我们回去和教练一起复盘了。
I believe in toilet bird supremacy for Pelipper.
换资源的问题嘛，然后主要调整到了心态上的问题吧。然后因为我们上一轮第1场输完之后，我们后面2场心态上都有明显的变化，就是打的没有第1场好。
I didn't know that, Darkworld. That's a good quote. Well, fake quote.
也是有认真的在调整和复盘的。那希望在今天让大家看到一个怎样的表现？
希望今天让大家看到一个全新的 WE 吧，就一个敢打敢拼，一个勇往直前的新人队伍吧。
好的，加油！我们期待今天 WE 的精彩表现。
Alrighty. Yeah, so I obviously don't speak Mandarin, but it's nice to kind of hear from them. So we unmute them into. So thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. How long ago was that actually? When did these follows go? I don't actually see them on my activity feed. Anyway, it's been a while ago. Yeah, this is from an hour ago. This is because the community subs have taken up so much of the freaking activity feed. We're getting through stuff from like an hour ago now. Anyway, thanks to the follows that have come through. It means an awful lot of difference to us. Let's get through into a second game of the day shortly.
Boom. I return.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll figure out just exactly what happens in yeah, it's alright. Just normally check if that because we do live in an apartment building. We can't be like we need to like make some precautions to make sure that we're not like blasting our neighbors with volume and stuff. So we try and make sure the door is like properly closed. Yeah, I think a lot of people got gifted subs there built out.
Thank Mecca.
Yeah, as yeah. So in terms of the actual matchups in this game, I mean, W are looking to just randomly destabilize bot lane and jungle, maybe an early invade, maybe look for a level 1 plan, early bot lane ganks. Top esports and BLG kind of weirdly fall apart in the same way, where you early gank bot lane because they're not very good at reading the map. You try and force an early 3v2, and you destabilize the map that way and try and snowball from it, and just hope that they they kind of fall apart that way. It's a little bit of a slim win condition, but hey, first game of the day, we'll see.
I think especially because Elkanon do like to play for 2v2 aggression, and at their best they've often been your Lucian army enjoyers, right? Your Kalista players, right? So they do like to play for those aggressive 2v2s, and that's all well and good, but if you had a third party in, that plan can fall apart real fast.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe our German neighbors are becoming LPL fans because they hear us screaming about it every day. We at least in EU you do have like thick brick walls which make it harder for South to travel through, but look, I think our neighbors are quite nice in the fact that we've not really had a noise. Well, we had one noise complaint once because we left that door open, and now I don't like it being open now. So yeah. But that, considering how often and how loudly we shout, it's not that bad, all things said and done. So yeah, BLG 3-0. I think, I was saying this before, I think it's actually quite a good thing that they're playing against the weakest team in the group first, so if they have a stumble because they haven't woken up yet, it's against the weakest team, which is less likely to lead through to an actual loss for them.
Yep.
So.
I agree.
Yeah.
And of course, WE on the other side of this are struggling a little, I think it is fair to say. There was a conversation on the podcast yesterday about who is potentially the weakest team in the LPL right now, and I think WE probably in fairly strong contention for it. They look a bit lost and a bit lacking in firepower. But here comes...
Oh, we're in... Why are we away from Shanghai?
Yeah, are we in?
Why are we in Suzhou?
Yeah.
阳城国际电竞馆进行，让我们有请双方对阵战队。
LPL's arena, isn't it?
Why are we in Suzhou?
Is this...
Second round robin is in Suzhou. Well, that makes sense. I guess are we just rotating between different venues? I just didn't realize that earlier. What? Did Fragment? Okay, if Ferguson mentioned this earlier, I completely missed it. Either way, yeah, we're not in Shanghai for the second round robin. I guess we're in Suzhou. Alright, fair.
LNG's home stomping grounds. Out come WE in their iconic red jerseys. They've been red for pretty much as long as that organization has been around. Have I ever seen them in any other colors? No, I don't think so.
They were in white for a little while. White with red on it, I think. And they might have had a black jersey at one point, but there's always been the red. The red has always been there.
Has there been any close games yet? Not really with WE involved, unfortunately. They have struggled. Here comes Billy Gaming, who are looking to right the wrongs of Split 1. It's their best of 5 win streak. They never got to go to first stand, which was obviously a bit of a shock in general. A little bit better again here in spring though, and Knight in particular over the course of the whole year actually it's just looked very good. There's been more questions about what's going on in the jungle, still got some questions there, and what's going on in bot lane, still got some questions there, but we know what the upper ceiling is of some of these players. It's just the floor that we've been seeing a bit more regularly that has raised our eyebrows, I think it is fair to say.
Yeah. Folks, I did just realize as well, we recorded our podcast yesterday. If you'd like to catch up on some of the games that we've had, our podcast is now live.
Oh yeah.
So LPL so the LPL recap episode 3. We didn't actually upload episode 2 because we were very late on it. But hey, good episode that. If you'd like to check out the fraud wall where we go rate our players and see how they're doing in current terms, and basically give you some recommendations for if you're only going to watch a couple of games from the LPL week out of the dozens that we see per week, which ones should they be? So we've highlighted a few, and so yeah, go check that out, and we'll yeah, I hope you enjoy it. It's obviously hard to get a podcast off the ground, but hopefully we'll get some value out of that.
Yeah, Mecca, considering how late you stay up to work with us occasionally, you crashing out a day is really not that big a deal, dude. By all means, go watch the podcast in your own time at a reasonable hour. It is now available to you on YouTube, and isn't that exciting?
Should be getting close towards draft now, folks, as we'll see how BLG. Yeah, that's that's not a good sign. We said BLG needs some time to wake up. That's a visible yawn.
Oh no.
That is a visible yawn as we get in towards Champion Select. BLG, they should stomp through W. They should stomp through a great many teams in the LPL, but their game 1 of the day sometimes leaves a little bit to be desired. BLG, though, do have side select for this game. They're on blue side, which means that W, they kind of have to do the homework and say, all right, well, they have to do the, the chores list, which normally means banning Skarner, but they haven't banned Skarner.
We are in 15.6. Skarner has seen some play now, because it feels like some teams have felt like they can manage it. Can WE do so? As that is straight away Hobbit. And it's locked in. Skarner first pick, left up and available, and what do you know?
I have to say, at Worlds last year, Wei wasn't a good Skarner player. And that was one of his biggest issues, actually. So we'll see how he's performing now on the champion. I think it is a non-optional to play Skarner now. Everyone must be able to do this. Now, this does mean that the Ambassador will go over to the side of Team W. Cube will be able to go towards that. Bin might look towards Gnar, Jax, Renekton into the Ambassador. Well, less likely to be the Jax into that one. WE giving over that Skarner. That's bold. That's so bold.
It's not great. I'm right there with you. There you go. Ambassador Sejuani. Gwen ban allows the Ambassador, I think, a bit more readily, and I think Cube on that Ambassador. It's one of the champions he's looked a little bit better on. The combo's nice in isolation. It's just giving it up into Skarner is a rough deal. Debating a Renekton into the Ambassador. Renekton can get the shove into Ambassador, as he does into most champions. He's just one of the best lane bullies in general for topside. He even does okay in some of the range matchups if he can all in it, just purely off the fact he gets a pretty insane all-in combo with his empowered W. Looking for an Aurora too, they do get it. And so you've now got very good early skirmishing here. Those level 6s come on through. Very potent right now for BLG.
BLG have so much random ability to just kind of, to use a rugby term, just pick and go. pick and go. Just like take a random fight with the Flash Renekton W, take a random fight with the Skarner going through the wall. They can use their regular abilities for that, and they can do that pretty much any item spike, any point in the game, which is really, really nice. WE might go towards the Silas for the topside melee synergy, and they do. So they don't go towards the Yone, which has been more of our typical Sejuani kind of pairing for the double kind of hyper engage, but it does give you good ability to play through some magic damage on the top side.
And I suppose if you want a rugby term for WE's comp at this point, they've got pretty good rucking there. The moment Sejuani goes in and starts to fight over the ball, everyone else can come pile on in and try and rip away the game from their opponents. Really good in those skirmish, scrappy moments. Sejuani passive, very, very potent with that permafrost, so you can get a lot of value from your melee duos in that Ambessa and that Sejuani. Misfortune banned now by WE, looking to deny some of the big combos with the Skarner. I imagine a Ziggs ban here probably coming, as well as the other big ultimate reliant bot laner that is often paired with that Skarner. Renata banned away from Vampire. Let's see what the last ban is here from WE. As I said, I'm imagining the Ziggs personally.
Maybe Ashe. Maybe Ashe is good. Well, but then the thing is, you have a Silas now, so that changes some of what BLG want to play around. They do ban away the Ashe. I was wondering actually whether if W would let that through, so they can get the Silas Ashe arrow, which is very, very strong. You know, it's not the best ultimates for Silas right now. It's a little hard to use the Skarner ult. It's not bad. The Dominus is okay. The weirding, not the weirding, Between Worlds is the best ultimate that you have. Between the champions locked in right now, but if Ashe had gone through, that would have been good. On needs to now avoid Alistar. You can't pick Alistar here.
Yeah.
BLG, I think they're wondering a little bit about bot lane matchups, thinking, it's not actually just the blind pick stuff we need to be worried about. We need to be worried about giving over Karis' Silas a good enough combo as well. Ezreal, easy lock-in for Tyan.
Kalista's off the table alongside 3 other AD carries. Corki now being in consideration. Corki Rel might be just where we go. Rel Skarner is a very potent duo. It's a good ult then potentially for Karis. See exactly what they decide to move towards. Kai'Sa also
Kai'Sa's
pretty
fine.
valuable right now, and it's a good matchup into things like the Ezreal as the game goes on.
And also, again, Kai'Sa's fine into Silas too. Yeah, there is some use for this Kai'Sa ult from because it has such a good AP scaling on the shield, but go towards that. You can lock in the Rel yourself now, or the Leona, and I think you're pretty happy with that. Yeah, you're giving over a decent ultimate over to the Silas, but there's only so much you can take that into consideration. You can't kind of dunk on your own comp. For that one, probably better to go for the Rel over the Leona. Leona ultimate is top tier. Silas Rel it's not bad, but it's not quite Solar Flare.
No, it's not, exactly. And yeah, the AP scalings are kind of nice with Silas, but hey, it's not the end of the world. And now you've got a very good all-in combo for BLG. Your ability to pick and go, as you said, anybody starts to play, the ability to follow up is pretty high from a lot of members here, adding in that Kai'Sa in particular. One of the best AD carries out there at doing just that, and it's an LPL special for sure. And Elk knows his way around that champion just fine. Alistar locked in alongside the Silas for WE. They've got themselves a pretty good brawly front line now with the Sejuani and Alistar by themselves.
Right, so WE, potent top side. I will say that my problem here is your top side is good in isolation, but I think it loses to BLGs. Your bot lane's good in isolation, but I think it loses to BLGs. Based on nameplates, based on champions. Now, Ezreal, okay, it's very good AD carry right now, but Kai'Sa is very fine playing into that. The Rel is very fine playing into the rest of your team. So, in terms of draft, I think BLG walk away with a lot of comfort, a lot of power to fight at all points of the game.
And Skarner.
And also Skarner. Now, Wei is not the best Skarner player within the LPL by any means, but it's still BLG and WE struggling. 0-3 from the first round robin. They lose here. No, actually, if they lose here, I'm pretty sure they are guaranteed into... Oh, no, that's not true. There is a chance they could tiebreak with Weibo and get like a 3-way tie for... or 2-way tie for second. There are some chances around that. But they would be on death's door. And WE, given their level of play, there is a real worry for them going into fourth, going into the Nirvana group in our next stage, and having their LPL future at risk. Reminder, folks, if you're one of the bottom 2 teams this split, so not only losing in this stage, but losing in the next stage amongst the bottom teams as well, your year ends. It ends in July. That is absolutely terrifying. So Team WE will need to find themselves a burst of form. They had some bright moments. They were okay at setting up vision from ahead and playing around creative flank opportunities. That is not enough to make me confident about this team, especially when they've got so many adversaries to go through.
Slightly worrying portent there, but gameplay still to go. Let's listen to the crowd, as I'm sure they are being very vocal as always.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。 敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Hold down nerve here a little bit. As you can see when WE's comp spikes in the mid game at that 20-minute mark. 1 to 2 items, level 11s, that kind of break point. And you can see why Silas, Sejuani, Ambessa, all of these champions great at that moment in time.
The thing is, they spike at, you know, 1 item or so, 1 to 2 items. But then my problem is, I don't actually think that WE's comp overtakes them. I actually think they lose at most stages of the game. I think they lose the DPS check. I think that Ambessa struggles into the Renekton. Yeah, I think you get late enough, maybe the Renekton falls off in usefulness, but then you have, you know, Kai'Sa, Aurora, insane late game carries when they get towards that point. So WE, they need to find early advantages. They need to blunt this power spike early from BLG and see if they can somehow get ahead of the curve by snowballing in a way that you can sometimes do against BLG.
Worth noting, Cube's gone for the grasp on the Ambessa as well, not the Conqueror or an Electrocute as we saw last game. Going for something a little bit more defensive, something they might be able to sustain and kind of just mitigate what can be a pretty rough lane into Renekton early on.
On gets himself the Aftershock this time though. He basically gets a less valuable Aftershock from Vampire and then uses his own. Still losing the early trade, you kind of expect that with the Ezreal Q range getting some extra poke in. Doesn't quite manage to cancel it out as Vampire, and it means that single target Q comes over. This is not a bad level 1 from Elkanon, but they will be losing the race to level 2. They need to be a little careful of that all-in coming around the XP mark.
Okay. Starts to go full tilt does on. There's a cool sound effect when they do that. Actually, no, it's not because it's got the crash sound. It's just the mounting up that's making that noise. I apologize. Sorry, I saw the effects of it. Oh, they've gone full tilt. That's the E. It's like, no, it's W start. What am I talking about?
Yeah, they're level 1.
Yeah,
we've just seen them use that.
I know, genuinely. Like, wait, no, that's wrong.
that is just a mistake.
I'm spreading misinformation on the internet, Alex.
Me when I spread misinformation on the internet. So, Ward was spotted from W because they've got a couple of hits onto that with the Scryer's Bloom, I suppose, there. But, hey, does go down. Ward. Knight doing well in the early laning phase in mid lane, as you kind of expect from him. Well, it's okay double combo from Vampire, but doesn't mean he's going to potentially get a full passive back from the Kai'Sa. Not the nicest thing ever. As Knight, one of the reasons why BLG were, you know, are in some ways back to being favored for this split. Standard lanes, man. Lane swaps, BLG learned to be good at lane swaps. I think initially they struggled a little bit. I think MSI last year was a
learning curve.
A learning curve for sure. But standard lanes for BLG are very, very, very good. They are freaks of nature in standard lanes because Knight and Bin rather are just not human. They're just not human when it comes to that. Tyon and Vampire doing okay in the 2v2 down here though, as we're speaking about those standard lanes. They'll have to overcome this a little bit, but eventually it does feel like the Kai'Sa and the Rel will do incredible things. But yeah, standard lanes for BLG is a welcome sign for BLG fans.
Just feel like that. And they're going to have to back away. Actually has good poke in from Taeyun. Comes on through. Be an early reset here and a wave drop. Can sometimes be that way with Ezreal into the Kai'Sa.
There's rage here on Bin as they go into turret. Cube does need to reset, does need to get rid of this wave, and indeed will do. Have that flash. Not enough HP on Bin to juggle aggro between the two of them.
Yeah, can't quite pull it off, and back goes Elkanon, the Kai'Sa for the early call, especially with Sejuani around. Just said, look, I'll sack half the wave here. Right, well done, Taeyun. You earned the HP lead. I'll give you that, and it's tier V cull now.
All right, so did say, hey, you know, the Kai'Sa and Rel probably loses out to the Alistar and the Ezreal in terms of laning phase. You kind of expect that because Ezreal is not okay in laning phase right now, but eventually that Kai'Sa and the Rel will be able to overtake them. Losing that early wave early, not the best thing ever, but it's not the end of the world either. Bin, good CS lead up here on top side. We have seen a lot of Renekton bans against our LPL top laners in the first few days. It feels like we're starting to respect that one again.
Good Ruthless Predator heal and a chunk onto Cube at the same time and clearing the wave. Max value from an empowered Q for Bin.
Yeah, and he gets it again. Turns out Renekton with empowered Q is very double plus unfun. Karis, you did not want to take that by D. That's a little scary there. Yeah. Passive's going to get popped from the Aurora.
Taking a bit of turret aggro, sorry, not turret aggro, minion aggro here, but Karis has to flash away, doesn't even bother, and just dies!
Knight gets a solo kill for first blood. Karis connects a chain which leads him to his own shackles of death. Knight gets a Dark Seal kill as well. Two stacks on that. Knight just says, alright, okay, laning phase is now over. Karis put up a shut up.
8 extra AP. Wave lost, no teleport for Karis. Knight gets to reset. It's all pretty brutal stuff. At least Monkey holds the wave just outside of turret range. So there's that as a small silver lining. But honestly, Knight just got to walk at him in auto.
Yeah, Karis, yeah, massively did not want to land that chain. Headbutt pulled into the wall. Ignite goes on to Vampire. Passive goes on to him from Elk as well. See how, you know, it's not a completely free lane hit.
Mount up comes on for Taeyun. I think understandably had to arcane shift away. The end there, just in case Rel started to look for that W cooldown coming back. And remember, Karis still has the flash, ways around. Could look for another angle here. Remember, Knight has got the level 6, goes between worlds with the slow one to Karis, who drags him away from danger, goes between his own worlds and managed to get out of there. It's a multiverse in the mid lane. Flash away from the upheaval keeps Karis alive this time around.
He has to flash away from the Q of the Aurora as well. Didn't use that flash last time. Died for it. Not particularly happy though, having to use that flash, having to use that ultimate. Knight's still full HP, so it's not even like you trade HP for HP and Knight has to recall as well. He has to stick in lane, push another one in there. And what this means is that Monkey and Vampire have to look at Karis and go, well, that's a problem. It feels a little bit bad because, you know, you've done well in the bot lane laning phase. You'd like to think that would lead to a big change. Just hasn't been the case. Vampire does have flash, might be able to force it out of Knight, but realistically, he's just here to keep Karis alive.
Can't even claim that last minion there. Feels pretty rough. And Knight now in a great spot in this game. There go the grubs as well that Wade kind of earns as virtue of coming in for that gank mid lane. Monkey and Ballister. Vampire's Alistair.
I am Ballister.
Ballister.
I am here to drink your milk.
No, don't talk about steaks.
Oh, God.
I thought that was quite good.
Okay, Dragon being contested. BLG already took the grubs. They're looking to contest both early picks. They don't need this. They already got themselves the grubs. They don't need to overpush this. They're doing well enough. And they will give up the contest as the Ezreal ult hits multiple members of Team BLG over here. They'll go back to base and reset the map. Holy crap, I just realized, by the way, while we're talking about, you know, bot lane going largely well for WE, the solo kill in mid lane.
Oh, God.
That is already almost a 30 CS lead in top side for Ben. I don't know what the wave's going to be like. I assume there's going to be a little bit more to be picked up from there, but that is not what you want. Wave could go for Ult Flash or something like that. Karis instead taking the Impale from Wave.
Suddenly Alistair's so glad that Skarner can be not that scary into him. Hang on, there's a bit of damage. On in danger.
He's going to die here. Even if he flashes away, I think he does die. Is there going to be a flash follow, Taeyun?
Body block it. Nicely done from Taeyun.
Does the rarely seen E flash. You E way into the distance, you flash to make up the difference. Gets the kill with the auto attack. Taeyun, not bad laning phase from the Ezreal so far. He's been really good on his skill shot accuracy. A lot of this laning phase has been from just really slick Ezreal skill shots. And what did we say? You can destabilize Elkanon by pressuring them early and to get an early 2v3. It's a little bit later than maybe I would have wanted, but still, gets a kill onto On, and that's important because we know how unstable he can be if he falls behind the game.
Monkey gets a nice reset after having got that kill and prevents a red buff steal here. I think Wade took a little bit too long clearing through the jungle. Did Raptors first, and so he's forced to flash out. Burning that summoner on the Skarner can be pretty rough when you're looking for the Impales.
You have solo lane is ready to roam to you. I'm surprised that he chooses to flash out there. But yeah, overstays a little more, knows that Vampire's likely behind him, roaming around with the jungle. WE, though, still behind in those solo lanes, which is a bit of a problem, because WE don't look good when they're behind a game. And BLG, this is largely, we have assumed that their first game of the day is the one where they're most vulnerable. They haven't quite woken up. We saw that there were some yawns on stage, as, and there's a big run towards Ben. Gonna get a teleport from Knight. He might just be alone here on 1v3.
Fading it.
Yeah, he knows he's dead. He just wants to play it instead.
Yeah, he's going for the wave. And BLG overplaying lanes. We've seen this once or twice before.
Yeah, really.
Kill donated to Taeyun.
I have to say, the map movements of Monkey and Vampire have been pretty good so far. Managing to catch our way in the jungle. Been overstaying on top side, as I was saying. He chooses not to use flash, teleport, or ult to try and do any kind of outplay. Realizes he's dead to rights, and W get themselves a freebie there as Taeyun had switched up very early for the grubs, actually. It's over a minute until they spawn, which is not the timing you normally see bot lanes heading up there. So, but you still saw Cube on bot side. You should have really known that was going to happen.
You'd think, but alas, not been the case so far. Knight stepping on forwards, needs to be aware there's quite a lot of potential danger coming towards him. Flashes out of the Glacier Prison, and every lane now being ganked by Vampire and Monkey, and relatively successfully.
But the problem is now you've just shown everyone Cube does have flash, does have ult. We'll use that ultimate.
You're actually going to, I think, be able to Drake down step largely where it gets shoved into the wall. There's the Impale Labs. They're going to crash on down. Should surely fall here, you would imagine. Between worlds goes Knight. Gets the kill onto Cube. Does Elk. Now the fight continues. Vampire goes in. Double pulverize. Is solid. WE playing out well. Permafrost comes on through. But a drive into the wall means that they still get Sejuani. Knight goes down, but at what cost? Karis steals the dominance. Going to potentially use it here to try and clear out the wave. Bestie Gamba gets stunned under the turret there. The Magnet Storm comes on through. And Wei picks up Silas. They kill off the bunny rabbit, but at what damn cost?
And this is the thing, you know, you can say, oh wow, WE, looks like they're really committing to this fight. They're realistically never winning this play, and BLG throw them under the ground. Cube dies, loses a full wave. How many did they lose? A full three people there. 3 for 1, all things said and done. Knight can teleport towards the top side. Yeah, he loses some Dark Steel stacks, which picks them up from the assists afterwards to WE. The thing about grouping up Monkey and Vampire for all of these plays is that they're showing too easily on the map, and BLG are still present in all lanes. Yeah, they're losing a kill or two here or there, but they're okay playing through 3 lanes and then making their own big play after the Alistair and the Sejuani have shown themselves. Good passive from Elk. Elk gets a lot of value. This is a big worry. If Elk gets a lot of gold, Elk is going to do some monstrous things later. His Kaiser is one of his very best champions. Lethal Tempo managed to get stack up here. Big fight picture-in-picture has been, once again, caught out in not a great situation. Okay.
Well, it gets a fair amount of damage done with the Eclipse, but can't get to another Q. And goes down regardless.
He has no cooldowns left, and what is happening from Bin? Like, what is happening here? Left alone on the map, BLG, their vision is just not really there. They're letting WE get very easy plays across the map.
Now in the mid lane, still pretty scary here. On the Kaiser at least. Still a gold lead over to Tayu because of the 2 kills with Big Tip earlier, but it's now way back in it. Got the Collector Cull cashing in about 20 on CS, and all the while BLG are top side, looking to run at this turret, and so Bin's death going to be in trade for a lot of plates and that first turret. Karis potentially be forced to burn that stolen between worlds, and will do so.
It's a big ult to be taken away. Karis, that's his best damaging ult here from BLG's team composition. 6 grubs to BLG means that, while again, Bin not really judging the map well, BLG not judging the map well in a number of isolated scenarios now, doesn't always mean the world. Because WE, if they are not present in all lanes wave clearing, BLG are hitting a tower. BLG very good at this and just saying, look, you have to be very quick to answer us. With the grubs, they will be taking value across the map. They take that top lane out of turret, and they'll get themselves that first one of the game. They get themselves another rejected, they get the piece of strength as well. But they're very happy to just say, look, we might lose a kill here or there.
Nice supercharge to go invisible in front of the auto coming on through. Tayu now potentially in danger. Forces a flash as On goes flying on forward with the Magnet Storm. Vampire steps in with his own ultimate to try and save people's lives. Another good supercharge from Elk to dodge out the 2-shot barrage. And nice little play from BLG to earn a summoner or 2.
I mean, it would have been nice if you just cashed the bloody Ezreal. On just tries to hands check him. But the summoner there. And once again, BLG very quick to just say, let's just go to multiple lanes, let's push all the lanes and use our 6 grubs and potentially look for a bigger play. Cube doesn't have a flash, and that could be a problem.
Public Execution interrupts Ixtal Impact. Vampire coming on down. Vampire doesn't have the ult. Big Weirding gets a huge chunk or headbutt into the wall, into the pulverize, denying a lot of this. Wei trying to body block his Monkey, now looking to come on in. Flash over for Winter's Wrath. And the Sejuani passive now onto the Skarner will donate another kill. You have to imagine Vampire secures it with the headbutt.
Really good play from jungle support at WE. They're moving across the map better. They're making sure that the vision isn't there from BLG. And BLG, lazy in their first game of the day. We're saying, oh, you know, they can farm up, push in multiple waves, and that's okay if you're actually hitting the towers. I guess Bin is doing that on the top side. So yeah, you know, this could end up being okay with the 6 grub push up here. Cube, no ultimate, no flash. Bin not going to be able to take away the full turret though. Felt like BLG weren't quite pushing up their lanes quickly enough to get as much value out of this as they would have liked.
Yeah, not quite. The gold lead still actually in BLG's favour, which is kind of hilarious. Vampire, for all we put him on the fraud section of the fraud wall the other day, is actually having a pretty good game here. All things said and done, it is worth shouting out. Very solid run from him, even if it has come at some opportunity cost.
This is the thing, right? We're constantly kind of warring between these two things. BLG giving up too many easy plays towards WE, but the fact that it doesn't matter as much as it seems, because it's the dopamine kills for WE, but if they're getting pushed into multiple lanes, it feels kind of crap. You can see right there some damage onto the top lane and damage onto the mid lane, outer as well. Knight doing quite well in terms of getting his overall gold lead to. Karras is not that powerful. Vampire does have flash and also he's not under that much threat. Herald coming up in 40 seconds. W, I think they need that Herald because they are not getting any tower pressure themselves, and that's a big old problem.
And of course, the solo lane is still very strong. Elk a little bit behind in the CS, but having picked up a kill, Cash in the Cull is in a pretty decent spot here in general. I'm seeing an opportunity for the Herald setup, but I wonder whether they actually would rather play for this tier 1 bot. We don't need the Herald that much. We're happy to give that one up and play for a turret ourselves.
The thing about BLG is whenever a play happens now because of the 6 grubs, and this has been the case since they had them, is W goes to group up somewhere on the map, BLG split instead and to go to aim at turrets and use 6 grubs to say we will just destroy the map. Now, the dopamine is going for WE, they're getting objectives, they're getting kills, that feels good and it looks good. But the tangible advantage from it is actually less than what BLG are doing, farming 3 lanes, pushing turrets at the same time.
It will be.
Knight gets himself a turret here with this, just we see Karras uses that ultimate, which was just a taken from Way. They're not going to be able to push up for the mid lane as BLG see the Herald going down. They'll know this is going down. There's not a ward there as well. Can they get anything on mid lane? If they get mid lane here, WE are in big trouble.
Taeyun gets shunted into a wall, into the suppression of the Impale. Dies in very short order. Nice gank from Way.
Yeah, and this is exactly what we're saying. The dopamine from WE feels good, but actually what's the actual result of it? Well, now they've lost 3 turrets. They end up losing that mid lane. The 6 scrubs has kind of become a breaking point now. WE, good early game. I'm definitely a big fan of these roams from jungle support. They get good value. But what end now? This is the thing. I'm sure many people will walk away from this game thinking, wow, WE, good early game. The problem is, strategically, BLG said, we can give up kills, we'll kill you with the grubs.
They've still got 2 dragons, there is that, but this is just the start of this play, because clearly Taeyu, forced to arcane shift by On's attack, means it's a really nice angle from Way after.
And no flash. Of course, at this level, you've only got like 2 points in your E or something like that. As Elk gets to fly forwards, they get themselves another tower, and this game now becomes very hard for WE because you don't have your outer ring of turrets. That means it's harder to put down your vision, it's harder to defend vision being put down onto your side too. Dragons now spawning. W would love this for Soul Point, but I don't think they have the position to really take this now.
Actually, suddenly Elk back in a gold lead on this Kai'Sa, and we said, look, come mid-game, Kai'Sa starts to have a much better time into the Ezreal, because Ezreal can't keep far enough away. His vaunted range means a hell of a lot less when Elk can just follow him for miles with the R, and then again with the E afterwards. It's very difficult to keep out of range, out of threat from a mid-game Kai'Sa. Teleports begin to fly on, but it could be Soul Point for WE, and they feel like they're going to have to fight this. They drop the Herald mid. They are going to be grouping up in force.
Yeah, they are. Bin does have a teleport. Does he have an angle for it? He's got himself level 12 too. We'll see what items he comes in with. Herald does not kill the mid lane. And WE don't really get what they came for.
Oh boy, Vampire taken very low. Forced to flash. Didn't want to burn the ultimate. Eaten up Evil. That's pretty ugly stuff. They don't get the turret. Burn some pretty key summoners of their own there.
Yeah, the dopamine's wearing off. The dopamine's wearing off. They had the good flashy moments earlier, but now BLG, they've got their items. We said, hey, they'll have a really good mid-game spike. Yeah, they have 2 items on the Kai'Sa. They have 2 items on Eclipse, Shojin, Renekton. Not even going towards something a little bit more tanky with the Sundered Sky or something like that. BLG, very, very happy with their point in the game now. They delay that Soul Point, and sadly for WE, they can't do what BLG were doing earlier and saying, oh, we'll just play through side lanes and kill these turrets quickly, because they have 0 grubs. They might take this outer turret eventually, but because of those no grubs, they can't actually take this on that wave, and it delays them again. BLG can push in the rest of the map.
Oh man, and the Skarner has just proven to be very problematic again, hasn't it? There's been 1 death on the Skarner, and that was after an attempt to save Knight in what they thought was a 2v2 until other people started turning up. All the while, it still costs them a lot mid, still costs them a lot top, and BLG now in a very comfortable position. They've broken the dragon stacking, they've got 6 scrubs, their laners are in very solid positions coming into a mid-game power spike. It will likely be very challenging, I think, for WE to manage in response. At least Taeyun has got that Muramana transformation. The Ezreal, if he can land a few skill shots, will hurt against the right people. But that's a small blessing, a small blessing.
I don't really see how WE makes this game about the Ezreal now, because it feels like, particularly with Aurora always being able to reach the Ezreal, if Ezreal's within Q range, Aurora's in ult range, and that's a problem. If you are walking up and get CC'd, Kai'Sa flies onto you as well. And Kai'Sa with 2 items, Kraken Slayer Rage Blade with a ton of AD, attack speed, and kind of ability to assassinate. They'll end your career there too. So WE, difficult game for them to strategically approach now. How do you make this about your powerful members? Catch people out? They've tried to do that against BLG. BLG have been cross-mapping well. They need to get clean picks somehow.
But you just need to wait a little bit on, say, Karis getting a second item, and that might give you something. They're going to try and turn this around. The Impale lands onto Monkey.
It's a Skarner. It's a Skarner.
Storm after. Shoved in the wall his way. Has to back away. Karis looking for an
angle.
It's
a Skarner.
Can't quite get him even with the Ignite. And as Alex says, it is a Skarner. He doesn't die like that. Flash for the Shattering Strike. The 3-man Pulverize means Jack fucking all at this point of the game. BLG get 2.
Why do you go onto the level 12 Skarner with Heartsteel? This is a problem for WE. They can't kill him off quickly enough. Atacam will go down, and it's the Ruinous variety. So those 6 grubs become more like 7 and a bit. BLG just got themselves a huge advantage through WE thinking they can kill the tankiest person on the map.
That answer was decidedly no. And now they get Ruinous Atakan with 6 grubs, which make it more like 8. You've managed to pick up all of those blood battles. There's a public execution that just goes miles wide. I mean, WE, whoops elite today.
What do you do about that, man? W said, oh, how do you make it about the Ezreal? How do you make it about your powerful members? Not by hitting the person you can't kill in a good time span. That's just not how it works. The BLG get themselves the Ruinous Atakan. It'll buff up all their dragons, and it'll buff up their soul if they get that too, and it'll buff up their grubs. No, Monkey misses the Q, but even if that hits, this is not the target. Elk is free hitting with the lethal tempo. On buys time too as well. And yes, a stolen Skarner ult. It doesn't even matter if Wei does die here, because Elk still has ult. He can still fly forward and probably get 2 in return anyway. Bin's coming down. At best, this is a generous 1-for-1. It doesn't even end up being like that. Vampire goes down too. Big mistake by the Engage department of WE.
The Department of Engage is looking woefully underfunded right now for WE. They just can't find the right angles, the right targets. The Skarner at this point with the unending despair as well. He's just better in the longer fight. And if Skarner, with as much HP and resist he has, is inevitably going to be in a longer fight. You've not got anti-tank builds right now.
And particularly because unending despair scales off your HP, and you have the Heartsteel, which is a great block of HP anyway. You get value out of this as the second item, and yes, if you go into melee range, you probably are going to get 1 or 2 procs of that. Extra shielding coming through. WE, now what do you do? Because if you leave anything unattended for any meaningful amount of time, it's effectively tower gone, objective gone, what have you. Dragon's going to spawn in a minute. WE don't have threat of soul because they lost that dragon earlier. And BLG, you know, we said, a little bit sloppy in the first game of the day, and I think that's true again in this one, but WE, if they lose this, 0-4, they are very likely locked into at least bottom 2. They'll be fighting against the EDG to maybe see if they can fight through for a 3rd place for the play-ins towards Ascend and Nirvana. This is not where they want to be.
Ult goes on to the Kai'Sa. That's pretty good. But wait, Wei's there. Into the ult from Elk, who manages to Killer Instinct away from the attempted dive. Now Knight coming for an angle between worlds he goes. And it's to the other side that Monkey finds themselves. Sejuani dead for 40 seconds. Taeyun backing away fast they can. On mounts up. Goes at full tilt. Lands a Shattering Strike. On to Taeyun, who just about stays alive this time around. They lose the top side. They lose the bot lane in the form of Vampire. Karis and Taeyun alone stand as BLG counter the attempt on Elk's life with lethal force.
Now they choose the right target this time, but even then they can't finish the kill. Barrier, ults, under tower, BLG pouncing quickly. WE have not found good engages. Yes, they were good at roaming across the map and finding creative angles, but when it comes to any kind of bigger fight, they've just lost their heads a little bit. What happens here? You know, Karis is not within follow-up range. Skarner tries to jump forwards, and it's a good CC combo, but realistically, where's your damage? Where's your damage? Taeyun ease forwards and doesn't get anything in, but the barrier, the ult, the follow-up was not there. This has been a problem for WE in teamfights. The engage goes forwards, and they don't actually have the damage in range to follow up and get the kill finalized.
And the Observer's slow-mo cube missing the CC target with public execution. How long it was CC for, couldn't get into range. Misses public execution, and Elk got to supercharge away.
And the thing is, this is another one of those plays where I think, look, even if you kill Elk, it's bad that you don't get him, but even if you kill Elk, Bin and Knight probably still end the fight. Because you've gone that far, you've used flashes, you've used ults, and you have a 2-item set of solo laners running you down. I think that, especially when you're under turret too, I think the extra damage would have been through there. Maybe it would have been an even fight at best then, but you've used more cooldowns. Now, of course, this is worst case scenario. You don't end up finalizing that kill. You end up dying anyway. You're giving up whole sway to your map. Give up the dragon afterwards too as well, which is of course buffed up by Ruinous Atkan. Always have to keep that in mind. BLG very, very happy now with their place in this game, and as I've said multiple times throughout the early game, the dopamine just continues to wear off for WE.
And honestly, when you're looking at a comp like BLG as well, double Cloud Dragons, very valuable here. Suddenly, this Kai'Sa, this Rel, hell, the Skarner and Renekton running at you at Mach 5, just get an extra level of hypersonic speed to be catching up to what has been a relatively melee-focused or like comp from WE. It's very difficult to space safely now as this squad, hell, even Taeyun on this Ezreal, is going to struggle to keep the distance required to be putting out good DPS.
Yep, you only have one E. Now the thing is, if you get towards Shojin and Serylda's, yeah, sure, you'll do unspeakable things. You're never going to get that at this point. No. At this point, you're not. You know, Atkan's already down. You don't get to fight around that. Baron is up. BLG will likely be going towards that objective now, if only to just start another fight.
Death stats just completed by Renekton. No pansy GAs or anything like that. It's raw damage type of healing.
This is real League of Legends.
Yeah, nearly at a Void Staff for Knight. You've got the Nash's Tooth in from Elk, who's converting his build over to having the third upgrade as well. Will be a very well-rounded Kai'Sa at this point.
As you can see, that WL upgrade is fully operational by the time your friend's alive.
They fire when ready.
It's like a million Ezreals cried out at once and was suddenly silenced. Well, it turns out Anyone's Legend aren't playing this game, but don't know whether W can find themselves a new hope. Feels a little bit unlikely. Baron started up, off of Vision now. W did start against, see it getting started up. BLG likely looking for the fight, not the finish though.
Keep an eye on this. Of course, BLG, after being humbled in Split 1, be looking to ensure their Empire in the LPL strikes back with lethal force here. Very, very good squad. Looking to prove that they are still right at the top of the tables.
No, BLG, they've been running a bit hot and cold, but this game's been looking pretty good as they try to finish off this play, as Karis has to jump away.
You're right at the red buff. Move away from that.
So stupid. You did not just say at the red buff. For 80-80 is on hot.
Well, we don't know whether this is the end or not, really, when it comes to...
Shut up! That is so bad! That is so bad. Why do I let you come on? Hey, Jesus. It's been slowing down a little bit. Not sure I'll be making out of this castle run in 12 past 6. WE. Reclaiming a bit of vision. Dragon spawning in a minute. I can't believe you, Sam.
I mean, look, it's every time I see the top laner on screen, he's the best bin I've ever seen, you know?
No! How are you finding these? Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
My head's, just not in the game, it's up in Cloud City right now.
Oh, man. You've graduated from being an apprentice. You can consider yourself a Jedi Knight now.
I'm actually sitting down as well, so I think I have a seat on this casting council, which is great news.
And we give you the rank. You are on this council, but we do not give you the rank of master.
My midichlorian
it's outrageous.
Is far too high.
It's outrageous. It's unfair.
Insiftius says he's got Insiftius to Mecca. I see you.
Hang on a second. Was wondering whether Sidron was still in that rush. Not to be. Dragon spawning now. Reset's coming through. Knight wants to reset. Probably get himself a Void Staff and get himself all tooled up for let's play on some Dragon.
Well, they're not going to be around, and that's your Wampa Wampa. WWE can once again not contest
I
an
really
objective.
apologize for anyone who's not at all invested within the Star Wars franchise and various very, very questionable engages. Here we go.
Right at the back end, looking to go out against Silas, who
that's
pretty scary. They do get the decent ult back and way. Pretty scary. They're going to turn this one around. Wait, this might be actually a moment for W to come back on in. Dueling like the fates themselves depend on it. They will maul their way to a 1-for-1 right now, but again, it was just too much. Revenge of BLG's Sith as they make sure to punish WE's temerity in stepping on forwards and looking for a play in mid.
Yeah, WE feel like they have an advantage for a second, but Way has a shield and he's safe. Twice the pride, double the double the fall. WE cannot get themselves a kill because they focus the front line again. They cannot be affording to do this. They need to kill the carries, and yes, they get dopamine onto the front line, but it's not the targets they want. BLG will get themselves the Baron. Does look a little bit like an Exegorth, but this time they will be winning that fight against the giant space worm.
I don't really have a Millennium Falcon pun ready for this. I'm sorry. I should have done.
Man. WE, they have, yeah, that was another fight where, look, on the surface of it, I'm sure a lot of the initial, like, gut reactions, ooh, this is a good fight for WE, but look who the damage is onto. It's onto Iskana. It's onto the Rel. That isn't the target he needs to be hitting. L fully stacking up this lethal tempo. It's a 3-item Nash's Tooth. Cube has to try and hit his ultimate unassisted onto a supercharging Kai'Sa. Yeah, about that. And again, like, you get 90% of the health away from Skarner. Why is it the Skarner taking the damage in the first place? You cannot be allowing L to just free hits the Kai'Sa. That is the easiest fight of his life.
I'm looking also like Karas here, who after the laning phase had a really tough time. You know, he's down, what, 45 CS, 0, 3 and 1. Has at least got to a couple items, but he's just really feeling quite toothed, I suppose, for a Silas. You could call him Django Fett Unchained.
What?
Just doesn't have chains to work with, does he?
That is...
feel like he's armed with dangerous.
Wow. Weirdly enough, Samuel Jackson kind of plays into both of those references. Oh man, who gets this purple lightsaber on BLG's team? So BLG walking in towards the base now at this point. 6 grubs, Baron buff, buffed up by the Ruinous Atachan. It's a tough time for WE.
It very much is. It's the dark times for WE indeed, as maybe they need someone to find us farmer across the galaxy as Monkey on the Sejuani forced to back away. On one of those dune lizards this time around. It's looking a little bit greener than Tatooine. We'll back away.
Yeah, it's like an old grumpy Star Wars man at Christmas. There you go, bah, humbug.
Why? It's March! It's March, man! That's a reach at the best of times.
It is the only reference I can think of. There's a teleport ready to jump to hyperspace behind BLG. That could be an option for Karas coming into the backline. Does he have an ult to steal? No, he doesn't. The teleport's coming in.
Right.
One last jump to light speed.
Many Bothans died to put down this wall, but Karas in the backside has got to do something. But he's looking a little bit like it's Order 66. They finally pick off the Skarner, so they do get a little bit of value, but it's... not that much value in the grand scheme of things.
It will end up blocking the Baron buff, but it's only 1 kill. Again, it's a 1 dopamine kill. It stops the Baron buff, but it's not really... well, these aren't the fights you're looking for. If they try and mind trick their way into something, WE just haven't been able to find a kill onto the carries. This Kai'Sa has a Zhonya's. It hasn't been killed so far, and they haven't killed Knight for a long time now either. BLG, they're happy to give up a kill or 2 onto this front line if it saves the backline, which is exactly what they've been doing. WE might be able to angle around the dragon, but that's also a soul being hovered over for BLG.
Silas has got an arm guard to work with. He's got 2 items. There's at least this. You're at 3.5 for Taeyun. If you can get a decent fight where you do actually catch someone critical, like Knight or El, can blow them up before they use quite a lot of their tools to go to safety, maybe that's your way back in. It also has to be a really good hijacked ult from Karas, I think guaranteed.
You know, we have the Master Yi Anakin skin, that one. I really need a Tauntaun Rider Sejuani, because I thought they smelled bad on the outside. Monkey trying to get away from this one, but doesn't have a flash. They might be making a shelter for the night.
And Monkey will go down. They're dead to right. In goes the Magnet Storm onto Cube and Vampire. The front line just not tanky anymore. They'll get a stolen Impale, but I don't think that will matter in the grand scheme at all. Darth invading the base now. There's nothing left to be done. Inhibitors fall. Game's over. This time the Empire wins.
BLG started off with a hand solo kill, and they'll end it off with a hell of a spaceship battle at the end of it. BLG cleanly ending this game. WE had the dopamine. BLG had the substance.
There'll be some few things to pick up in terms of over-shoving for multiple lanes at once and having to try and outplay 1v4 scenarios, but I think BLG on the whole look like themselves again, and that does sometimes mean playing to wield the mechanical strength you have and trusting the other side of the map will getting value if people come for your head.
Yeah, and no, this is game 1 of the day. It's the top-seeded team in the group versus the lowest seeded of the group. It should have looked like this, but you just have to wonder in best of ones. particularly when one team is on the brink and the other one feels like they're comfortable. Is there anything left to play for? BLG get themselves their first win of the day, and this will seal them into the top half of the groups. They will be going through into Group Ascend, confirmed.
Well, welcome back, folks. Always two of them are, no more, no less.
But which one is the master and which the apprentice?
Anyway, your Sith casters for the day are right here in front. I'm actually wearing my Star Wars necklace. There you go. It's all on brand. But we are indeed casters of League of Legends, alongside being force-wielding masters of puns, on a seat of the pun council, full card-carrying members at that. But yes, we are League of Legends casters. As I said, I am his older brother. Specifically there, he is Nymaera. You may be realizing you're on his channel, or possibly on Onivia's YouTube channel, which I see Grumpy Zerif, one of my subs, over there as well. Nice to see you. Glad to have you guys in here, and we are indeed collaborating with Onivia, so we can see all of you over there on that YouTube, on Alex's YouTube too, and of course on the OG Twitch channel as well. We've had so much support today as well, really do appreciate it. If you can, guys, please do throw a follow, please do follow, a like, a subscription if you can as well. If you've got that money to spare, means a huge deal in terms of our ability to keep doing this. If you can follow me on my socials as well, my name's in that title. Come find me on Twitch, come find me on YouTube. I'll be streaming after this as well, I pretty much guarantee it. And that's really, really cool stuff. Alex, how are you feeling after the cavalcade of Star Wars silliness?
It was a fun one. Like, I mean, I can sum up this game in a pretty easy kind of like sentence. This was dopamine versus substance.
Yep.
WE had good roams, they had some early kills, and they managed to get across the map. But while all that was happening, BLG had 6 scrubs, they were getting value from every lane. And when this carried on into the late game team fights as well, the dopamine of, wow, we're getting so much damage onto the front line, and then not realizing it doesn't matter that you're damaging the front line. Killing a Skarner does not matter. Killing a Rel does not matter if the Kai'Sa is untouched. If the backline just gets to go completely untouched in these team fights because there's no cooldowns left for them. WE, they don't have good team fighting. I'm really worried now for WE going forwards, because if they're always going to engage onto the front line, that's a big problem. That's not how you win team fights.
And I think it's probably fair to say that BLG are favoured to come out of this group likely undefeated. Is there anyone who could really threaten them in this group? I think W and EDG not going to be quite there. Who's the 4th member? I am having a...
What, EDG,
Weibo.
Yeah.
But BLG Weibo might be interesting. I think if there was a team to potentially catch BLG out and punish them for some of the hubris in their plays, it might be them. And again, we have seen BLG look more fallible this year than they have in most splits prior. Part of that is the going down to best of one's a bit more volatility, and BLG do like to play with their food sometimes a little. But yeah, now I've said that, of course, Mecca's saying just watch them bomb out in the next 2 games. Hell, I wouldn't even be surprised. Still, they are now at 4-0. I think they're guaranteed out of the group at this point, at the very least.
Yep, BLG will find themselves into the top 2, so they'll be going in towards Ascend. I think WE, now at 0-4, there is a chance that they can... Wait, hang on. Weibo won their game earlier, so they're now at 3 wins. So now, yeah, WE are confirmed in bottom 2 of the group. That doesn't mean they're confirmed into Nirvana. They might be able to fight for 3rd and play off for a spot in Ascend, but it's looking increasingly less likely. If they were to lose to EDG later into the day, that would lock them firmly into 4th.
Right, Alex.
Yeah?
Would you like me to do a coffee run?
Sure. In what sense?
As in, I will go buy coffee.
Oh, yeah, sure. Hell yeah. Go for it.
Right, we're back with coffee.
Cool.
If not, send the snow speeds out to get me in about 24 hours. Don't close the doors on me.
I mean, it wasn't without hope from WE. There were like some dopamine moments, but it just wasn't substance. If there's anything that I want you as a viewer to walk away from this is, yeah, it is really just looking at like what actually did WE get off of the big plays on screen. Realistically, strategically, what did they get? Yeah, we'll get one for everyone in chat as well. Everyone need a coffee? Karis had an absolute shocker as well. I'll take a Henny and a Red Bull. Good combo. Alright, if you're on Twitch, you're going to see some Twitch ads now, just so we can keep pre-roll off from new people coming into the stream. And yeah, we'll wait for our next game of the day, which I need to check who's staying on from this game to go play next. That is important. Wait, oh, we have Weibo BLG. Let's go. Nice. So it is Weibo BLG next. The big one is next. The big one's next, folks. The big one is next. It was game 4 last time, but it's game 3 now. And who's our player of the game? Was it actually Skarner? It was actually Skarner. Yeah, fair play, fair play. He was playing good frontline. At this point, is there actually anyone who sees Twitch ads? That's a good question, Katari. However, like it's more for so the Twitch ads are to keep pre-roll off, just so we don't it's less good for new viewers to kind of come in and immediately get hit by ads. Mecha's one-man crusade against all ads on the channel. Yeah, we hate adverts here. I'll need as much copy as you can offer. I feel that. I feel that. Good to see you in chat again, by the way, Sophie. Missed this game. How much did BLG stomp them? It wasn't a stomp. I don't really feel like I ever thought BLG were losing this game, though. Because every good play that WE had, it didn't really lead to a strategic advantage. I can't believe that Karis just like hit that chain and mid lane gets solo kill and then just completely ends the game, man. A very bad game from Karis. I still like WE has BLG and straight up substance abusers. Yeah, substance abusers. Okay, a couple of votes for Elk as well. Yeah, Elk had a decent game too. He had a good game. The thing is, that kind of game, it's quite hard to kind of rate Elk's performance appropriately because he was set up so well. And how much is it on his individual play and how much is it on his team setting him up for success? You know? Alright, big game next. Big game. Sam doing the coffee run. Right. We'll go into the interview. I do need the toilet, so I might leave you guys... I believe it or not, I might leave it you guys unattended. But Weibo's just chosen blue side. I need to get quicker at removing that. I'm going upstairs. Okay, folks, I'm just gonna leave you alone briefly because I gotta go bio break, and then I'll be back very soon.
让眼界突破边界，让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
买50系列电脑新品上京东，打开京东搜赛事预测，赢英雄联盟千元礼盒。京东。
Look right here. Look right here. Come see what everyone's been looking at. Everyone's been talking about. When you the best, you call it out. People watch cause they love when they watch this. We are number one on your watch list. Everything you need. what you hear now. It's time for something different. We gon' turn it out. We the ones you shouldn't doubt. Come see for yourself what the fuss is all about. You're dealing with a name you can trust. Put us in the game, we remain only clutch. On your mark, set, go. Feel the rush. You can have them over there, or you can have us. We got it, we got it. Hey, why turn down when you can turn up? We got it, we got it. You at the right place, look no further. We got it, we got it. Hey, why turn down when you...
Alrighty, folks, how's the interview? What did I miss? The name is from Star Wars? No, it's not from Star Wars or Final Fantasy, Jester. No, it's not. But I do reference them an awful lot, and I'm a huge Final Fantasy fan. What am I missing? Are we even allowed to be by ourselves? Only briefly. You know, I've got to make sure you're socialized properly. Bounceverse has been in the top lane, the real world finals we all want. I just rewatched the previous Weber versus BLG. It was pretty stompy. It's pretty stompy. Oh, you don't like say don't say like the last cast? Yeah, we referenced them a little bit. Should be going on to stage soon. Alright, we should be in draft soon then. This is the big one. This is the big one. I hope Fizz gets picked, someone Ninja Berry said earlier. I think Fizz is sadly not in a great place for pro. Although he used to be niche good because he was an assassin that could play engage. It's really good. Those are very cool signs. That is a very good Gwen sign. Nice. What is the LPL English channel on Twitch? That is a fan-run project by Kelsey Moser and like Mazel, which is yeah. So that's a fan-run project. It's using the old channel which used to cover LPL back in like 2014, 2015, before there was an official broadcast. So it's Kelsey Moser's old channel. So they've got together a lot of like the NA Tier 2 talent to do a broadcast there. So it's another fan-run project like ours. But hey, they're doing well. They're bringing in good numbers, and it's giving exposure to the region. So I wish them the best of luck. I will get hydrated for a blade. I will do. But I'll do that now. Well, you know the music. It's time to dance. Weibo BLG, second round robin. Weibo have side select this time, and they choose blue side. Surprise, surprise. No Rumble ban so far. No Kalista ban. Varus banned away. That's one of the more picked champions too. What do you give up here? Gwen, Ambessa, Rumble. What's the play? You have to give up something important here. Best of one, so there's no fearless impact on this. Just a standard draft. This could get this will determine first in the group. Vi banned away instead. So they don't want to give over something like a Vi and take the Neferi like Kanavi did the other day. Rumble's the easy lock him. Could go towards Knight's Galio on the other side or put it into Bin's hands. To answer that, I think Rumble... I think there is an adage which should be added to League's mindset. If you blind pick something for long enough, it's no longer a good blind pick. I think Rumble potentially could fall into... Well, Rumble maybe escapes that because it's just so damn good. But we did see the Galio picked into it. Gwen first pick, so giving over the Rumble. I mean, Breathe, an incredible individual player, chooses to play his first game of not Ambessa. This is the first game of the split he'll be playing off of Ambessa. Bin has a couple of choices, can't go towards the Renekton. So what's it going to be? Top laner. Rumble. Ambessa. Can't be the Jace that's banned away. Go towards the other hot commodity, Kalista. Most of the time, we've been seeing a lot of top-side picks early, leaving AD carry and support until later into the draft. They could lock in Kalista Renata immediately, though. Not the best into Gwen, because, you know, Renata throws out her ultimate. Kalista tries to hop backwards, and Gwen presses W, and you can't actually kite as Kalista at that point, because you can't target the Gwen to keep hopping and skipping. They do go for that Kalista Renata, focusing on Elkanon. I have to say, that's something which I would do. Bin and Knight have ridiculously large champion pools. I don't think you have to early pick for them. You don't have to. You can do if you think there's a good blind pick and strong champions in their hands for sure, but Elkanon, I would rather have them on their choice duos. Now, Nico, very lane dominant support, kind of a poke, engage, mage hybrid. Nico's become a very good support, much more played in support than any other role right now. Goes for that. Can go for something like Caitlyn Nico. Ezreal Nico, I suppose, not bad either. Jhin Nico. Light will have to have a think about what he locks in. Doesn't have the Varus, they'll ban that away. Light's been playing a lot of Varus. Gwen as a flex can technically go into jungle. That's fair, Blade. That is fair. But I think in this case, it's very likely to be top lane given the meta of top lane matchups. Gwen doesn't lose that many top lane matchups right now. Shin's out, locked in. So, BLG, what is your plan for the jungle? Yeah, I think lock in jungle. Lock in jungle. Lean on Bin and Knight's champion pools. They have large champion pools. Completely fine to do that. Hovering over the Neferi. Only Junhao and Kanavi played that so far. Rumble, though, so high in prevalence. Think about, well, do we go towards top lane? Do we go towards jungle? Choose to say, look, this champion's so powerful, lock that in. Rumble, Renata. So much space denied in teamfights now. Just throw down both of the carpets. One of my favorite team compositions of all time was Kiana Jones and the Carpets of Doom, which was Kiana Rumble with a Braum as well. Everyone just throws out their skill shots, and the entire battlefield is covered in debilitating CC. Ash banned away from the Ash Nico. Famous musical artist, Ash Nico. Here they have a song called Cheerleader. It's pretty okay. They were on the Arcane soundtrack. A good song on that one. Alright, so Weibo. Having to ban away jungle mid now. Neferi is banned away. Champion's really rising to prominence. You need to be able to threaten that pick. So good into single target. Engage. You press that W, go untargetable. So that one's banned away. Not. Yeah, very good into Vi if that's up on the table. Seen that a lot from Kanavi over on top esports. Caitlyn Ashe banned. Jin, I suppose, for light, pretty good still. Ezreal, I suppose, could be locked in. Wait, but what do you ban away? You could ban away something like Galio, if you want to protect the Kalista as well. Knight is so good at that. You have enough damage. I actually wonder if Galio is a good ban here. It's been very, very prominent in the LPL. Could ban away one of Wei's champions instead, though. Nocturne ban away. Alright. Okay. So, what do? Jungle here, counter pick mid? Unless there's a mid laner you want to deny, would you think that Xiaohu could pick himself? You could pick the Aurora, for instance. Take it away from Xiaohu. He's been very good on that one. Yeah, it might be a takeaway. Knight had the solo kill for First Blood last game. Xiaohu was MVP on Aurora in the last one, so based on today's form, yeah, why not take that away? And suddenly, again, that's another ultimate which covers a huge amount of the battlefield. Very hard to avoid bits and pieces of this ultimate damage. I heard of llamas run through the studio. Yeah, is that what happened while I was out? Jin has been locked down. We highlighted that one. And it's going to be the Talia. Decent matchup into Aurora. Slightly outranges. And if Aurora stands a little too close and channels her E, you can get your E on target and she stuns herself into the minefield. Is Wei a good Nidalee player? Well, I don't think I'm going to play it with the triple AP top side is the problem for me. Yeah, Poppy's not awful here. Good early pressure. Stops the Shinzao running in. You could go for Jax as well. Goes for the Poppy, switches over to that jungle. And we have our team compositions. BLG have some of the most space-denying ultimates you can think of. Renata ult, Rumble ult, Aurora. 2 lines in a circle. Just dunk on the battlefield. On the other side, Weibo. Very strong with the Gwen. Good early pressure with the Shinzao to help out too. And a competitive bot lane into the Kalista Renata. I will say though, BLG, their composition makes more sense to me. Weibo, they have one big bit of engage with the Nico. Outside of that, it's individual plays, really. Individual Gwen advantages, individual Shinzao advantages, individual Jin picks. Weibo, lock in. What a difficult team composition, folks. Not everyone wants to do the same thing all the time. BLG walk away with something a little bit more coherent. Second game of the day, BLG. Weibo already had a chance to wake up a little, shake off the sleepiness, and get onto the stage in form. As Sam walks back in with a coffee at just the right time. Sam, it's the big one of the day. BLG versus Weibo. Draft is completed. I think we're ready to get ourselves into our heavyweight fight of the day.
This is going to be pretty exciting. I think BLG, for all we saw good stuff from them in their first game, there were moments where you wondered, against a better team, whether some of those early overextensions could have cost them significantly more on the map. Weibo Gaming on the top. Got themselves the Gwen. Feels like a pick of the moment, that one. On the other side, though, I'm seeing that Rumble in for Bin. They already feel pretty scared. And that bot lane as well. Jin Nico versus the Kalista Renata. I feel like there's a lot of setup down there for junglers to get involved. Onto the Rift we go, though. I'll take a brief pause while the crowds have a word.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
OMG chant at the end of it as well. Gotta love it. There goes Weibo Gaming into the blue side jungle of BLG. No one face checks quite yet. BLG were kind of around, actually going for an invade of their own here, so this might get quite interesting. Ships in the night. Tian coming across now. We might well have a contest. Light, Xiaohu down towards the bottom side, Hung on the other side of this. It's a known quantity. It'll be a 3v4 as the collapse begins to come on in. Take that back. Tian decided against it, sticking around by his Raptors. Hung looking for a decent angle here, but it actually ends up being a pretty rough chunk onto Elkin on as they try to get towards the lane. Knight now in a bit of a weird spot himself. It'll be Tian starting up on the Raptors. Not wanting to start this fight. Doesn't leave over. Had the wind becomes lightning, I think we'd rather just finish this camp and be done with it rather than get involved in any level 1 shenanigans. Barrier just got popped by Elk alongside the heal. It was traded back by Hung.
Yeah, we did say competitive bot lane. Nika, one of the most lane dominant supports because of, you know, the weird poke engage mage hybrid they can be. He's still against a Kalista Renata, and this is the best bot lane that Elkanon have. They are very, very good at Kalista Renata. Back in 2024 spring, so good on the 23 spring as well. Felt like this was the duo alongside, you know, a champion that could run down to their lane early on, level 3. It was how they became the best team in the LPL. Yeah, good handshake into level 2, great damage. And now suddenly you can't play the lane.
Yeah.
Suddenly you can't play the lane. All it takes is one slip up. It is so cutthroat here. That might not look like, well, it looks pretty big, but doesn't always feel like it. That's the kind of mistake which means your bot lane can't fight anymore. It's competitive. Light and Hung trying to do their best against it, but you were always at a bit of a disadvantage versus the Kalista and the Renata.
That level 1 invade looked a little bit dicey for a second or two there, but it turned into not too much trouble in the end. Tian on the Grom. Picking that one up in short order as Wei hasn't gone for any level 3 shenanigans on Poppy, which you sometimes see.
Oh yes, full build Poppy. Hit level 3, you're good to go. Let's go ahead, let's go kill the Nexus, folks.
Level 3 and a red buff is all Poppy ever needed, really, wasn't it? It's nice.
Ooh, level 3 to level 2 drops forward.
That's a flash out of the seismic shove. That's a bit rough.
Yeah, it's because Xiaohu knew he could walk up knowing that Tian was just behind him. So actually that play is won by Tian, pathing just a little bit closer. Knight blowing that flash. You can say many things about Knight, but he's not timid in lane. Sometimes a little too over-aggressive, but right here, trying to angle for another early play. Wait, level 4. Tian, not even close on that point. Feels like Tian, by answering into mid lane, means that actually Wei gets himself an angle here. Needs to be careful though, Light's roaming over.
He is. Wei has to flash away. Nice roam from Light.
Yeah, but Wei misuses his W. Should be able to block that out. Doesn't get the reaction, so Knight drawing the attention of Tian into mid lane should have given Wei a better angle. Misuses that. However, Light roaming away from bot lane means he's now in a bit of trouble when it comes to losing a bit of XP.
Yeah.
He's now almost a full level down on Elk. Well, half a level for now. So you can see this push and pull, the early pressure. Yes, there are summoners blown by Wei and Knight, but you can see the opportunities that were made by their early pressure all the same.
Still, I think Weibo can potentially look around for that. Tian also path really interesting, right? Started on his Raptors, went over to blue side, came back again to kind of both be there early on for the bot lane and to be there later as Wei would have turned up on the Poppy as well. Helps defend against what would have been a pretty nasty invade from Wei after. So, working out okay there for Tian. Could have gone a lot worse there. Let's breathe. Skips and slashes away. That'll be the end of the play for now. Could get hit there with the Tangle Barbs. And Wei Hex flashes into the jungle. Again, it's Poppy, right? Burning Flash. Not the end of the world. It just unlocks the ultimate summoner for you in Hex Flash. Of course now, Bin. Just looking for a bit of a shove on against this Gwen. That does feel like it's been, as we've said, just this kind of new age top laner that everyone's back on for the moment. Even into things like the Rumble feels like that can be a worthy option. Throw down the exhaust into the Rumble. Actually really nasty for Bin. Gets hit with the double snip. Gonna have to flash away from the Gwen.
Wow, Bin locking in that Rumble. Of course, Breathe chose this Gwen over it. Big mistake there by Gwen and by Bin in the laning phase.
The power of the exhaust there. Suddenly Rumble's in melee range. Slow down. The Flame Spitter doesn't hurt anywhere near as much. And I can sort of see the angle there. Gwen does have that ability to still run the teleport and run a combat summoner as well. Isn't locked into a flash, as a lot of champions are, give you room to do things like run an ignite, or in this case, an exhaust. Get a lot of value there into the Rumble, who just sort of has to flash away, and that's a big cooldown to burn. Especially into something like the Gwen, which can then start to run at you just a little bit later on with things like that. I was going to call it a threaded volley, but that's Talia Q. Needlework, there you go. Similar line skill shots, even of a slightly different potency. Over towards the dragon we go. As Bin, remember, no flash. Has to be a bit wary here. The tangle barbs come on through. Nice S key to prevent too much there from Bin. It just stops in place. It doesn't take too much damage. A little bit of a chunk coming on through from this bot lane of Jin and Nico. Allows for Tien to head over towards these grubs. Breathe is still around, by the way. Hasn't gone towards bot lane to pick up that wave. So he's just here and keeping an eye on things. Actually, might be looking at a potential dive with that needlework. Bin needs to be wary here. We'll get level 6 off another minion, I think. So this has to be done pretty fast, or we're going to see the level 6 come on through, and the equalizer will allow for some serious turnaround pain. Clears the wave, but will die doing it. The barrier comes on through and keeps Light alive. Clutch barrier. Nice dive. Weibo Gaming on the board.
Weibo really getting some value out of this early game, and it's going on to Bin on the Rumble. Yes, he'll have team fight value, but we know what Gwen can do with an individual advantage.
Big, big deal. And again, does mean that this Gwen is not around the bot lane to pick up the wave. Does actually mean that you are still sacking a bit of pressure on the other side here. You still get value on that dive. The Jin and Nico can return towards that bot lane and feel pretty okay about it, even if they have given up a plate or two here towards this Kalista. Breathe gets beyond the turret, eats an Electro Harpoon though. Has to be a bit wary, because actually in terms of items, there's a Fated Ashes to nothing in the inventory of Gwen, so it's still pretty nasty.
So, right, BLG, they have themselves their bot side advantage. Top lane, Bin, as he's often found himself, on the weak side of the map in more recent iterations of BLG, just looking to soak up that pressure, have a little bit more value, buy the space and time that this Kalista Renata used to just absolutely pop off.
To what end is Jin once again roaming towards this Rumble, just sacking bot lane entirely. They're going top again.
They are, but they have to at this point. You can't enter the side of the map now that the Kalista Renata have managed to start rolling on Bin. Doesn't have an ultimate to wave clear. There's going to be a wave hitting tower. They don't have a teleport to do this. Bin is just looking to get some XP. Yeah, it's going to be a dead Rumble. Not much else they can do about that.
And Breathe will be donated it, I think. It'll be Nico trying to pick it up with the Blooming Burst. The kill still secured nonetheless. All the while, though, just elking on just to continue to attack this turret.
Going for the tower rush. 4 people on top side. Grub's definitely helping out, and the tower debuff going to be off there. BLG trading sides of the map. It's not a lane swap, but it's about the closest thing you can get to it.
Poor old Bin is the one who suffers for it. We'll note again that Light is still roughly even with Elk, which is kind of crazy despite everything. So on this reset can theoretically look to either go mid and now allow Xiaohu to play out those side lanes from this perspective, or potentially match up against this Kalista again, because you can see in the gold totals, Light and Elk pretty evenly matched here. It's a few hundred gold apart of that.
Okay, so Weibo. Bold early plans, trying something different. Knight does have ult, and he will be able to get out. He does.
Just about. Deadly Flourish not quite in time, and Knight escapes with the use of his ultimate.
Right, so ult for ult. Very hard to catch off Aurora. This is one of the reasons why Aurora is so popular within LPL Pro mid lane. It's very, very safe. You can play balls, you use that ult to get out to safety. I know it's not always had the best competitive results across the rest of the world, and at first stand it was a contentious pick as well, and I think it was proven to be true. I mean, Top Esports couldn't make that work. They had a lot of issues with it, but you know, regionally, LPL Aurora has been very, very good. I'm not going to deny that.
Just like, especially with the comps it's played into, Aurora into these low HP, often quite low range comps, gets a lot of value with that ultimate in particular. Knight goes looking for a steal on the big Krug. Don't think he quite secured it there. 10 CS up though, and actually Tien needs to be really wary here. Wei and Knight looking to set a trap, and Tien very cautious with the pathing. Correct way to path. Sometimes junglers, even if it's your jungle, it's not safe. Back away, take a safer route. It'll cost you 5 seconds, but sometimes it's a lot better than getting jumped by a poppy by your own raptors. Light eats a lot of damage there. 20% HP they're left on as a big old chunk comes on through from a Kalista and a Aurora. Grub spawning in 20 seconds, I think will be our next port of call. The Jin a little bit later on. That's okay. I'm going to hold on to this as I have been left with the task of solo casting. It is me, Alex, has now suddenly got really cool additional things to be doing. And that means I am now tasked with holding on to the stream as it is. And running from here. As we're on this one. Big chunk topside. You have to deal with me, guys. Look at this. It's just me. Fully evolved Alex. Oh, don't tell you that. Alex could be a fully evolved Sam. He was the second edition. It's only fun to bully Alex when he's here. It's not quite the same otherwise. As we see the grubs started out here. A buy the side of gaming. I don't know why I decided to do it like that, but I did. I'm having some fun now that Alex isn't here to hold me back. Unrestrained. Dangerous. I need an adult, says Ocean Sword would be true. I clearly do too. I'm not a responsible member of society. But we're now in a pretty phenomenal position, all things said and done. For Weibo Gaming in some ways, right? You've gotten the little look in at those 6 scrubs. You've got the Gwen that's ahead. You've managed to get a couple of those early kills. You've got about a 500 gold lead. That's a pretty good stop. I think phenomenal may have been a bit of an exaggeration. Again, BLG still got 2 dragons, still in a pretty good position this game. But I am going to need to see, in this mid-game with your Rumble Callista, an attempt to start pulling the trigger a bit more consistently. Or I am looking at this comp from Weibo going, I'm going, look, I like the range. I like the scaling. Yeah, your Nico can get a little bit dicey as the game goes on. Can sometimes be quite easy to catch out by various members of BLG. But you do start to get to this point where you're not going to be able to match the Gwen quite as easy in the side lane. The ability to throw a lot of damage out onto a relatively squishy composition in the form of BLG could get pretty dicey here. So this will need to be a kind of moment in the game where we do see BLG start to try and pull ahead a little bit. Or I think it gets a bit tricky for them, potentially. Not a good responsible member of society. Thank God he spends his time at home. Enjoy it, FTW. Is not wrong. Ow. That one is true. And I don't really know how to respond to that one. Oh, hang on. TP's come back. It's going to get spicy. Well. Flash from Knight. Oh, out from Xiao. And that wall to block off is beautiful. Flashing from Wei. Slow from the Equalizer. Tien throws down the Crescent Guard. The heal comes on through the hostile takeover. Sends them all berserk. And in come BLG. I asked them to pull the trigger. And they headshot the mid-jungle of Weibo Gaming. I honestly thought Xiao would pull a miracle out of a hat there with a very, very astute Weaver's Wall. But BLG can keep diving further. Light gets a bit of a chunky mid, but that is it. 2 great kills onto Elk on the Callista. They head on to their tier 2, and they are so good at converting kills into map pressure. BLG at their finest right now. Knight in potential danger, weirding away from the Pop Blossom. Nice angle there from Knight while he was invisible from going across the Veil. Okay, we now hold our nerves. We look at a game that has gotten BLG silently in the lead now, and it's in the right places. This Callista, very, very scary. We already saw the Jhin very early leaving that lane and saying, look, it's going to play lane swap effectively. Knight got a attempt to be jumped on. Mr. Wind becomes lightning, and they, because of that escape with the flash, the turnaround is very, very fast. Rumble comes on down. This Weaver's Wall looks pretty good, but Tien is still quite a ways out is the thing. And Wei with that incredible burst of speed from the Nimbus Cloak having flashed over, and a wonderful, wonderful hostile takeover from On. Such a great angle means that they still get the catch. You can't do much better than that. They get the tier 2 afterwards. All the while, Knight's in mid lane, dodges a deadly flourish, weirdings away from the Hex, Rocket Belt. That's the name. It's like Hex Flash is the wrong term. Rocket Belt from Hung, who's looking for a big Pop Blossom combo himself. Really, really astute stuff from Knight, who has his dancing shoes on for sure. And they're only brown bags at the minute. That's not Dior he's got in inventory. Okay, we hold our nerve. I keep saying that's my phrase at the moment, guys. There's a lot of nerves that apparently need to be held. Basically, when I get distracted by something else, I need a way back into the game. That's what's going on for the record. I'll let you in behind the curtain. Elk. That's a decent juggler onto Tien. You really want to play for this tier 1 bot side. Bin, though. Even down a couple levels, still be able to clear this wave. Nice little shove from Xiaohu, though. Who, down a fair amount of CS on this Aurora now, because he's been playing with his team quite a lot, and that's well and good as a Talia. Still be a bit wary of actually not being involved in any kills despite all those roams, and still being down 20 CS is pretty scary. Actually, it's more like 30 at this point. Knight's been having a quietly really good game, and I don't even think Xiaohu's necessarily played poorly. I think he's just been with his team quite a lot, and Knight has still managed to get involved and get a lot of individual value. That's pretty good stuff. Now, BLG just knows where they're at any given time. Better that too, I agree. Good jungle tracking, good prep, I agree. Good read of what Weibo Gaming wants to be done, and I'll give some concurrence to that wonderful equalizer. Tien still running down it. The Crescent Guard buys some time, stops him from burning down too much. But between worlds goes Knight! Just about survives. But wait, the bailout comes on through and Tien doesn't fall! They've gone too far! Bin now in danger, the curtain's called. Light looking for the final shot, can't quite do it. They lose Hung, but Knight is a big trade. Elk's now in danger, went to the lane, and a handshake on Breathe will knock him alive. Now Light looking for something, and suddenly Weibo Gaming punished really hard. What looked like a really good engage from Knight and Bin after those equalizers between worlds. Found a great angle, end up punished in short order. We said BLG was squishy. Oh yes, they are. Breathe though, still very healthy, gets a decent snip, but on being around, flashes on forwards. A 2v1 with a bailout is not what you win. And Knight, sorry, Bin says, I'll have that. Ironically, it's On who picks it up with, I think, a final auto. We hold our nerves. Get it again, I got distracted. Tien's in danger. Oh my god, Knight just blows him up. They got the Hextech Dragon, but they can look for a bit more. Bin now in danger, and suddenly what looked really good for Weibo Gaming after Bin and On punish one side. Knight comes back in with a teleport. It's all right back in BLG's favor as Weibo Gaming just can't claim a clean win. Equalizer. Oh my god, Bin's just running at this Nico! He's dead! Can't shame change out of the grave. Bin is on it today. My days. Had a rough laning phase, and then he goes, well, I guess I just run at people now. What Leandries does to a mother lover. There we go. That's the term we'll use today. Oh, Hung went looking. Actually got a really good double root. It actually prevents Elkanon from being involved and finding a good hostile takeover that might otherwise have turned things around. Then they start getting the kills. It's a really great curtain call angle. Elk did get Hung. That's why he was so deep. But then a flash for the exhaust, or flash for Nashao going in for some of those autos. Breathe getting the exhaust down felt pretty good. But then Bin, on a ward, Breathe thought he could punish. Doesn't really get a great snip. And then On walks on over. Flash on forward. There is no exhaust anymore. And with a bailout on top of Bin anyway, unlikely to win out in the extended trades. Let's be real. Teleports come back on, and Xiaohu uses the Weaver's Wall, but it's too little too late. And the hostile takeover, after all this time, was still available. Light just about survives. Tien, though, eats a weirding from across the wall, and Knight hits him with the sawn-off bunny shotgun. And the rabbit realize it is indeed hunting season for the rabbits. Really, really good stuff. BLG, even when it feels like Weibo are actually trying to match the macro, making some cool proactive moves of their own, are still getting counterpunched just that bit harder. So, we were hoping this was going to be a great game. It's been pretty exciting so far. I am glad to see that Weibo Gaming aren't rolling over and dying. I'm glad to see we've seen some pretty creative moves. However, BLG right now, when we asked them to start stepping up in the mid game, have done so. Light has survived. The hostile takeover hits everyone but Light, though. And Wei ends up going a bit deep. Trigger pull, and the punish is good. Weibo Gaming not going quietly into the Knight, that is for sure. Knight eats a lot of damage. The needlework finally burned out. Herald has been taken and is now going to be used in the mid lane, where BLG having overplayed for that tier 1 mid. be able to return the favor by getting a kill in the tier 1 of their own, and actually get a second charge with the 6 grubs. They've got an absolute murder of mites to go on forward. That infestation looks grim as hell. Look, greedy-ass gameplay. There's a little bit of that. There's been a lot of people trying to get as much as they can from the small windows they're seeing, and the other team being good enough to say, that's way too far. Not really too much to say about it. That's way too far. Out comes a wonderful keeper's verdict, and it looked pretty good, but it's not quite a stun into the wall. Light gets to barrier, gets to walk away, the hostile takeover doesn't hit him, and your target just about survives. Breathe then turns up. Bin isn't here. He's pushing out topside. Did he get that tier 1? No, he didn't. Just got a shove on in. So it ends up being a very weird state of affairs. Light now on this Jhin, 3-0-1, Collector Infedge into a comp with no true tank. Poppy's gone Sundered Sky. It's not going to be tanky on this Poppy for a long, long time. It's not top lane Poppy that tends to buy a lot of things like the Sunfire and your Frozen Hearts and all those kind of items early. Goes to the initial burst rate, and that's fine. It is. But what it does mean is this Jhin will have a lot of targets who will suffer into Collector Infedge for the foreseeable future. If you go... I mean, you could justify a rapid fire for the safety, but if you go Lord Doms next, you will effectively eviscerate any champion in this game for pretty much the entirety of it from this point. Light has to be public enemy number 1 for a lot of these, and that's without talking about the Gwen, who with the Riftmaker done, with the Nashor's done, can also be really, really nasty. Of course, your Callista is still strong. Of course, the Aurora is still strong. Bin is not exactly weak here either. It's not like BLG out of tools. I just want to point out that Weibo Gaming can certainly throw some pretty lethal punches here as well. And that means this next Dragon fight, I think, will be pivotal. The last fight already felt very back and forth. What looked like a really good start for Weibo was swiftly turned around by BLG. As everyone was fighting over these dragons. Weibo did get the dragon and stopped Soul Point. Weibo on dragon again. Would love the second Hextech Dragon Bin. Looking to find an angle to come on over. Everyone's available. Couple decent control would splitting the pit kind of in half there. Comes the Weaver's Wall. Should mean there's no real way onto the dragon. Breathe steps on forwards and BLG don't feel comfortable enough to step up and contest, and a nice Weaver's Wall denies the easy contest. 2 dragons for Weibo Gaming. As I kind of said before, I think I favor their scaling. I don't think it's quite as easy as that. Everyone's squishy enough that the Aurora, the Rumble, always going to have targets aplenty to blow up. The tier 2 now under siege, and BLG have been very good for wave control and the shoves onto these tier 2 structures, and despite having the 6 grubs, I haven't seen the same level of threat from Weibo. Despite having champions like the Gwen, they back away largely to safety. Xiaohu now coming on up. Doesn't have the Weaver's Wall. Good Weibo Gaming setup. I agree. I agree. Came at the cost of that tier 2. I think on the whole you'll take it. Double little Hextech Dragons, that attack speed, that ability haste. When you're looking at Gwens, you really want to be going through as many of those cooldowns as possible, and as many snips as you can get out, you feel really good about. Talia Jhin also very pleased about getting a lot of casts off. An attack speed on Gwen, oh my god. Say less. Atakan picked up with no contest from BLG. Holy moly. I think that probably deserves a bit more hype from him, not gonna lie. I took a more chill route, but make no mistake, that was significant. 6 grubs, 2 dragons, and a scaling comp. Inevitable, really, when you've got the Gwen. And I think compositionally as well, the Jhin going to be very, very deadly. That is effectively giving you another Hextech Dragon's worth of stats. It's giving you 2 extra grubs. It's just giving you a hell of a lot extra blood petals. Look at the level suddenly. This Jhin right back up to even without Breathe. A really good position versus Bin now as well. Really, really good stuff. I feel that should have been a contest from BLG. Yes, I get you. You didn't really felt like you were set up that well. You got a few wards in River, but not that much more. But I don't know. You got the control ward and Tribrush. I think you could have come and contested that. And it's bold not to do so. I wonder whether those 2 moments there we saw, quiet as they were, uncontested really as they were, might actually signal the ascendancy of Weibo in this game. Not done yet. BLG very rarely go quietly into the night. But that is a very uncharacteristic lack of threat from BLG around critical parts of the map. 2 items now completed pretty much wherever you look. Not in the jungle, I will note, for Wei, who's going towards what I think will be an unending despair here. It could be Locket too. I'm not the best with tank itemization. Not gonna lie to you guys. So who knows? I could just be chatting straight up ish. Certainly looked like that from the first stand from LPL in representatives. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a great look from first stand. I won't lie to you all. I was disappointed, but I think most LPL fans were. Wasn't what we were expecting. BLG washed? I hate that. I don't think that's fair. This game, though, I think it is fair to say, not a great last 5 minutes. Not a great last 5 minutes. What the hell did BLG doing, GG last? That one I'll agree with. Do you think Tien gonna have a better game from here? We'll see. I think he's in a bit of an odd position this game for Weibo Gaming. He's kind of tasked with being sole... Okay, it's a bit of a lie, because this is... When we last saw Gwen be truly meta, it was often with Xin Zhao. Because you could effectively fake frontline with your ultimate on Xin Zhao and your Hallowed Mist as Breathe into a very short-range composition from BLG. So your kind of double Thunderdomes fake frontline because of the way they work. So, okay, you can't hurt me unless you come into range with me. And if Xin Zhao and Gwen together have got those Thunderdomes up and you're entering it as like a Callista or a Poppy, you kind of just cry and die. So you kind of have got pseudo frontline in a very conditional sense. In the way that Lissandra used to do it with her ult and Zhonya's. Hang on, Weibo find a really good angle, but it's largely onto On who gets pulled back with the Fate's Call. Curtain Call comes on through though, and oh my god! Gwen does a lot of damage. The turnaround though is pretty solid here, but it's not enough, and Light gets a double. They picked off the mid and bot lane. They don't kill Hung. They can turn on to Baron. And that pseudo frontline I was talking about proves way too scary, especially with how much damn damage it does. Gwen Xin Zhao, really obnoxious, and all the while Light, now at 5-0-2, has the rapid fire, building towards a Bloodthirster. He is going to absolutely crap out damage on, trying to deal with the wards. Wei now spotted coming out of the bush, means that Tien knows to go forward, heads on in. The hostile takeover is pretty mediocre. It catches Hung alone. Pop Blossom comes on through onto Knight and Elk. All the while, look where Breathe and Tien come in from. They absolutely corral Knight and Elk and On and break the ankles. We wondered whether those two objectives being given over for effectively free would end up being a turning point. If it wasn't then, I think it is now. 3 Hextech Dragons, Ruinous Atacon, 6 Grubs, Baron, a Partridge and a fucking Pear Tree. They are on real strong. Pop Blossom comes on through as a defensive measure and Wei dies. Flash for the hostile takeover is good, but it only kills off the Nico, who isn't all that valuable at this point in the game. Bree teleports to the backline, but it's split well apart. Knight gets bailed out. It's not enough. TM flashes on forward, so the Wind becomes lightning, looking for the 3 talent strike, and Breathe cleans up the rest. The handshake is absolutely unaccepted as Breathe has a firmer one. Weibo Gaming will take BLG down, will match them in game score. Look to try and contest for first place in the group here in the LPL in this group. A fantastic mid-game scaling comes into fruition, and BLG's unwillingness to contest properly at those mid-game objectives will haunt them. They lose here, and deservedly so. Look, I saw BLG make some wicked plays in just before they then stopped contesting objectives. I'm a little perplexed by the mid-game macro there. Not fighting Atacon, not fighting the 3rd Drake, then fumbling around the Baron. That is a very poor sequence of objectives. I think if someone wants to VOD review these games, you look at the Drake before that BLG successfully contested. It was messy, but it was good. Then the Dragon Atacon Baron, where they don't, and it goes really wrong. I think that's wild. Whale ulting Ghosts? Yeah, a little bit. That's not great. ultim clones. Hostile takeovers from on later on weren't that valuable. Elk and Knight struggling to find targets. Messi, Shahu. Very smart macro play. And again, we said Weibo Gaming would likely be quite good. And I don't want to say this like, oh, Weibo Gaming, huge upset. It's an upset in the extent we thought BLG would be the best team in the group. But we also said there was going to be a team here that could contest BLG. It would be Weibo. That was not the manner in which I thought it would happen. That is more surprising to me. And you can ruin Poppy's up with a few of the Weibo champs. You can, but even then... I mean, yeah. Hallowed Mist is really good into it. Shapeshift. Is it Shapechange or Shapeshifter? Nico W does it as well. Messi. How we doing on Nivea's chat? It's a Scarter! Is this our equivalent of Pikachu? Like, what's that Pokemon? It's Pikachu! It's Jigglypuff, seen from above! Vampire Revenge Tour. Yeah, that's the one too. How we doing, Nivea? 4-1, Weibo is going strong. Honestly, yeah. Yeah, they're really good. And it's good, nice to see good form from them, mate. I completely agree, Sophie. And also good to see you again. Pleasure to see you all. I'm seeing you in like every chat imaginable at the minute, Sophie. Rip. Says Rian. Yeah, bit of a bad time. Wow. Bit of throwing. Kind of, a little bit. I don't know. I'd love to know what the comms were there. Because that feels like BLG were not sure at all what to do around those objectives. And that worries me more than anything else, actually. Because they look lost. 3 objective fights in a row and then fumble and attempt to pick around, like attempt to counter engage around their top tier 3. Bot tier 3, rather. Don't get me wrong. I think at that point they've been pretty heavily outscaled comp to comp in terms of the matchups. Gwen was a nightmare. Light, I mean, Callista got an early lead and then couldn't team fight. Look at that. This Callista got 2 kills, got a load of the early objectives, and then didn't get to teamfight. The reason this looks really bad for Elk, and it is bad, is because Elk did not get to do anything in 3 teamfights in a row. Whereas Light got to skedaddle 30 screens away and press R. And when you're into a comp where you are no armor building and you've gone Collector in Fedge first 2 items, that Jhin craps out damage. And Alex goes, ooh, 1-1. Al, you did tell me this morning, and it just hasn't stuck in my brain. Are we doing tiebreakers today? And good to see you, so nice to see a little bit of response there. Letting Gwen get picked, I think, was a huge mistake. I think Gwen just feels like a bit of a... The fact we are seeing Gwen get first pick says a lot here. Actually, if anybody else knows, are we doing tiebreaks today? Currently, it's going to say Weibo, BLG, TS, and I'll look remotely consistent. And among those, TS only look consistently lethal. I think so. I think so. I think the other thing is that Top Esports in a group where I think they're nominal contenders in JDG look a little lost at the minute. I think that's probably a little bit harsh, but like we saw a really good game from Missing and then a really bad one. And I think that probably helps Top Esports look good. And also, they're the ones coming off first stand where they were against very, very elite competition. And I think they probably came away with quite a lot of learnings and quite a lot of humility. So I think they've come back and gone, okay, we know what went wrong and we can fix this. And they'll try off that. So, yeah, I think that has helped, you know, potentially for Top Esports. Yes, it was humiliating on a public level, but potentially on a how much do you learn from this level could be very good for Top Esports. We'll see. LPL looking kind of mid. I was hoping that I know what you mean. I mean, this is 2 top teams going up against each other, so there is always that. There is always that. Guys, I'm going to wait to see the MVP is, and then I'm going to run some ads, and I'm going to run to the bathroom because I need to use it. What can I tell you? I am not, in fact, just a god amongst men. I am also a man amongst men, and therefore require the occasional call of nature. Has the Fearless Drafts forced Ross to change in the LPL teams one, like T1 subbing out Gumi UC? My initial impression is no, but that's partly because LPL require you to play so many damn champions anyway. And much like LCK challenges, LDL has been Fearless forever. So even the new players are very used to Fearless. So it's been around, at least within the scene, for quite a long, long while. Xiao, who gets MVP? Honestly, I liked his macro moves. I thought he had some really good walls. I'm not sure I would have voted for him, but even in the early game, we said, actually, you know what? We've been really impressed with some of the thought process of some of those walls. You know what? I can see it. I can see it. That's fair. I love how, like, edgy this music is in this section as well. Corpse wishes. Right, I'm going to run some ads while this is happening as well. I'm sorry, guys, but I need to run it because I need the bathroom really badly. So I'll go on this one. Also, before I do that, I'll do the spiel. Hi, I'm Initialise. Alex has had to go for meetings related to LEC. He's got cool things happening, and so understandably has to leave. So it's just me looking after this for now. But I am Nymaera's older brother. We started casting back together when COVID started in 2020, just before that, with a really great friend of ours, Master1. We started by running a bedroom broadcast of the LGL before co-streaming was even a thing. Unofficial stuff. Now we get to do it officially. We even do it occasionally a little bit more officially too. On things like the LEC and NLC and a few other leagues as well, which is where you may have seen us from. We are League of Legends casters, and basically because there is no official broadcast, it's community run now. It's us, it's LPL English. We saw Mazel in chat earlier, and a huge shout out to him and the crew for putting on a remarkable broadcast over there as well. It's really, really special to see that. But this whole league has basically been propped up by passion and time alone. So for those of you out there who can throw a follow, throw a like, throw a subscription if you've got the extra £5, if you've got the Amazon Prime, consider using it here because it helps us keep doing this because it is basically being run off the charity and support of community stuff now. So if you love this league, if you enjoy your time here and you've got that extra little bit in the bank to throw at us, it makes a huge deal in terms of our ability to do this because this is our lives. It is 6 hours a day plus every day of the week. It's very hard to do this if you're doing other jobs as well. We try. Obviously, I do a lot of other stuff on the side. It's the way of it, but it is a massive, massive deal if you can come and help where you can. Honestly, you just being here and viewing this makes a huge deal. But if you see cool clips, think about posting them on Reddit, post them on Twitter, share how much you're liking this. This is going to be off community ground as well, and that means for those of you out there who are fans of League of Legends, fans of Chinese League of Legends, those little words on social media make a big difference. The retweets, the just turning up in chat and being active here makes a massive difference. Shout out to Anivia as well, who we are also live on. Wonderful to have you here and supporting us and making this a little bit of a broader project as well. We see you, we love you. Lorindy, Sophie, I know a few of you guys in there as regulars. It's really cool to have you here and enjoying this league too. So that's a bit of a spiel. Yeah, it's a bit of an ad read basically, but it does. So I'll turn the camera off, I'll put some ads on, see you all around in short order. Thank you very much for doing it. Follow me as well, and Initialise Casts. That's me. I'm in the title. I also do things on Twitch. Come along and say hey.
是我们想要的，然后就可能在游戏里玩的比较，可能有点问题，然后后面运气好赢了。
太谦虚了，这个今天阵容拿得不错。
Oh, Tao, Amazon Prime on Twitch, you get a free subscription once a month, courtesy of being an Amazon Prime subscriber if you link your Twitch and Amazon accounts. So if you don't know, that's what it does. And if you do know, it's just a good reminder. So you get a free sub a month if you're paying for Amazon Prime anyway. Consider dropping your Prime sub here. Makes a big difference. But that's on Twitch specifically. On YouTube, you don't get anywhere near as much value, sadly. BLG lost? Yeah, they did. Honestly, slow motion, I suspect this will be a game we will be recommending people watch on the podcast. It was really, really interesting. I mean, Weibo are a good team, but yeah. If I need to stop chatting, I should go do that.
其实对面有好几波都特别的想起火你杀掉你，怎么做到的能够有这么稳定的一个发挥？
一波小龙跟最后一波可能有点浪了吧，就感觉好像有点随便赢了。对，然后小龙那波是运气好。我
觉得 Light 今天的表现真的很符合我们对他的印象， 非常非常的稳定。那最后的一个问题，小虎今天2局比赛也有不错的表现。Light 在你眼中，他在第2赛段从开赛到今天，你眼中他的一个状态是怎样的？
小虎是 LPL， 在我心里是最强的，对。
哦，Light 心中的最强中单。哇，我们也期待 WBG 能够延续今天这场胜利带来的这么好的状态，在今天最后一局有更加出色的表现。感谢 Light 接受我们的采访，接下来让我们一起来欣赏一段精彩的 Spotlight。
我在这，我在看给文位置，
就拼场呗，就拼场呗，别怕。我给我没
注意来一下我这个草，来，
注意龙是前时间。
你们注意看龙呗，
炸我。
我去正面了，小五。
好，赶紧去。
我大到 poke 了，我大到 poke 了。
我要进去看了。
没大了他。
来，
狗人下去了，我也进了。
看一下有龙了。
我可以先拉。
有，慢点，杀狗人死了，杀猪能打龙。
死完了，对。想一炸弹人 poke，
可以追。
我这里感觉可以蹲到个牛头。
看一下。阿米萨先到的，阿米萨在的
OK，
我也靠吧。我会看。看一下，感觉可以打。要留人。阿米萨，慢点。慢点，可以打，
打前排就行。
牛头没闪。
拉扯一下，卡上。
可以追。
牛头，我觉得上牛头没闪的。
我给你加速。
不好追就算了，走吧。
我觉得可以抢龙啊。
够了，兄弟们，够了。
可以抢波中线，
不敢应你。
注意，
可以接，他打野他，哎，我觉得我这边可能会随时打起来，你们要看的。
我有点想打。
我往中路来了，
波比没到了，
你们可以慢慢我往中路靠。
第二塔肯定可以留下，看一下我大。
阿罗拉在装，阿罗
拉可以吗？
阿罗拉在你们右手，注意，
慢点。
尼口拉过来，
看一下。
尼口拉过来，别被白打。
开 AD
死了。
看一下阿罗拉，
大龙。
看他。
来，直接打20秒大了。波比没闪，没打。小龙20秒，我感觉我们小龙
都能吃。
你们等下交2个 T 去看也行，先打完。
可以，
他们打不了。
好 ，OK。
TCL X11H 01 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
红冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
Sorry to say I'm a boss. If you don't like it, then baby you're lost. Yeah, I look fresh, smell good, and I floss. I don't think anybody else got the sauce. To be honest with you, plus I'm pale, I'm humble pie. Okay, yeah, you know that's a lie. I'm
draft! No! I'm back. What did I miss? Hi, chat. Who? WBG vs EDG. I changed the titles. 1 second. EDG. Alright. And also, we got some subs, did we? Wonderful news. Let's have a look through here. Thank you, Whitebeard, for the Prime sub. I appreciate you massively for coming in and supporting us here. Glad to see that's better. Tower of Jester as well. Thank you for coming on over from the Anivia chat. I recognize you from over there. Again, guys, it makes a huge, huge difference. I really, really do appreciate it. Alex does as well. We are into draft though, so I will save a little bit more of the thanks away. Hopefully I haven't missed anything. Mecca, if I did miss anything else, give me a heads up on that one. Great. And thank you, Amber, for giving me a heads up on that. Much love as always and great to see you. Rumble first pick from WE. Alongside the Skarner that has once again been left open. And Skarner Rumble as a combo. WE, arguably the worst team in the LPL. Really, really struggling. Actually had a pretty solid start to the game. And points. Vampire and Monkey roaming around, getting a lot of value. But it was flash and no substance, was how Alex was putting it. They've got the Corki now as well. Again, someone who can dump a lot of damage into someone who's been hit by the Impales. Debating a Galio-Lilia combo to try and manage the Skarner. It's not bad, in fairness. Lilia's not an awful option into Skarner. Can, particularly if the Impale is down, really mess with melee tanks. Outfarm them too. We have seen Lilia's do quite a lot of work across the state of things. And it was a hydrate from Trinity, which I have actually gone and done. Thank you for that. Apple Rock, hello. Grumpy, hello, hello. Does an Ambessa Skarner work? It does. It does. However, Rumble Skarner is better because Ambessa hits one person. Skarner creates a barbecue, which Skarner can then turn into Grillman with. Just keep people over the fire and make them suffer. Poppy, Alistair on both sides now. It does look as though those engaged supports which are being looked at. Probably something like a Braum here, I suspect, is a ban from WE. Things that can be really good defensively against a Skarner or a Corki. Because I think you do want tools to try and keep people alive, really. Varus taken away from Taeyun would be a good bit of additional pick CC. Ezreal still up and available. Taeyun actually had a fairly solid start to the game on that champion. Smiles. Kanavi played Nefiri twice. Yeah, he did. We've not seen Nefiri today. Feels like the various bubbles have gotten slightly different results out of scrims. And Tao, thank you for the Prime sub. Hugely appreciated. Thanks for looking after us. Much, 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 much love. Again, it's really cool to have this combo. As for who's next, Casino, it is in fact WV versus EDG. Sorry, I was a little bit late on saying that. It was my bad. Okay, so Ezreal locked alongside the Corki. Nautilus now a consideration. Double AD carry plus Rumble plus Skarner Nautilus for engaged. WE's team fighting here is really, really nasty. And Skarner Nautilus, very good skirmishes too. I think they're in a pretty happy spot here. EDG took a gamble here by letting the Skarner Rumble through. They've got good engage tools of their own. Rel, great beacon for the Galio to come on. Similarly with the Ambessa, Kai'Sa can do it too. You've got a good dive combo, and if you can pull it off, it's great. I just worry, is Skarner Rumble beatable? You've got some tools to do it here. I think the Galio can help keep people alive against things like the Rumble engage. Ambessa, Kai'Sa, Lilia, all very capable of moving around and making it hard for Skarner to find easy engage, especially with a limited amount of setup for the big multi-man ults. But I think if Monkey is on it, this is going to be doing a really, really big deal. Oh, you're right. Thank you. I did indeed put a typo in. Weibo Gaming, not Wade WDG. I appreciate you. Let's try that again, shall we? And it should be EDG, not EDG, that's the one we want. Correct team. No, I can't spell. Ugh, reaching an awkward ways to get to the keyboard, but there we go. Apologies for that one. Okay. Well, let's hop back over to our setup here. Skarner Rumble is a hell of a combo to give up. Double AD carry Nautilus makes a lot of sense. It's a great comp from WE. If you took nameplates off, you go, yeah, it feels really good. It is WE though. And on EDG, the comp itself, if you just ignore what WE had, you say, that's a great comp. And you have got some solid anti-tank options. Skarner tends to build HP, not resist for quite a while, and Lilia is one of your premier anti-tank junglers out there. Xiaohao definitely in a position to just run over this game. Have to be against a very, very potent duo that's been so problematic for so much of this year and just before as well. Let the crowd start yelling.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
Two very long-standing organizations, even in a group like this, with the BLGs and Weibo fans buying out a fair number of the seats as well. WE and EDG fans still around and welcome to go. BO3 tiebreakers, right? It's a best of one, I'm afraid. Okay. Righty then. What are we expecting out of this early game? Lilia's going to want to start on her Raptors. Will be a known quantity. It does feel like a lot of junglers are doing this now. Keeps your red buff alive for longer. Slightly slower clear, but still very good. On here on the Kaiser, again a new member to EDG's roster for this split. Paired with Wink for a very long time. Had to deal with Vampire. And on the other side, in fact, that was his old pairing. And a lot of questions about how much Arm was macro controlling Vampire. Again, the mechanics, like the hands on Vampire, not been so much of a question. It's been some of the decision making, some of the macro moves been problematic, as this is a really good invade. Oh, Monkey. Hang on, doesn't get hit by the blooming blows. Wait. Can he charge into the wall? Doesn't know. Has a smite. This could get really ugly. Oh my god, Xiaohao. If he loses this, it's going to be a nightmare. Smite is early. And Monkey steals the red. What a wraparound invade. Monkey absolutely crumbles the early clear. Of course, he's going to go look through and fight over the blue buff as well, isn't he? Oh my god. Has got Smite right back up again. They're going to know he's here. Walked on through. Here comes Wink and Arm, but Vampire and Taeyun looking to come and contest this. Fighting over the Gromp. They really want to play with the lane prio they have. Double AD carries getting a lot of value. Angel now roaming on over. Monkey pulls away from the Gromp. Going to drive back into his own jungler side. Look, the defense was good enough. We'll pack away. We'll delay his own clear a fair amount here as a result. But can now clear bot to top, pick up that Scuttle Crab, feel pretty happy about the mess he's caused of Xiaohao's clear. Doesn't get as much value as I think he might have been hoping for. Are we going to see an invade onto red from Xiaohao? Maybe a fight over the Scuttle Crab instead. Double buffs versus none right now for Xiaohao makes it pretty tricky. Forces a flash away from the Lilia as Vampire goes looking. We'll get the Scuttle Crab. Just continue to delay Xiaohao's ability to take camps again. Monkey still going to be a couple camps behind here. Hasn't actually finished off that much of his own jungle yet. We're just going to say, look, I'm not done. I'm going to keep fighting. I've got red buff. You don't. We can play this without you having flash. This gets tricky. Monkey still has flash. can look to be really, really obnoxious. Wink now in danger, gets a Shattering Strike, needs to flash over the wall. Means the Dreadsign hits onto the wall, and Vampire now in danger because he didn't get his Aftershock off. Needs to start backing away, looking for the Blooming Blows. Doesn't quite have the flash, remember, because he used it earlier. Xiaohao is going to be helping get the kill now onto Arn. And WE, the game plan was cool. Be aggressive on the invades, but they give up the kill. And EDG defend well there. Critically so. And ironically, Xiaohao's now in the gold league. WE were full sending on these invades. And like, I appreciate the aggression. I appreciate the use of the lane priority, but wow. The Berkey is saying, yeah, holy shit, correct. Basically, what the heck is that? WTF. Very aggro indeed. Now what do we even look at from here? Like, the early aggression from the Skarner looked good in some ways. It hasn't really led to meaningful advantages against Xiaohao. You got his flash, and that's all well and good, but Monkey also burned his now. Vampire went looking for plays, kind of fumbled by having Wink be able to flash out, got himself in danger. I love WE's draft, like, they can win once. Theoretically, yeah, I'm kind of with you, Sane. I like WE's draft too. I think it was a very bold call from EDG to give up what they did. It's not that the EDG's draft is bad in isolation. It's very on theme. Into some of the tanky stuff, you've got good options. You can play really well into the anti-dive with the Galio to come and punish your Skarner and Nautilus. Like, all of that stuff holds true. I just then look at WE's draft and go, well, Taeyun's on real comfort here in the Ezreal. We saw him have a really good game on just earlier today. You've got Skarner, Rumble with double AD carries to follow up. I mean, that is such a nasty composition. It feels like so many of the S tier must-ban champions out and available, particularly because of the combination they have together. It's risky is putting it mildly. I'd prefer if they didn't win, says EDG Wink, please and thank you. Now, going by your name and the players on screen currently, I suspect you may be a touch biased. Why did they put the Galio mid, though? You know what? Actually, a really fair answer. Galio has been the premier answer into Rumble like this entire time, and I suppose eventually you can still shift the Galio up into the Ambessa, but the early lane is still what it is, and Ambessa down 15 on CS is kind of suffering here. I mean, ZDZ on the Ambessa, it's a big playmaking tool. You wanted the Ambessa in the draft, so hey. But yeah, I agree. Part of why you're doing what you're doing is to get a Galio into the Rumble. You would have thought. I hadn't considered that. You're absolutely right. I mean, still compositionally makes sense, but I agree. It's another one of those ones where you go, well, look at what you're playing it into. Surely you want the Galio top, no? But then, did you want the Ambessa in the comp? Ambessa mid, not great right now. Would have suffered into Corki. We saw Cube draft it into it. Top lane held the Corki that way, so it's not a great matchup. So, there you go. Okay. We now wait for second set of grubs. First set claimed by WE. Smartest plat player in the world, said Sano. Holy spam. It's fine. Won't there be tiebreakers anyway for first? Yes, there will be now. Unless BLG have still got one more game to play. Weibo have still got one more game to play. Hang on. No, wait. Actually, do they? Where are we at? Oh no. Schedule's screwing with my brain. Mm-hmm. So, at this point, WE are in a relatively okay position. Waiting on second set of grubs. Arn is at least getting solo gold down bot lane. Ambessa getting a hard time. I feel like we've seen Ambessa have a hard time in general over the last few days. I think people still want to make use of it, and like, you see what she brings as a champion. Hell, we did see the insane 9k damage teamfight. Like, it's not like we've been seeing Ambessa always lose. But it feels like there are more answers into her. I'm not sure she's as blind pick as she once was. Honestly, I feel like Gwen is kind of replacing her as the blind pick top laner of choice. Oh. What do you mean you were young? The game's only 2-3 years old right now. Mecca, my brother in Christ. I think the game is in season 15. It's been playing officially for 15 years. There was a beta before that. It's quite an old game now, is League of Legends. Holy moly. I think League might literally have been alive for over half my life. Which is kind of wild. I'm just saying. Feast under 11 minutes. Yep. Turret, 3 objectives, no contest from EDG. Ooh, boy. It's been a very quiet game on the whole. And 6 grubs and a dragon. Plus first turret topside is nasty stuff. Ooh, Equalizer comes on down. ZDZ turns it around with a public execution, but probably needs to think about running away. It's a lot of damage. Ult for ult in the grand scheme of things, but Cube's still the one with the shove. It's a long, long, long time. Hook. W, I mean, what do you even say at this point? Kill for kill. Ambassador dies, Rumble dies. Kill for the Lilia is nice, but the turret falls bot. W just quietly getting further and further ahead. Not too much more to be done at this point. They'll lose a dragon here, I think, as well. And like, going 1-for-1 in this scenario is just not enough. Especially when the Rumble picks up the kill. Like, Lilia getting kills is nice. That is possibly your out as the game goes on, but I think this platform from the early game is going to be really, really, really challenging for EDG from now. And we said there was going to be some draft issues. Because again, we said, look, ignore what WE's comp is for a second. Look at the EDG's comp and you go, yeah, it makes sense. Cool comp. Then you look at WE's comp and you go, oh my god, what did you give up to get this comp? Nymaera is dead. There is only Initialise. Yes, there is. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Appreciate you, Ivan. Or VN, sorry. I apologize. Mm-hmm. Okay. So, what do EDG do now that they are down 2 dragons, 6 scrubs, 1,500 gold to Skarner Rumble with double Trinity Force, double item carries incoming with a Corki and an Ezreal? Aside from Prey, WE mess up, you probably need to have really, really astute wards around the next dragon. You need really, really great wards to stuff the Skarner combo. If the Skarner goes in, messes it up, and you turn it around, then you get to play the game. Do that, and then maybe have Rel, Kai'Sa, and Ambessa jump on the Ezreal, jump on the Corki. If you can nuke them, and the Skarner doesn't get good value with the ultimate, there's your value. Maybe a moment like this between fights as well could be good. They jump on the Vampire, in comes the Kai'Sa. They're going to try and look for a combo. The Galio well weighted, and Wink stays alive. This is the combo we were hoping for. Edward Gaming, wonderful combo. Wonderful combo. But what you get a Herald off this. That might do it. 3 kills onto Arn as well. You needed that on your Kai'Sa. Big moment. Big moment. Okay, literally when we were asking for it, it's like, okay, can you stuff the Skarner engage? Done. Can you then dive onto the backline? Done. You get the Skarner, you get carries, you get a lot of summoners. Great stuff. You get Herald afterwards. It is a small step back on the road to recovery, but the gold lead is gone at least. And your Kai'Sa gets the gold. Critical stuff. Lilia is involved. That's nice. So, how does this start? It's a horrible dredge line from Vampire going wide, and then ZDZ from off vision steps into the backline, Magnet Storm after, and yes, you get the Skarner ult, but it's onto the Realm that's burned her combo, and the shield is enough to keep her alive. Then Karis has to flash, and the whole of EDG can run forwards once the front line, who have used all their stuff in Monkey and Vampire, are dead and gone. Nice stuff. Fnatic could do much worse. Oh no. I don't know. Fnatic have heard a lot of fans over the years. It's true. Well then. Right. Gold lead now over to EDG. They've got Herald to work with. A minute to what would be soul point. If they get another fight around that, probably leads into out of card, or at least good setup for it. That then gets interesting, doesn't it? Did I hear Fnatic pause? Should you be online? I'm hoping not. We've had a distinct lack of pauses today. That's why doing 0-4 just can't get a hold and play for Soul. They need to throw. Yeah, that one was silly. I kind of agree, GG Last. That one was rough. They had all the tools in the world at that point. They had everything going for them. They might still win this game, right? Their comp plays from a 900 gold deficit just fine. It's just very disappointing that they are given this incredible foundation for the game, from draft, from early objectives and gold leads, to throw it away like that. That's very sad, very frustrating. Test, you are a sub. You probably got gifted one of the many, many gift subs that have been given out today. Thank one of Mecha Fanboy, or, of course, the side of the Edlast, who also gave out a load of community subs. We are actually 1 sub away from 500 subs, by the way, here on the channel. So if anybody has it in their heart who hasn't been gifted one of the insane amounts of community subs, fancies dropping us up to bring us up to 500 subs. I'm just saying, you could be rounding our numbers out really nicely here, guys. I'm just, you know, just if you felt like it. We're going to focus on the dragon right now. Now is the time for dragon fights. So, EDG here. ZDZ on a flank will be spotted. Good ward in that bush behind the red buff. No one really there to stop it, though. Down to 4,000 HP. Xiaohao goes on in, looking for Lilting Lullaby. Gets it on the front line. Not the best target. Gets to burn the flash from it. Dragon secured. And soul point for WE. Into the backline we go. ZDZ gets in there. But the suppression comes up through. Magnet Storm. Brutal stuff, though. And on into the backside gets Taehyun. You think it's all over? It is now. Xiaohao shows them exactly how it is done. Quadra kill for Lilia. Fear the deer. Holy moly. The Skarner ult hits no one valuable. They get ZDZ alone. Xiaohao, without flash, without ult, finds an insane amount of damage off a glorious combo from Wink. EDG Wink, you in chat? Your boy found a Magnet Tempest. That was magic. Kai'Sa 404. Enemy lane is not found. You've got this Lily Hicks. The thing is, it starts off with the smite skewer from WE, and for me, a bit of a perplexing look in for the play from Xiaohao. Just misses Taehyun and Karis. If he'd caught both of them there, it might be a very different story. The Lilting Lullaby not that valuable. Smite fight, very, very close. I think that was nearly pixel perfect. In goes EDZ, and everyone from WE turns onto him. But Vampire is left alone, and suddenly they all group up to chase the Ambessa, and Wink finds 4. On into the backside, finds a really good angle onto the Ezreal, so he's not left free firing while Xiaohao murders him. Wait, though. EDG late on the reset, give up Atakan. It's the GA version. And actually, I think this is the one that you can play against a bit more freely. Very potent spike in power, but it doesn't give you the ability to shove waves for free. If you have done a good enough job of controlling waves, you can still mitigate this. If you don't get turrets off this WE, I still wonder. True shot barrage, minimal. Ambessa left to shove out the mid lane waves. There's no real turrets under threat at the bot side either. So, what do you get done for WE? You get a steal of camps on the red side jungle. It's not even that much to take, because Xiaohao's already cleaned up. This is Lilia. At 2.5 items, she's stopping off from the arm guard and going straight towards the Rift Maker because of all the gold she's been able to build up. She clears camps in seconds flat. So, we are now in a position where EDG, we were saying, oh god, this comp, not sure about it. Oh man, this early lead, not sure about it. And then 2 absolutely immaculate team fights in a row bring them into a decent gold lead. They're still going to have to deal with the fact they're down Soul Point, they're down Atakan. It's not done yet. The flash has been there. The gold leads are on exceptional points of power. Lilia and Kai'Sa, with a Galio and Bassa backing them up. That's really, really good news. Even the Zeke's convergence here from the Rel, I think, when you're looking for the big Wombai, I think makes sense. And you can see how Lilia is supposed to be dealt with here as an answer into a nerfed Skarner. However, you are still now against 2-item WE with the Muramana transformations. Triforce Muramana has been a spike as old as League on Corki and Ezreal. You've got 2 items on the Rumble. You are still very, very scary this game. You did get Soul Point for all the fight after and the flash that came in. The substance, the underlying bit of it is you did win the smite fight. You are at Soul Point. Infernal Soul for a Rumble plus Corki plus Ezreal is still game winning. theoretically, 50 seconds to what could still decide the game. I just don't trust WE to take it home. That's the problem. And EDG still not exactly taken their teamfight leads into meaningful objectives. How much will it haunt them coming into this fight? Lilia, 2 items, plus arm guard, plus a 10-stack Dark Seal. That is 40 extra AP, an extra 700 gold worth of stats. So she's effectively 2.8k ahead of this Skarner. Exactly, Roberto in chat saying WE scaling front to back. Plus they got all those drakes. Exactly, it's not that easy. ZDZ being jumped on. The Galio won't burn before the dragon. Hang on, Arm coming in. Wait. What happens here? Equalizer, not fantastic. Into the back line is Angel and Wink. Karis, though, untouched. Flashes on in. Still takes the Corki with him. Wink needs to run away, but Taeyun, for once, unhurt. Drives Xiao into the wall, who goes golden. Wink and Angel need to get a lot of damage. Flash for the knock-up. Taeyun's dead. Oh, no. WE, you think you've burned everything you need to catch out ZDZ. Call a really frustrating Galliot that wouldn't be there for the soul fight and still lose it. Arn takes Karis with him. And then you try to drive the deer into the wall and she gets to Zhonya's. ZDZ is here as one of the few face-checking options. Is spotted out by a Scryer's Bloom. Monkey goes looking for him. Flash public execution for that extra little bit of move speed, and they jump on him. They put everybody here to try and kill off ZDZ, and they do kill him. And Cube now turns up, and the equalizer is okay. It gets Xiao Hao, and that's kind of it. Arn actually also, in fairness, chunked. But then Arn takes Karis with him, finally falls, but he's already killed off Vamp. And then you're in a 3v4, where Xiao Hao gets a lot of value. Wink force a really ugly step forward from Taeyun. Angel, what a flash ground pound. Justice punch knock-up with a wonderful Zhonya's from that Lilia. I mean, heroics. 4k fight from the Lilia. 4k fight just enough from Arn. 3.5k fight from a bloody Galio. Oh, wow. I am slightly speechless. That gets you a dragon. But you have to keep doing this, EDG. It, once again, hasn't earned you Baron. You've still only got 2 turrets in this game. Your Lilia is now at 3 items plus 10 stack Dark Seal. Your Galio doing all right on the stacks as well. Your Kai'Sa picked up a Terminus at this point. Increasingly hard to manage. And I think into Corki Ezreal, Kai'Sa at this point becomes a bit of an X factor here into the AD carries that want to play the way they do. Arn can really threaten the Ezreal and the Corki. And you do have to be scared of that. And I think for WE, if you do not kill off one of Arn or Xiao Hao immediately, you don't win these team fights. Monkey, like, the combo from WE is great, but it has to land onto key members. If you don't get them, you've killed off what? An Ambessa who's really here as an annoyance, a threat, not the true carry at this point. Starting up Baron. Monkey gets a big engage, but there's no real equalizer. Finally comes on through, but it's very late. Wink and Arn taken very low, but into the backhand goes ZDZ! Arn pulls the trigger. Killer Instinct down. You lose your jungler. Ambessa is traded. Karis has to leave, though. No TP. You've got no smite available for 40 seconds. Can you reset and look again? I don't know. Maybe this is an angle, but the health bars are pretty low here, and a lot of ults burned. Maybe not feeling quite secure enough to try and turn back to the Baron. This game is certainly entertaining. I don't know about the level of quality of points. In fairness to EDG, Xiao Hao Arn really have been quite good. Wink as well. Very impressive engages. Like it's not like there's been entirely flawed. We have seen good stuff. This is an interesting one. Where is the equalizer? You've held them in place forever. Now it comes in. The burn is good, but Xiao gets to go golden. ZDZ lands onto Monkey. The Galio ult comes in. The Kai'Sa comes in. The re-engage is solid. You do kill off the Ambessa, but in a lot of ways, your damage is done. You killed the jungler. It's what you wanted to do. They don't get to turn onto the Baron, though. They don't really get to get value out of that smite being off the board. And I think that has been more EDG's issue for me. We've seen good team fighting from this squad. The wave control, the macro stuff, taking these fights and turning them into objectives has been significantly poorer. And I think that has been really hamstringing EDG's ability to turn a lot of these fights into something more. I think for WE's side, it's the other way around. Actually, solid early moves. Again, Monkey in particular making things happen. You have seen Vampire in that first game of the day pairing up well, but it has been the mid-game team fights, the mid-game decision-making around objectives has been poor, even if the early foundation has been solid for a couple games in a row now. And at the end of the day, you've drafted the comp that needs to team fight. If you can't team fight, it's going to be problematic. Monkey just got hit with a Squall Seed. ZDZ on a flank, but on vision. Here we go again. Can drive into the pit. Staken away. Baron secured. EDG now don't necessarily need to fight. Vampire flashed out and just gets deleted. Cube loses the 1v1 with ZDZ and has to back away. Sleep onto Monkey. Squall Seed comes on through. The Equalizer now follows. Splits EDG kind of apart here as Arn taken down to a 3rd HP. And I think EDG at this point needs to back away. That is a very deep teleport from Angel, but gets to clear out the wave. The Swell Seed comes flying on through. We've got Infernal Dragon up. That's why they feel like they need to come and contest. They were slow to reset. But look how many ults were burned. Skarner ult, Equalizer, Depth Charge. Big ults burned, but then on the other side, you've got Arn's ult, and that's it. Cubes, though, saying, I don't want to come fight this. He's playing for topside. Monkey has got Flash. Could look to steal this. Half his HP bar is missing. So we need to see how this goes. Monkey, how aggressively do you want to play this? You can afford to give this up, WE. You're still on Soul Point. But 2 Infernal Dragons now secure, plus Baron. EDG now got the opportunity to really pressure the side of WE. Tier 2 falls. Tier 3 now under threat. They do get that tier 2 top, try and trade that out. But oh my days, WE, I mean, we have to talk about it again. Remember how this early game looked. Remember how the draft looked. And you would be understandably perplexed to see the game state now. You've got 3.5 items on your Ezreal, 3 on the Corki. You've got 3 items on this Rumble. You still have a combo here. I just worry how you do it now into a 4-item Kai'Sa, a 4-item Lilia, where actually your ability to kill these targets within the duration of your burst is just not as easy anymore. They're really, really scary. The carries from EDG have got so much safety and so much bloody threat. Two more games to go. BLG, EDG, and WE Weibo Gaming. In a lot of ways, it feels like this is the game for both of these squads to pick up the wins. EDG win this, they guarantee they are in the 3rd place scenario. I think with Weibo winning earlier, they can no longer contest the 2nd. However, we are now in a position. Why do I say that? Weibo won the 1st game of the day, won against BLG. Yeah, no, absolutely. I take it back. EDG win this game, they guarantee 3rd. They guarantee that they do get to play for a spot in the Ascension group. Lose this and it gets a lot more interesting. Because let's be real, your games after this against the 2 best teams in the group, winning those matches is unlikely at this point. These teams still have too many issues to work out, I think, to have a realistic chance of beating Weibo or BLG. For WE, losing this guarantees you are 4th place, guarantees you are going into Nirvana group, where you are at risk of just ending your season in July. Because Weibo won their first match against I forget now. One of EDG or WE. It's been early today. It was EDG. First game of the day. Because they beat BLG, they have gone to 4-2. EDG, even if they win this game, and even if they were somehow to beat BLG, would only go to 3-3. They wouldn't reach the break point for second place. To clarify. WE, backs against the bloody wall, aren't they? The Baron didn't break the base. That's your silver lining. You are still at soul point. That's a better silver lining. A team fight win into an Infernal Dragon still potentially wins you this game. It's just not looking easy. And thank you, by the way, Fairy Tale, for giving out a community sub. Thank you, Tower of Jester, as well, for getting involved. We have managed to get ourselves to 501 subscribers, guys. We are the 501st in truth. Welcome to Vader's Fist here on the channel, and for bringing us over 500 subscribers. That is a hell of a breakpoint, guys. We've got a bit of a slower point before we hit the dragon fight, so time to celebrate that before we use the equivalent of party poppers with the fight to come. That's really, really awesome, guys. We do our best here to help support the LPL community, and having that moment is cool. We even get to watch fiestas like this, eh? Angel on a flank is going to be spotted. Karis will throw out a frost bomb that just doesn't hurt the same way anymore. ZDZ not on vision, though. Hang on, Karis needs to be really careful. Here we go. Watch the angle. They've got really good angles for Angel and ZDZ to get to the back line. Public execution! On goes diving in. They get a lot of damage down. Massive shielded around into the Zhonya's front line down. Damage is there. They do finally bring down Angel. But look at the health bars. Taeyun, Cube, and Karis got nowhere to go. You lost Wink, in fairness. Missed him going down despite finding the angle. But the thing is, the smite is alive from EDG. It is not for WE. They want to TP in regardless. They're double TPing in regardless. Doesn't matter. They get the kill. Not sure about that TP in. Baron's up. Maybe they feel like they have to contest. Can they rush it? You've got double carries, and as a rumble, you might be able to, you know. Infinity Edge done for Karis. Have a look again. Because basically ZDZ is on a flank, unspotted. Angel tries to go looking on in. Massive engage, but it doesn't catch, for once, the backline at all. Winkedine immediately dies for it. Vampire flashes on out, and he's the one hit by the public execution. ZDZ kills him. Arn can't quite get the procs on Karis or Taeyun. Cleanse burned, flash burned. They get out. Angel does finally fall. Even the Acathian Rain after doesn't quite get it. Critical moments though. Karis down flash, Taeyun down flash. Arn also down the flash. Not a lot of sustain available here in general in that safety. Head over towards the Baron. Vampire is just not tanky at this point. And the Skarner being behind the curve isn't tanky into this comp. Kai'Sa is a good tank killer. Lilia is a phenomenal tank killer. Honestly, the Galio, the Ambassador, not bad either. In some ways, they can get through a few rotations. The Skarner and the Nautilus just not anywhere near raid boss status. At least Karis and Taeyun already serious breakpoint. Soul Point was secured by EDG though. They now have 3 Infernal Dragons. Oh my days. Okay. Baron starts again. Monkey no flash. Still look to come on in. He's won a smite fight already this game. Watch CDZ on the flank angle. The wards aren't fantastic again from WE. Got themselves a Banshee's Veil. Release of Verdant's barrier from Xiaohao. Popped there by the public execution coming in though. That was unexpected. They come into the backlines. Cube knocks up, gets down the equalizer, trying to trade onto ZDZ, who was trying on the other side to get value as Arn dies. They pull the trigger and the turnaround is fantastic. Swellsea comes on through. ZDZ needs to keep hopping. Flashes away. They lose their AD carry. And suddenly WE can turn towards the Baron. Health bar's low. Teleports available from Angel and from ZDZ. Xiaohao can get in. They are TPing into the pit. Karis needs to be very, very scared. Xiaohao immediately eviscerated though. Oh my days, they've lost the team fight. ZDZ trying to find something. It's a double for the side of Karis. They get one back, but they don't get the Baron. Arn dies. I need to see the replay. He must have just dived on in and got eviscerated by the double AD carries. WE might just have done it. We might be on to another tiebreaker today. Oh my god. In goes CDC. It's on to Karis, but he gets out. At which point, the equalizer and the suppression just catches on. Finally, he's brought on top of an equalizer courtesy of a Skarner ult. Finally, he doesn't get to play the game properly. WE only needed one. That might have done it. Are you not entertained? They TP back in thinking they can play it, but Karis again just gets to stay alive. It's not properly threatened. Q flashes out. And you only kill off one at the back end of it. Okay. Dragon in a minute and a half. We go again. GA just picked up by On. Huge break point for him. But these AD carries now from WE are a lot harder to deal with from WE. You've got a GA on Taehyun, who's at max build. You've got the upgraded, whatever the Ionian boots are. Don't know that name, sorry. Merc Treads upgraded as well. Not upgraded, but not quite the Chain Crusher. But you've got that kind of stat increase from the Feats of Strength. You've got max build there as well. Immortal Shield Bow, Lord Doms, Infedge. This Corki hits like a truck as well. You have to kill them. Death Cap just got done for the Galio. This game has gone back and forth and back and forth. W back with a gold lead again. Both teams on soul point. Baron's going to allow WE to shove out and have setup around the dragon. I genuinely do not know what's going to happen with this team fight. Feels like if Taehyun and Karis aren't brought low, it's problematic. On the other side, if Arn and Xiaohao get a long fight, it's going to be really rough for WE. Hang on, Lilting Lullaby available. They pull it. Cleanse immediately from Taehyun. Going to be down that critical summoner. Wink though, there, reload. That equalizer sucked. They're going to catch out and immediately destroy Arn. GA pops, will have a flash. Oh my god, Wink nearly dies. ZDC in the backside, looking on to Vampire, can't quite find the values. Arn needs to go back. The damage from the double AD carries is foul. I mean, Arn's health bar, it evaporated. How on earth did he just die? Wow. He gets out and alive. The GA does its work, but, I mean, what do you do? You are down 2 members, and the resets will be allowed to come on through for WE. They're going to try and push it. Can they end here? They can certainly get an inhibitor. They're going to look for it. Oh my days, WE, their first game against a team that it looks like they had just fumbled against. The comp looked strong. The early game was strong, and the mid-game team fights look disastrous. Suddenly, the items come on through. EDG want to try and fight for the soul regardless. They didn't end. They didn't set up around Dragon. The health bars aren't great from WE here. Remember, no flash on Monkey. 5 seconds on the Impale. 3 seconds on ZDZ, who has a teleport and a ward to go to. There's the ward in the pit. Be a very aggressive one nonetheless. Taehyun, not in a great spot himself. Xiaohao's around. Zonya's available. They're called the back of the pit. Taken by the Ezreal. Soul secured. EDG want to try and catch them on the reset if they can. The health bar's going to reset through. You've got a Rumble, a max build pair of AD carries with Infernal Soul. If WE cannot win from this game state, I don't know how they win a game ever. I want you to watch Arn's health bar here. He is 95% HP right now. Maybe 90. Locky Shield comes on through. The Equalizer misses him. Monkey, flash, reads the flash from Arn for the Impale. And that is less than a second to death. He will get out here. Wink. Wink, can you miss him? He's gone. Got no chance to steal the resist because he just died. Got no chance to get Aftershock up. He just died. He's gone for the Zeke's build. He doesn't have a locket. His ability, well, he does have the locket now, I suppose, but, you know, was not that tanky in a lot of ways. great for the mid game, but at this point later on, he just dies. Rel notoriously squishy until she gets resists from stealing them courtesy of a passive, but you can mold break all you want. Might be looking at a second tiebreaker this game. Baron up in 15 seconds. WE with command of the map, with what feels like an inassailable advantage. Xiaohao full build himself. Spells just come on through wing. Eats a lot of damage. Just about alive. True shot barrage goes wide. Equalizer onto Arn again. Not great from Cube. These equalizers haven't been fantastic. Goes looking on in. Loading Lullaby available. Taejun gets McHale'd, but they can still look for the engage regardless of the front line. Galio comes flying on through. They kill off one. It's support for support. Massive taunt. Taejun down to his GA. Karras goes looking on him. Flashing forwards. Nearly dies. Does. ZDZ gets him. Taejun trying to get as much value as he can. He's alive. The Ambessa cannot do it all. GA's cleanses McHale's. It takes them all. But WE in 45 minutes. Infernal Soul somehow, some way, finally win a game. It is nothing clean. It is nothing simple or easy. But they will sure enough guarantee a tiebreaker unless something insane happens in these last two games. And at this point, I just don't know. 1 and 4 for both squads. I'm at a loss for words. EDG, I thought you had that. I think EDG thought they had that. WE, the foundation in the early game, was rocked to its core. The draft that we loved, we saw the Skarner Rumble, the double AD carry, and went, how on earth did they get to this point? Why were you banned? That's actually a good question. It might have been a... Yeah, I actually don't know. Is the honest answer? Well, you're back. Welcome. Misclick is the answer. Mods don't make mistakes. Shh. Pay her off. It's fine. Looks like you're fine. Hello, guys. Initialise here. I am filling in because Nymaera has to go to LEC meetings. I know. He's got work to do. Means he'll be on LEC this weekend, which means I will be helping out Lange a lot this weekend as well. So, hello, guys. WE. Winners there. Welcome to Nymaera's Twitch channel. Welcome to the YouTube. And hello also over to Anivia Lol. Great to have you in over here supporting the game. That was a wild old game, wasn't it? I think Monkey might well be coming away with MVP. Some insane impales to catch Arn out in critical moments. That flash read. The one around the Baron as well. You miss either of those and the game is over. It's not easy. It's not clean, as we said, but great stuff. The LPL, to come back to the spiel, no longer has an official broadcast. It means it's all community-driven, fan-driven. Shout out over the likes of the LPL English, Dominate, and all those other co-streamers doing it. It is a labor of love at this point. So if you can, throw a follow, throw a like, post about on social media if you've got a clip or a moment you loved. It matters a lot to myself and Alex. If you can throw a follow or a like over at me as well, I'm Initialise Cast in that title. I'm on Twitch, I'm on YouTube. I obviously don't have rights to LPL, so we stream on Alex's channel. It means we're building the community here, and I'm very happy to be here helping out with that. But it's always nice to have a little bit of additional love thrown my way if you like what I do here. Always nice to have you come over to the channels there as well. And obviously been really overwhelmed by the support today. We finally hit over 500 subscribers here on Nymaera's Twitch. If you've got that Prime sub, consider dropping it here. If you've got a regular sub you feel like you can drop, consider dropping it here. Again, we do this off our own backs. It means we are funded doing this by you guys. That's how we do this. It is 6 hours a day, every day. You don't get to do that by having another job. This is our jobs. It is us basically doing casting. It's something we've been done full-time for a long time. Much like gigging musicians or actors or any other element of entertainment, it means we're funded by people who like the art we put out, such as it is. So if you can, if you want to help support the LPL community, this would be a great place that would make a huge difference. So, you know, that spiel is done. And there we are. And Karras and Taeyun holy shit levels of damage this game. Probably still gonna be Monkey's the MVP. Amount of times he got caught. And as a top later in Spirit. Hey, Lorindy. Great stuff. How the fuck is I not know the important key to win this fight frontline anyway? Because the thing is, you got to remember Kai'Sa is very short range, especially with the build he has. If he wants to do damage, he has to be at threat of Skarner, I think, in a lot of ways. And you've got the tools to outplay it with Flash, with E, with R. But then you have to actually outplay it, and he didn't. He had a really good mid game. I don't want to say that Arn had an entirely bad game. I think those critical late game fights, though, he is going to be understandably frustrated. I think the other side of it is Monkey read him like a book. Some really good Flash reads. And I also think, like, I know Alex was really excited to see him come back, right? He actually was arguably MVP candidate last year because of the insane amount of work he was doing over on, I want to say RNG with Vampire, doing their very, very best to try and carry the team regardless of a very poor state of affairs. He had some really good fights. Like, this was a great fight from Arn, for example, but the late game scenarios weren't fantastic. It hasn't been what we were hoping for from him here on EDG this split. I think understandably people are going, I'd call that out a little myself, and that's not unreasonable. It's not unreasonable. I can't take that away from people. There we go. Please be respectful team to players, except no name calling and comments related to bearing. Yeah, exactly, guys. Just a heads up for people in our Twitch/YouTube. We don't mind you asking questions about the game. That's really not a problem. If you then use that to go on and do something else with it, that's also fine. Especially because if the way you're getting into the game is through other kind of forms of entertainment, that's super fine. It's just we've had these issues before where people have come in and been arseholes or interrupting actually meaningful chats about the game. That's not what we're after. So by all means come in, by all means be part of the community, by all means ask questions. That's really not a problem. But just keep it gameplay focused, guys. That's all it is. Is it the clown shoes or trash again? I know what you mean. I think we actually did see some really cool team fights from both teams. And it's not like both, and that is good. So it's like, it wasn't like we didn't see bright spots, but it's like, okay, here is the one peak in this game. The really cool team fighting from both squads. Like Xiaohao had really good moments, Wink had really good moments. There's a couple cool team fights from Arn. We saw wicked catches from Monkey, Karis and Taeyu putting out insane amounts of damage. That's really good. Don't be an asshole, basically, yeah. And keep it gameplay focused, which is all we're really asking for. Just because we'd like it to keep it about the LPL if we can. Hey, met me at the NLC Finals weekend. Joe, great to see you. You weren't the Garen main, were you? No, that was Thomas. That was Thomas. Joel. That wasn't Joel. It's basically tiebreaker day. Yeah, we may well be getting 2 tiebreakers. Monkey gets that MVP. But yeah, to finish up the conversation, understandably, there were a lot of flaws around objective setups, a lot of flaws around converting leads meaningfully. I see you, WE. And that's problematic. I think the reason Monkey is going to get this MVP is the 2 critical team fights they won involved him catching on twice. This catch, and then the catch here, probably win them the game. Because who else are you going to do? I think Karis and Taeyu got caught out a bit too much. I don't think it's an easy one to decide the MVP, but those 2 catches won you the game. Yeah, so like, and it was a good flash read. So I think that is why he's getting MVP here, guys, is those critical catches. In fact, I think he gets another catch there on Arn. So that is 3 team fights in a row where Arn gets fucked by the Skarner. Don't Google that. If you do, use these highlight reel. Hey, E3. What do you want to say? It's the truth. Felt like Q got hard carried. The game's ults were atrocious. Yeah, I wasn't very happy with his ults. It's a full house on the jungle votes. Yep. Chair shot to the head. Fucking hell, Ambridge. That's grim. Outcaster, ladies and gentlemen, look. It's a co-stream. I could be a little bit more crass. Saucy Sam is back. He never left. He never left. But yeah, DZ, I kind of agreed. Is it DZ or dazed? What's the correct pronunciation? What's the correct pronunciation on that? Chat big sauce as hell. Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm saying. But yeah, look, 3 fights in a row. Skarner ult was insane. That's pretty much pet the stream. There we go.
欢迎来到赛后采访，我是刘航。首先要
We got
恭喜
ourselves,
WE 在这场比赛的胜利。
a
来到赛后采访环节的选手是
thingy?
WE 的上单 Cube， 欢迎 Cube 来先跟大家打一个招呼。
Interview. Oh my god, I'm
大家好，
fried.
我是 WE 战队上单选手 Q。
欢迎 Cube。经历了46分钟左右的这个鏖战啊，就在今天终于是拿到了这个第2赛段的第1场胜利。赶紧来分享一下现在的一个感受吧。
就拿下这一场胜利的话，就还比较开心的吧，因为我们这把落后很多的时候，其实压力比较大的，这把就赢下来的话，还是比较开心的。
这把打得很有韧性啊，其实，来到了比赛的后期，面对对面的这种绕后啊、开团啊，你们到后期团战的一个思路或者沟通是什么？
就我们后期团战的思路就是，因为中期都是我们主动开打不过嘛，后面就感觉就等对面开，我们打反手。
打反手这个思路抓得很好。那你觉得，如果在后面的比赛 ，WE 如果想要有更加出色的表现的话，还需要去调整的地方有哪些？
我觉得我们还要打得更好，要调整的地方就是游戏类的换线运营那种东西，然后团战操作配合吧。
今天后面还有比赛，希望能好好调整，继续加油。我们再次恭喜 WE 拿下了这场比赛的胜利。接下来让我们稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
mountain high, ain't no valley low.
Okay, well, I'm gonna run some ads. I'm gonna get myself. I'm gonna say coffee. I debated something stronger, but I can't justify that.
皇冠战马更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜
I
欢
hear wrestling's
的
like a fun of the
中
minute.
国
That's
能
good
量饮
news.
料。
I always love the concept of wrestling. It's just very entertaining.
中国电竞当然有我，有能量当然战马。
Oh, wow.
Chasing down the sky, I found something I like. Freedom going by.
And a posture check, and I get hydrated. Oh my days, I need to go do that as well. I'll sort that out. Oh, right, I'll return with additional liquid. And the ability to keep going, because we have theoretically got 4 more games today. It ain't over till it's over. We could be doing a 10-game day. Hell yeah.
Away from my days. Oh. Searching in the sky. Oh. And the landscape's going by. I think
do, all the things I do. Hear me and I'll.
Apologies on the delay, folks, but it has been for good reason. You may need to move some of your stuff over so I can put mine down, and we can all go from there. Because we've got a very special guest. The reason I'm a little delayed is we're coming into this one. Emergency Colorcaster sub coming on in. Was initially here to surprise Nymaera, who's an old friend of ours, mod in the chat. Say hello to Harold for us.
Hi.
Who is coming along to come and surprise that. Bringing a Shakara's homemade cake as well. We've got ourselves additional color casting support. Yep. I've got cheesecake. I've got support. I've got people on in here. He's here to say hello, save us, because we've got what's looking like 4 games coming on in. We'll talk about draft as we go, but I do want to do a quick introduction here. Harold is someone who has worked in League of Legends for a very long time. He was a coach in the Matchco system for a little bit as well. So that's Italian League of Legends, so knows his shit. Is a really long-time friend of mine and Alex's. You might recognize him from the chat as well. Yeah. This is who he really is.
Yeah, this is the man behind the mask, I guess. But hi, Harold. I'm Harold, a former coach in the Italian 1st and 2nd division. Now back to being a color caster in the English 2nd division. So.
Hell yeah. Well, there we go. Color commentator, coach going on in. Here's our draft. I need to update our title as well. I didn't get a chance to do that. BLG versus G. I tell you what, can you just type in BLG for me? Thank you.
My first ever LPL cast, and it's a BLG.
I know. Versus EDG, who just had a horrifying loss.
I mean, I do think EDG are kind of like, ever since they won their world championship, they've kind of been in a major slump. Like they haven't been able to lock down major talent that they could work with. They've rotated through rosters. They've locked down. They had JJ for a really long time. Pretty much the linchpin of that roster. And you could tell whenever he wasn't having a good game, nobody was playing well. And when he was having a good game, he had support called Vampire that would run down his games. But, you know.
So be it. And again, that JJ now has gone off to other places and looking pretty good, honestly. Had a really good showing of it on a Sejuani the other day. Very impressive on that one. And we are ready now.
So draft.
For our game 2, yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk about it too much. So these are the drafts of this, and BLG very mid-game heavy, and they've got a Skarner. On the other side, Zyra to try and match it again from EDG. I don't know, this is risky. We'll let the crowd speak, and then you can break it down, because this is some very different drafts again.
Yeah, we want to put on so we can tell them.
There we go, EDG here in force. Very frustrated with the loss they just gave over.
Yeah, I mean, EDG are kind of like in this nowhere place, like we were saying. Like they are really just trying to find footing, trying to get pieces that can work together. But like ZDZ, when he was on NIP, in my head, one of the premier top laners that were really on the edge of making the last jump to becoming a household name.
Yeah.
He's been really good. I feel like he's been cursed with a lot of mediocre rosters. His best run was on the NAP roster in 2024, I think, when they had Wei and then
Leyen is the correct pronunciation, because again, one of those ones where the Pinyin translation to English isn't always as obvious as you think it is. At least versus standard anglicized pronunciation. Shout out starting here on the Raptors often does these days in the jungle. But again, we've seen Zyra attempting to Skarner before, to mixed success, shall we say.
I feel like Zyra is theoretically a counter. Will outclear, will outscale the Skarner at one point once you get that Leandris with Nymaera, because you're just going to be able to zone them out of fights. Major issue, you're immobile. You're not a Lilia, which is the strongest counter, but as you see the engage from the EDG bot lane, it's just going to be a little bit of trading with the Halo Blades going down on the Kalista. Halo Blades Kalista.
Yeah.
That is a throwback to Lethality Kalista of MSIs of yesteryears.
Yeah, I wonder whether they're thinking about going for that lethality version. I somehow doubt it. It does allow you to get slightly quicker trades onto things like the Rel or the Ezreal who might otherwise get out of range, so see how exactly Elk decides to build. They've gone for the Nico as well, so it's a very aggressive bot lane here with the Kalista Nico.
Yeah, Kalista Nico is maybe synonymous with the same idea of the Kalista Renata, really those aggressive bot lanes that you kind of just want to pummel the lane, get ahead, get that first item spike that minute or two before enemy AD carry, translate that into the map, and then just take over thanks to the Fate's Call and using the Pop Blossom to just find the engage. Big thing for the bot lane of the BLG though is they are relatively squishy. Nico is an excellent engage support compared to the Kalista, but it's still a mage. So like you're gonna be susceptible to possible blow-up combos from the Zyra, from the Ambessa coming in, from the Ryze finding damage. But that ward in the triple bushes saves BLG bot lane. Wave's also hovering, so it's probably gonna be nothing, a bit of a nothing for you.
Yeah, Wave's also around for potential counter gank him. Elkanon, much like Jackie and Crisp, have been known to overplay the 2v2 to the extent that enemy junglers find it quite easy to get in and mess with that lane. In we go though, bit of a dive onto wing. Still got the crash down there, so unlikely you're under true threat here. So it ends up being slight chunks onto supports, not too much more seen here. Xiaohao's still around actually. On very low. Here comes the speed up from Wink, goes full tilt. Elk has to flash away, and Xiaohao sticking around does earn an additional flash there.
The thing is, I feel like with the more I look at the EDG composition, the more I feel like you're kind of leaving your Zyra out to dry. All of EDG's composition has some degree of high mobility. Ryze doesn't really have it nominally in his kit, but he has the
phase rush, yeah.
So this Zyra is going to be most likely the main engage target for all of BLG's composition.
There's a lot of engage. Every single champion, in fact, has pretty solid pick. Even Kalista with her Fate's Call can basically say, I now use you, Nico, as a bowling ball.
Yeah, pretty much striking down the enemy. So, you know, it's kind of a bit of a situation. So, but I feel like this top matchup, I still am on the fence about. So, you know me, I've been a top laner for
Sure, yeah. I mean, you've had the displeasure of having to deal with my level of solo queue once or twice. At least the stream account. It's forever caught in unusual positions. Bin eats a fair amount of damage. Probably does need. Oh, great read, Xiaohao reads the flash. Flash on point for ZDZ. Another turret shots.
No way.
Oh, Xiaohao had done the Lord's work, and then the turret says no.
So good from all two. ZDZ was kind of the one that put the play in jeopardy, but Xiaohao predicting the flash, Bin saving the counter strike to get rid of the last shreds of damage because it does dodge Zyra plants auto attacks. And then ZDZ just fumbles the execution on the turret because that Jax had no counter strike. He had no way to get out of the damage. It's genuinely surprising that like Xiaohao can do so well. Ben can be caught out with the flash. Flashes into the grasping roots, and it's not enough because ZDZ misses the cunning strike. He misses the cunning strike on the turret.
Sometimes it just goes wrong. ZDZ was a player we were chatting about a lot earlier in the day. He's going up against Bin. This was always going to be a rough time to be a top laner because Bin, for the last few years, has put his name in the hat as the best in the world. Yes, there's been contests. I think Zeus probably in the end won out over him in community consensus and probably in that finals and level of play just about. But he's been right up there as one of the very best who have ever played the game, period. And ZDZ has been a journeyman. Had to go through, I think it was 4 teams, we think, last year. Like, he was all over the place. It's been very hard to grow as a player, especially to be able to match the likes of a Bin when you're just constantly shifting rosters, constantly shifting your roles within teams. Elkanon now under attack. That's a nice little route over the wall, but only to a chunk or so. And it is giving a bit of freedom for the side away to pick up that first set of grubs. Knight now roaming to match Angel and looking to probably try and defend around this dragon fight, even if we are seeing a little bit of Elkanon being shoved into turret beforehand.
The one thing I'm kind of worried about more looking at these compositions, the game is relatively even still. Ben has a slight lead, but then Xiaohao has a slight lead in the jungle thanks to the clear speed of the Zyra getting the assist on the kill. I'm looking at this BLG comp and I'm thinking, beyond 25 minutes, where is your gas? Like, where's your fuel tank beyond 25 minutes?
Well, yeah, it's Jack split push, win condition or bust. And don't get me wrong, you're going to have fantastic pick for the entirety of the game. So there's always a world where you catch Ezreal sleeping. Oh, hang on! Strangleforce come on through, and on just about survives the turnaround now coming on through. Nice tangle. Not Bobs is the Nico Q. I'm trying to remember now. No, I'm thinking for Zyra.
Zyra's grasping grip.
Grasping grip, that's the one I was thinking about. I was trying to remember what the name of the Zyra was, because I got confused by Nico names briefly.
Well, Nico confuses a lot of things, especially when she changes form.
Yeah, it's very true.
The way he picks up a full wave, it's a cannon. Ah, no, he missed the cannon!
The observers in the LPL are known for being unapologetically brutal. Zooming in on missed cannon minions at every given opportunity, so do keep your eyes on that one, as you may have to deal with that trauma a few times yet over the next few games.
But as we see, the map state is pretty even. Like, you've got Ben, of course, like edging out this top matchup slightly because of the gold lead. He has that extra phage with a little bit of more extra HP. He's taking these good trades with the grasp, you know, using that leap strike and that empower to just, you know, confirm the winning trade, move back, use the D-shield and the cookies in his inventory. Probably also has second wind to just...
I would be very surprised if he didn't, to be fair.
Yeah, kind of made... I feel like Resolve runes plus D-shield have kind of made laning nigh impossible into most bruisers. Because...
Yeah, I mean, unless you're willing to run range champions is the honest answer, because that probably is the way you deal with it. You just say, well, cool, you're going to do this, and I will just, like, stay miles away so you can't get grasp procs.
Yeah, but then you like run your own example of Jax, you can run PPA. Or
Yeah.
Or even Aftershock if you really want to. You do have CC in your kit. But the thing is, like, a lot of the meta has been kind of stale around these bruisers, and most top laners have been more than happy to just say,
Alright, back.
Oh.
Gonna look for the side of On. The heal comes on through. Gonna run away. Wonderful double root into the Stranglethorns. Xiaohao just won't leave bot. And wait. Just clearing his jungle. That is what, the fourth gank we've seen from Xiaohao. Finally earns them a kill.
I mean, yeah, you could say he's putting down roots there.
Oh, boo. Boo that man. Elk. Supposed to be at home in the forest, and Xiaohao says maybe you should have taken some more forestry classes, because that plant is poisonous. Stays alive, but again, you've run this Kalista Nico lane, and you've not been able to get a lot of pressure out of it, because basically the Zyra's put down a tent.
Yeah, I mean, really good job on the side of EDG, trying to just exploit BLG's bot lane, because they've been known to
overplay,
force it too much, a little bit sometimes. But so I feel like Xiaohao is kind of just setting the tempo of the game, and sometimes he's been griffed by his laners a little bit. But you know,
I mean, he just came off a fantastic Lilia game. He very, very nearly carried that last game for EDG against WE. Knight now coming over the wall on his Ahri, Dark Seal available. You know what that means? Stack time, baby. Teleport's now coming on through. On straight into an Impale. Angel did not enjoy them, but now the turnaround comes on through as the Rune Prism is there. And Wei is just the pro team this time around. He is building up the strength. Bomb Blossom comes on down as the Realm Warp leads on into a very swift grave. Knight continuing to throw out some autos, but they still actually managed to get turnaround onto 2. So it ends up being a 3 for 2, all things said and done.
Triple kill for the Rise as well.
It is. Oh boy, 2 for Knight.
Hell yeah, and the blue buff on the Rise as well. Now he's going to be able to restore, get that Rod of Ages, but what an excellent fight on the side of EDG, using those cooldowns, knowing that they can't tank the initial gauge to just turn around. They have the damage, they have the power. Here, excellent pick by Knight. He finds the angle to blow up Wink and tries to snowball the fight off of that. But look at Xiaohao on the side, putting down the damage the entire time. Excellent Impale by Wei. Instantly snaps Angel, but then there's no gas. All of it has run out.
Elkin on a run, yeah, and then the Realm Walk comes on through here. And I genuinely thought after this Pop Blossom catches 3, it might be a disaster. But again, this Rise is actually safe. He's untouched and gets so much damage at the end of it all. Stranglethorns comes on down and coming to life, and all of those plants in the bush immediately empowered. Oh my days, BLG just have to leave the grubs alone. They do get 5 of them, though, before they're run off. So actually, in the end of it all, we kind of missed the start of it, because clearly BLG did manage to claim at least a few before EDG turned up in force.
Yeah, but EDG are running around the map trying to fix mistakes. I feel like they've kind of been a little bit on the back foot at the beginning of the game, and now that Xiaohao is in full stride, Angel has his Rod of Ages already picked up. I feel like they're starting to like shift gears and get into the game a little bit more, but then we see On is just
Yeah, he did not get a Fate's Call time, but actually the turnaround is brutal. They take out Angel as well. Overplay from EDG and a double to Elk to bring him back to a much better spot in this game. He has been put under the cosh of this EDG focus early on. Finally gets some value. And actually, you'll note as well, look in the inventory, it is the Lethality Callista, aware that he's going to be under threat for the majority of the game and going, look, I just need to have value some way, and this can help.
And to be honest, there's no true tanks on the side of the game, so the Lethality will get the value. You're gonna have a tough time dealing with this Ambessa, but Ben with the first item completed, you know, the Trinity Force hit. Oh,
hang on! Flash for Flash. Just about doesn't get the kill. The Grandmaster's Might came on through, especially after that last Sundering Slam went significantly wide.
Yeah, he has to retune his sights a little bit. His aim has been a little bit off with those. The cunning strikes and the Sundering slams. But here on, just kind of left on an island, but then EDG forget that there's a Scarlet.
Yeah, they do.
Where are you going, Angel? Where are you running into? But as we see here, the great collapse, the great impale from Way finding through. Knight is ready for the follow-up, gets a little bit more stacks on his Dark Seal. 6 stacks right now, Malignant's completed, slight gold leading the mid lane, but the Rise is going to outvalue and outscale if this Ahri doesn't really get one.
I mean, that's the reason the Dark Seal stacks will matter. 6 already is a big deal. That's already an extra what?
It's 4 AP per stack.
So 4 times 6 is a significant amount, 24 AP, right? That's a lot. And again, if you get the full stack, it's an extra 700 gold worth of stats. And we know what Knight is like with Dark Seals on Ahri. He buys Medjais nearly every game he can. I think in this game, you probably want to. You're running a Lethality Callista, you're running this Ahri. Your whole job is 15 to 25 minutes. Break the game beyond repair. Angel being died might be a starter that they got the Fate's Call to bring out onto safety. Don't even need to. Just use the heal to speed up instead.
Really good dive on the side of BLG. They know they have the manpower. They know there's not enough members of EDG on that side of the map to counteract the dive. They know there's no counterplay on the map available, but as we see here, ZDZ might just try and force something on Knight. The charm lands. ZDZ doesn't seem to be able to land any Sundering slams today.
Struggling on that front wall while I've been with all of those 5 grubs and the teleport forced by ZDZ, just going to claim that turret down bot lane. Public execution onto Knight, does have the flash, gets to burn the ult himself, looks for a decent chunk, and then ults back on out. Will be forced to leave. Ult for ult, but again with the Malignant, it's not going to be on the longest cooldown anymore. Needs to be a bit wary here. As Wink and Xiaohao were, but with that ward in the river, kind of a known quantity.
We've been praising Xiaohao a lot this game. The major issue that we're running into is I feel like Wing and On haven't been able to exploit their laning phase as much. Like, they were playing the Ezreal Rel into a relatively squishy combo. You've had Xiaohao be in your lane so many times, and yet they could never quite find the setup. They found, what, 2 kills?
1.
In total?
Yeah, they found 1 kill on Elk. They got 1 on with the dive topped up, but that wasn't an attack on the bot lane, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So, in that one, EDG gonna have to leave Angel to back away. Has been having a very good game so far, with that first turret complete as well. The Trinity Force, the Steel Gaps, Knights on top lane. Remember the 5 grubs as well. This will disappear in short order. I'm also seeing a Aether Wisp in infantry. I think he's going Lichbane second.
I would hope he's going Lichbane. Lichbane is still the highest first 2-item combo.
Oh, it's ridiculous, yeah.
That you can get on the Ahri. Like, you know, that cap is not valuable enough because you don't have quite as much AP. Lichbane giving you that extra auto when you dive in with the Foxfire, with the ultimate. It is just so much damage, it catches you off guard. Because ever since they changed Sudden Impact to work on the next auto, or the next proc of damage, like, Ahri has been a prolific user of that. As you see, there's the stumps of the turret with Faker's signature because, you know, Knight is playing with Faker's skin. But as the Herald will go down for the side of BLG, BLG are getting everything to control map pressure.
Yeah.
And, like, I feel like when you have been on Jax, 5 grubs, Herald, you have the premier side lane picks in the Ahri and the Jax with the cover of a Skarner. When you look at the EDG's comp, you're kind of looking at it and I'm like, who matches who? Because the Jax, if he gets on top of the Rise, he will blow him up. If you see the Herald will go down the mid lane, this is going to be maybe a tier 1 going down. The health bar is not quite low enough to burst it. And the response is here for EDG, but we might not just be forced.
Go. The Stranglethorn comes on down, knock up onto Elk and Knight, but it doesn't stop the turret falling. Does go. They get the Impale onto a pretty key part target. Angel, though, does get to survive, not quite enough follow-up, and they run away. Happy enough with having taken the turret. System pings going on towards that top tier 1. Now they might want to try and defend that. 1:35 until the next dragon. I think that turret is still going to go there. They're not going to play against that. So they'll take the tier 1 in trade eventually for the tier 1 top. Mid lane, slight engage coming on. Too much avail, really.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, honestly, how Angel got caught in the impale. I felt like he misstepped once he had the phaser speed move going.
Let's have a look again.
Yeah. But as we see here, the Stranglethorns go down, the Pop Blossom goes down. Like, look at this impale. Like, I feel like Angel just walks into it.
Oh, he does, yeah. Moving back and forth a little too fast and just gets caught out. Doesn't end up having to burn all that much as a result, but I think in another world he just gets eviscerated.
Yeah, I think if they have something with more stat lockdown, maybe something like a Leona, could have probably killed him there. But it's not Leona, it's a Nico, completes the Proto Belt on the first item. With the Swifties, there's 2 items on Elk as well. The Edge of Night on top of the Yomu's Ghost Blade will give him that extra ability to just be aggressive, look for that insta Hail of Blades proc and then back off, because you have that Edge of Night to just sustain the CC or sustain like the first damage spell that comes through your way. But as we see, Angel is matching Knight on the side lane. There's a level difference, it will be equalized once the Roa gets to 10 stacks. But I feel like on the side of EDG, you're kind of already running out of potential to take this mid game. I feel like this mid game is the part of the game that you should contest the hardest, because if you can get through it relatively unscathed, then BLG have a really tough time into winning.
And Venice, they're only at 1500 gold ahead. It's not like they're miles and miles ahead. That said, it's just where that gold is right now is what's scary. They're ways a bit behind. Boo-hoo. Muscana's just fine. Your Ari, your Jax, and your Kalista actually in really good spots this game. I don't know whether Knight has quite completed the Lich Bane, but I don't think he's going to be miles off. It's the clone from Nico that has done it going on forwards as the Piercing Roots comes on through, and yeah, not quite completed as yet. But again, you look at this Kalista, Edge of Night, Ghost Blade. Actually quite tricky to kill now. Can play from quite a long way away, exactly. At least for Kalistas.
But it will be the Lich Bane, almost confirmed. There's an NLR, there's the...
Yeah, it's just not finished yet, exactly.
Not quite finished, but I do feel like you're running into an issue on the side of the EDG as well, because Zyra is a jungler that requires setup.
Yes.
In terms, not necessarily in terms of CC, she requires to literally be in position to place down her plants. Otherwise, her fighting, her skirmishing are not as good. And this, on the side of BLG, they've been doing an excellent job keeping her at bay, finding where she is, and then just moving in, denying the vision, finding the poke, just using that Nico clone to just get information and see where she is. Honestly, it's a bit sad to see Shaha, after an excellent early game, finding and forcing so many leads in this early game, trying to get the dives, forcing the bot lane, forcing the sun so many times. And then you're kind of just stuck in this situation where you're like, I want to do something, but I don't have the bodies in front of me to walk in and try and set up plays.
Yeah, and I think at least now, Angel got the Seraphs completed, or stack off fully, stacking that Roa, that'll be done in a minute or so. You've got the Ryalize done, you've got the Shojin done. You are getting to a point where you can start contesting a bit more freely again. The only problem is on the other side. These 2 item spikes between the Lethality Kalista, the Lich Bane now done on the Ari, Jax at 2 items with the 24 from the Sundered Sky. Very, very challenging to beat, at least in those kind of skirmish scenarios, especially if BLG are the ones with better control of the river.
Exactly. Like, on the other side, you are getting those 2 item spikes as well on your own champions.
Exactly.
Ezreal Muramana, fully completed.
Dangerous.
It is really dangerous. The Shojin completed on the Ambessa gives her so much burst at this point in the game. It makes it so much simpler to just blow up the first target you hit with the public execution. You're just going to have so much damage available. But you're also going in... You have this 2 item spike into 5 champions that excel at 1 or 2 item spikes.
Yeah.
Because the Jax, once you get that Sundered Sky, he is a monster in the side lane.
That's a shout out to all solo queue players. Don't go Blade of the Ring King. Please pick up the Sundered Sky. It gives you so much more power. Arndt, driven into a wall, had got the Pop Blossom over it from the Raptor pit as well. He doesn't get a chance to flash or E. Once he's hit into the wall, you should have used those summoners earlier, my boy.
Did he have E available? Why didn't he E away from the...
right, I know!
Ishtal's impact, like... It's not that expensive. At this point, you're at 2 items. You're going to get that cooldown back by just lasting those Mystic shots. But he ends up going down. No. And then, now you just give up so much control. Yes, the Impale is gone from way. Yes, the Pop Blossom is gone.
Oh, boy.
But Elk just gets to run at you for free now. You don't have any of the long-range damage. Bin threatens the flash. I saw it. I've done it plenty of times.
I was the guy. I saw that flash. I was like, oh boy, that would have been a.
That would have been a 3-man Counter Strike. That would have been really good. But like,
okay, so on, he must use the E hit. Moves the E here. Thank you, observers. In that case, I'm sorry, you have to flash.
You have to flash. You know, there's the possibility of an Impale bringing you back into more CC.
Oh, beautiful.
You simply don't have enough information to not flash.
Yeah.
Like, if you had information on where the Nico was, if the Nico was far enough away, if the Ari was far enough away, sure, you get away with just not using your spells, not using your summoners, but, like, you had no information. You don't have the luxury of not using your summoners. It's greed that's getting in the way of EDG's victories.
And I'm just saying this after a game where Arn had a fantastic mid game, and then 3 fights in a row. 3 title fights in a row. He's hit by Skarner, Impale in team fights on Kai'Sa with Flash, with ult. That cannot be the way things are. And this is for a player who was quick to come in and be a veteran, classy player. Knight comes on in on the flank, looks to get onto Arn, can't quite do it. Xiaohao just falls. Did get the Strangle Thorns off first. The pop also comes on through. Angel flashing away, make sure they don't die. But unfortunately, the Ren comes through onto Wink. Bin jumps onto ZDZ. The Rune Prism is solid, but there's the Counter-Strike part 2. Flash this time for the Counter-Strike. And ZDZ gets enough to shield with Repudiation to stay alive. They lose 2, critically smite down. Atakan is up, and BLG go, oh, we're having that one.
How did nobody die on the side of BLG? A perfect Stranglethorn. Xiaohao, again, doing so much for his team, and there's not enough.
You couldn't have asked for much more there, really.
Yeah, he throws down every single piece of his kit, and it's not enough. This Zyra has the issue, run into the issue of being immobile in a combo that's so much pain.
And you know what's happened when Ari has gone back to base?
Yep.
By the book.
We've gone to the public library, picked up a book, this time free of charge.
Exactly that. And I know we've got a lot of new subscribers in chat today. If you check out the emotes, there is a buy the book emote. We are big stands of the Medjais on the Ari in this chat. We're just a big stand of Medjais in general. You can use that emote. It's a great emote. Consider using it.
You should also spam it in every single LEC and or LPA broadcast anytime you see an Ari, just because we can.
We can.
But as we say, the fight here, the Impale on Xiaohao just buys just enough time. The Pop Blossom is great, and then Angel and On, yeah, they're relatively unscathed, but how can they fight this fight? Like, it's genuinely impossible for them to lay down the damage over the wall. There's no front line, there's no vision, there's no control on the side of EDG. While in the meantime, BLG have this 2-item Jax, now has completed the Seeker's Arm Guard. Like, you look at BLG's side of the itemization, and you're thinking, okay, what do you have on EDG's side where you can maybe bait this, maybe you can force this as On ease forward. Doesn't end up burning the spell shield, but the auto attack from the Zyra plant will, as EDG are trying to force this mid lane turret, but the beat thing.
On goes in, flash for the 3-man Pop Blossom! Knight follows, Wing just about alive, but importantly, On is out. Knight gets the reset, gets away. That's the stacks on the Medjais. They jump onto ways, EDZ into the backside onto Elf. Got a lot of HP to work with, but there's 5 members of BLG's amongst. There's just not enough. The Ren comes out for an additional slow, and On picks up the Ambessa.
And yeah, BLG, honestly, team fight and pick masterclass. If you want to learn how to play the pickups, if you want to learn how to punish your opponent for any single overextension, look at this team. So beautiful, honestly. Wei finds the Ishtal's Impact, finds the Doom-Man Impale, the 3-man Pop Blossom from On, just to punish the slight misstep from EDG trying to force that mid lane turret. They knew they had burned cooldowns to try and force it down. They knew they didn't quite have the map position to back away safely. There is so much mobility on the side of BLG that a punish like this can happen in this game, and they will force it every single time. And now their eyes are set on the Baron.
And they've got Callista, so it's always going to be a weighted fight. There is no blast cone, there is no flash. Xiaohao has to enter the pit through the front on the Zyra. I don't think it's doable. Not even going to get here in time. Smite secured, Baron down. You've got a 17-stack Medjais on Knight after that fight as well. It isn't getting easier. The gold lead finally balloons to a significant margin. Jump wide. As Knight weren't looking there, and I don't blame him on. Just about okay at the end of it all. Those Lichbane procs hurt, folks.
Those Lichbane procs are finding the difference at this point. I feel like Knight has so much damage available to him. It is kind of unfair.
He's going to be going either Shadow Flame or Death Cap next. I guarantee it.
Death Cap.
And here we go. This Pot Blossom is extraordinary. It sets up for Knight on one side. It sets up for Wei on the other. We don't even need to talk about it because the observers were giving the cinematic view. It's just that pretty.
Yeah, honestly, ZDZ tries something in the backline. He has those 2 items to try and find the pick afterwards. But then, like, the kite out from the side of BLG is so strong, and the re-engage. There's not really... On this side of BLG, if you want to re-engage and kite back and engage and like find something, you never really run out of fuel. The stun from the Shattering Strike on Wink will actually save his mid laner this time. As we see, Angel's forced to go towards Zhonya's 3rd item. That's not the item you want on this Rise at this point in the game.
I will say we see a lot on LPL Rise. So they do this even from behind, or from ahead rather, because you just feel like you can be really tanky, basically Seraphs and Zhonyas, because you've got enough damage normally. But that has been an LPL specific thing. Didn't see it so much internationally. Nemesis obviously tends to favour the Death Cap and stuff. We are into a quick pause, our first of the day. Looks like it's an EDG related pause. The first person up on camera tends to be the culprit.
Look of shame.
There we go, and we'll bring people back up.
Hi.
Hello folks, thank you very much Mecha for an additional gifted sub. Mecha the Oiler in chat continuing to basically fund our lives right now. I mean, this man is ridiculous. Thank you all for coming on in. Again, this is Harold. He is not Nymaera. I am Initialise. I am not Nymaera. Nymaera is currently at LEC meetings. I'm sorry, guys. He can't be here. So it's me. And therefore...
Sadly me as well.
Yeah, exactly. And what was supposed to be a surprise for Alex
yes.
has instead turned into an impromptu additional cast. Fortunately, Harold is a wonderful caster. Glad to give him an opportunity to come on in here.
Yeah.
I've not cast with you in a hot minute, mate, so it's been really cool.
I don't think we've ever cast.
Have we not?
I don't think
Did we never do a VL one?
I know, because I got in VL really late. Like,
and I think I was casting you not
cast
casting
me
with
in
you.
Finals,
is what it was. That's correct.
But like I think we did like I asked to do you and Alex to do review for me once to see if there was anything from like some other cast, but like otherwise
that sounds familiar. About that.
Otherwise, no, I have never cast with you or Alex.
Well, there you go. Well,
kind of hard to cast with Alex when we're both color casters.
Well, yeah, but we'll try cast at some point. But anyway, always glad to have you here. Pleasure to have you in. Thank you for the cheesecake. It was genuinely wonderful.
I still haven't tried.
It was really good. It was really good. I enjoyed the cheesecake. The raspberry glaze is excellent. Shout out to Shakarez, which was this was a gift from Howard. He went and ordered a cheesecake from Shakarez. Yeah. It's good shit.
So it was supposed to be a running joke where I usually bring donuts. I send donuts. It was supposed to be a kind of a joke like that where you're streaming and I show up with a cake and like, yeah, but...
Sure, when I was here, but Alex, I'm not even joking, I just dropped it because we'd been setting this up. So I was like, yo, he's going to be on stream. He's going to be on stream. And he was on stream, and I get a message that was like, yo, I need to leave. And I was like, okay, well, I guess it's me then.
So I guess he has a surprise when he tunes back into the stream.
Let me check on the other chats. Hello there, dearest Anivia chat. How are you doing over there? Another pause, folks. We've got a lot of Korean viewers out here. Of course, glad to have you in. And of course, big fans of League of Legends, it turns out, Korea. No real surprise on that one. I'll hop over this one so we can have multiple chats up at once.
I do hope my presence is not too hard. I am trying to become a better caster, so any chance I can get.
Having a second cast is helpful. It saves my voice, and we're back into game.
We're back in, as we see, we're always back in this bot lane trying to see this 3 cooldown. Using the Baron up cannon minion way, just being a meat shield in front of it, just trying to...
Anivia, one of our collaborators, just saying, wow, Nymaera grew that stash fast. I know, right? Crazy. Left for 5 minutes and came back with a stash.
As you see, Ben diving ZDZ.
Good, Sonya's! Times out for public execution, ZDZ.
Still taking the turret.
Hang on, yeah, he is. He has to flush through the side of the struggle. I think he might just die. No, he's gonna run away. No way! Trying to get the grass proc and the sun and sky healing. No! That is illegal. That is absolutely illegal.
Oh my God! Ben showcasing what an LPL Jax can do. Catches out ZDZ. And honestly, this should be game over because Knight might fall to Angel's damage, but it's not quite enough. There will be the inhibitor going down on the side of EDG. BLG forcing the fight. It ends up being a 1 4-4 basically, because ZDZ was not so low in terms of HP, he couldn't participate in the fight anymore. 3 members go down, and the Drake will go down for the side of BLG. This is only their second Drake, but man, bin.
I mean, this is just... If you want to remember why we rate BLG so highly, they've got players that can just do this.
Yeah, honestly, really good showing of mechanics. Here gets caught out under turret, manages to buy just enough time to get the counter-strike back up, finds the Sundered Sky proc with the grasp, lives long enough, uses the counter-strike afterwards to guarantee the kill onto Xiaohao. Now An's overextended, he gets caught in the Pop Blossom.
Yeah.
And the fight kind of just ends at that point. The Impale onto Wing to secure the 3rd kill. It will be the tower going down, it will be the inhibitor going down. Honestly, 25 stacks on the Magi now for Knight and the death cap.
I mean, yeah, and they just killed Arn off screen. He's dead again, and you've got Baron in 2 minutes. You've got not a lot to work with. I mean, this Ahri is about as strong as an Ahri gets. Yeah. She probably just needs a Void Staff at this point. And the thing is, as she's sole AP, I mean, obviously, there's an eco support who's actually going towards a second AP item, so it's quite scary. This is the replay of what happened while in the replay, because I think Arn just face checks and gets absolutely annihilated.
Was that a half prediction? Because I feel like Arn wasn't in vision for most of that, but we don't see the POV with the vision control. But I feel like Knight has kind of been unleashed now on this map. You're kind of looking at this Ahri and going like, yeah, what can you do?
And understandably, people have had to build towards armor, really. There's not a lot of matches. There's a Merc Tread or 2 here, that's it. And unfortunately, with this amount of AP, it's not enough MR to really save you from the Ahri. The moment she picks up a Blighting Jewel, I think it's lights out.
I would also like to point out, Ben is building an Abyssal Mask.
Correct choice. I like that actually quite a lot, because you've got your 2 raw AP building support and mid laner. The Abyssal Mask really helps it, I agree.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you recognize that Knight's going to be the one to win.
Oh! Finds his way into the backline. Arn stunned up. They'll pick off the Zyra. They pick off the Rel. Arn can't run far enough. Another death. Another moment of weakness at EDG. We'll be saying GG, I think, in very short. Angel goes golden. But unfortunately, he is fallen this time around. Wings plucked. And out they come. Bin lands another counter-strike into the Fate's Call. They wipe the squad.
The turret's still up. Man, they dove a turret with no minions
twice. From there to just get to end the game. It's over.
No, BLG, honestly, a masterclass on how to use your mid-game spice, in how to use your snowball composition to just force fight after fight. EDG showed a good early game, not enough. Not enough. You can't have only Xiaohao be that win condition for you all the time. He can get ahead. We saw they played so much towards the bot lane, and yet it's not enough. It doesn't get you all the way, mostly because as much as we have harped on how good LPL junglers have been, this BLG roster revolves around their 2 solo laners. They're inhuman components. They're machines, you know?
Well, we said that, and then we saw the machine needed some oiling in Split 1. It was looking a little bit rusty. And I think even today, right, they lost to Weibo Gaming. And it was a mid-game where BLG were for once not decisive. This was much more like what we were expecting, but there was 3 mid-game team fights in a row versus Weibo Gaming where they didn't engage. They gave up Dragon into Atakan into Baron with no contest. It was wild stuff.
I guess the Weibo game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a bit of it earlier.
And it was very problematic. So that's a lot more like we were hoping for. Puts them at 5-1, still in contention for first place in the group. They've got at least a tiebreaker for that. This means our next game is going to be really key. Because if WE win that game, Weibo end up at 4-2 and go second. And WE go third, knocking EDG immediately down into the Nirvana group. If however, Weibo, as expected, win that game, then we get a tiebreaker for first and a tiebreaker for third, fourth as well.
I feel like, as expected, Weibo win something is... you can never put as expected before Weibo Gaming. This is a team where one day you can win against BLG, 2 hours later you're gonna lose against WE.
Yeah.
So I do think they are the favorites. No, Xiaohu actually has been on a pretty good run.
Yep, he has.
Considering, he's one of those immortal veterans of the LPL at this point.
I think actually after what felt like a really poor 2024 for large portions. He came back in summer, but there was a period where we were legitimately wondering whether he needed to go. Like legitimately, he was that bad. It's like, look, I know form is temporary and class is permanent, but there is bad form, and then there's what looked like genuinely just not LPL caliber form, which was very poor to see for a while. Now, he had a great summer. They made Worlds. They actually have a really good spring. Like Xiao, who's right back where we were hoping he would be, but there was a while where we worried about him.
I do think he suffered a lot, like the meta where a lot of like, especially like around MSI last year, it was a lot about individual laning ability. He's never been the greatest mechanical player in the LPL. Of course, he has the pop-off moments, he has the good plays, he has the ability to find that play once every 10 games, but he's always been known as that tempo maestro, basically.
I mean, he's a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong. His real. I think he's still been mechanically one of the best in the league, and I think that's, or at least. But I know what you mean. He's been less about the micro outplay, more about the macro sense. It's really kind of been his hallmark over the last few years. Even when he role swapped top, right, he was running Syndra and Na'Vi. Yes, he would do absolutely monstrous things in lane, and he would still be really good on that. But the thing that gave him the X factor was his way of playing side lanes, way of playing Fog of War, was unlike any other player in mid.
I remember watching. So, I am a bit of a. I really like watching like old, like European Worlds runs, and I ended up watching sometimes the G2 against the RNG 2018 for the finals.
As you do.
His movement around the map on champions like Lissandra, game 1 he played Sion in that series.
Was that the Banner of Command Sion era?
No, Banner of Command was already gone. He just played Sion mid because they got an Urgot as well. At the time, Urgot had just been reworked. So
who was the top lane for RNG that
It
era?
was Let Me.
Let Me. Oh my days.
So as we see here, honestly, who's your MVP for this series? For this game?
Feel like Bin or Knight is probably your two best calls. I think Knight probably had the most consistent game.
I feel like they're the popular choice, but I would prefer honestly somebody like this game. Ways engages have always been really on point.
I mean, he's also had a bit of a rough year, honestly. So it'd be good to see him get a bit of credit back. I can see that.
If we are going off of what we've seen before, it is likely.
Yeah, and I think also Knight would be a valiant option. I think he had a really good Ahri game. He carried, he found really good angles. I mean, the thing is, it was a good performance in BLG in general. The flanks from Knight were brutal every single time, it felt like. And looking at the amount of Knight plays we're seeing in here, alongside the likes of Wei, as you noted, I think it probably is going to be him. Yeah, quick shout out here as well. Obviously, hi, I'm Initialise. This is Harold, who's come to surprise Nymaera, but Nymaera has had to leave for meetings on short notice. And we are here basically casting the LPL. Harold is a very impromptu guest, and it's always a pleasure to have him come and help us out. We cast the LPL off our own backs here. We've been casting together, myself and Alex, since 2020. I'm his older brother, which is also awesome. We get to do that as a family business, which is kind of a wonder.
In 2020, I started playing League.
No way. There you go. There you go. And look how far we've come now.
Yeah,
but exactly, but what this is all basically to say is thank you for coming and supporting us here if you can. If you can, drop a follow. If you can, drop a subscription. If you can come and follow myself, Initialise Cast. I'm in the title on the various Twitches and YouTubes and Twitters and all those things. It really does make a huge difference in terms of our ability to keep doing what we're doing. We are live currently on Nymaera's Twitch channel, on Nymaera's YouTube channel, over on Anivia as well. A pleasure to be collaborating over there, and thank you all to you guys over there as well. And Haseo as well. I see a lot of Koreans in chat, so good to see you there.
I don't know.
No, my Korean's very poor, unfortunately. No thanks and goodbye. So there we go.
But no, I think, honestly, you know, this splits BLG are looking shaky. Honestly, whenever they can't actually outhands their opponent,
some of the macro stuff gets a bit shaky. That I somewhat get what you mean.
It feels like at one point you can't always rely on Knight and Bin to just win the game.
Yeah, no, I concur.
They are good at doing it. I'm not gonna like take that away from them. They've been the two best individual laners in the league for a few good years. But
here we go, MVP.
Oh,
it'll be Knight. Yeah, it'll be Knight. There we go. I mean, in fairness, excellent damage share, great gold lead, gets a max charge at Magi count. It's his first MVP of the split. Wow, wow, wow. That's unusual for the man in mid for BLG. He's been an MVP contender pretty much every split he's been in the LPL. Not today, though, apparently. Well, not this split, apparently. Still, great damage for gold, great KDA. Can't really ask for much more from an Ari, can
Yeah,
you?
no, he was always finding the flag, he was always finding the pick. I feel like this BLG comp kind of runs out of gas if the Ari doesn't get ahead. And Knight here, finding these fights, finding the angle to just weave in and out with those ultimate charges, using that Spirit Rush to its maximum effect. Just being able to control the game in such a chaotic manner. It's a bit of a counterintuitive argument, but I feel like creating chaos in this game for an Ari makes it so much easier to control.
I think you've probably got a point, and I think the other thing is like, look, this is a game that showcases exactly why Nymaera is a bit anal about Ari builds, right? Like he gets very pedantic about it, because actually this is what you can do if you build correctly. Because actually, what is your role of this game? Snowball, hard as you can. Early Dark Seal, Malignant, Lichbane, great 2 items fight. The Dark Seal gets stacked, fantastic. Magi's third, we're in. Gets a great team fight, goes from 9 stacks to 17. Then you get the death cap, and at that point, this Ari has an insane amount of AP, a lot of safety because of the way her passive works, scales with AP. You get HP recharge on it. You're very hard to kill at that point, and you go, well, okay, how the hell do you deal with this champion now? She's got all of that mobility and target access, and now has the AP to burst.
The major thing is also that on the side of EDG there was no snap engage. There's no snap lockdown.
It's a Zyra route at best, and it's not great. Yeah,
it's a Rise EQ EW.
A rel, kind of.
A rel Q flash.
Yeah,
that's kind of about it. Like,
needs to be a really good flash W otherwise.
Yeah, you don't have that guaranteed bit of engage where maybe you're dropping a depth charge on her and then you're comboing that with the rest of your CC. You don't have a Leona Q flash or like flash Q. Just finding the way to get the lockdown to make sure that the Ari can't play the game. In this game, yes, you technically have a lot of CC available to you. You don't have reliable one-click CC available to you. You don't have the way to just lock down the game. But as we see your interview with Ben, honestly one of my favorite players. He's grown on me a lot. I used to be a really big fan of him.
为什么会做出那样的一个角色，说这波可以打，然后自信的去回了那个头。
其实也就是没想那么多，就是感觉能反杀，然后就是肌肉记忆吧，然后就是靠着本能去找着。
主要这个武器确实也是这个招牌英雄啊。那今天这场比赛结束之后 ，BLG 是以5-1的成绩为整个小组赛完成了这个收官。这个成绩冰满意吗
？Your inspirations in top. I mean, King is one of those players who like really nearly became like truly good. I mean, he won worlds, right?
那接下来要进入
that's got to count for something.
在登峰组有没有你比较期待交手的队伍？
He stepped up on the world stage. He delivered an MVP performance.
That DRX run was special, to be fair.
That was. I remember staying up until 3 a.m. to watch the fight. Honestly, like.
Great. Will there be a tiebreaker if both BLG and Weibo finish 5-1? Yes, there will, because they both beat each other with head-to-head. I think that's the way this works. I don't think it's then broken on. I don't think it's then broken on game score or not game score, game time. I don't think. So we need to double check. I'm pretty sure we get a. I'm pretty sure we get a tiebreaker scenario.
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界。
Right, I'm going to turn the camera off. I'm going to run some ads. In fact, do you mind just tabbing over to the Twitch tab? Hit the 3-minute button. That's the one. And we go again. Oh. Right, I'm going to open the door. I'm going to be here for another potentially 3 games.
Well, I'm going to be here the entire time.
Excellent.
There's no point in leaving.
10-game days.
Yeah. I mean, if you want, is there LPL tomorrow?
Oh, yeah.
From the beginning?
I think. About it. Oh, at the very least, I'm gonna need a long stroll up this. My neck's gonna die.
细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL。
Right through your weakness is my fuel, and this time your demise is my first prize. And I've not forgotten all the pain, the wounds still cut deep, and
what I've got is dal, which is sort of soup. It's like lentil pseudo soup. Then we have it in rice. I'm eating it as a soup. You don't have
gonna get a burger.
Yeah, fair enough. Known for the burgers. Hello, I've got soup. I'm excited. Well, not quite soup. I've got dal. That's what I've got.
So I was reading up. There's no tiebreakers.
Was there not? Okay.
There's not. They are rated on a bunch of statistics about
Right,
the
right.
games, and like if there's a bunch of ties, like some teams get just dropped because like they get basically the same seeding. There's like 2 seed 1s, so there's no seed like 5.
I'm with you.
But there's no seed 2. I'm not quite 100% on it, but thank you, Frank, for the translation that you posted earlier in the Discord.
Appreciate you.
But yeah, there's no tiebreaker, so
Yeah. So if Mecha, it is dal. That's what I've got. I've got taka dal. Is what I have. So that's
Yes,
the actual.
Puremo.
That's the actual answer as to what I have. Congratulations, Mecha's correct.
yes, Puremo. Nymaera has a mustache and has dropped his English accent.
Yeah, he was a lie all along.
Yeah, and
He's from San Marino.
Exactly. It was quite painful to remove like the skin patch on top of the mustache, like rimming it away, tore up a few hairs. You know, a bit uncomfortable. Not gonna lie.
And Mecha's like, oh, Lamau. So good read, Mecha. You were correct.
You are correct. Yes. Yes.
I knew it. Says Fairy Down Mute.
I super will need hard time. Yes. But getting a bit more composed to going into another game. WE Weibo. I feel like there should be a clear winner, and at the same time, there shouldn't be a clear winner. in
Yeah.
This game, going into this game.
Yeah, look, considering how crazy today's been.
I mean, if you
The darling of the curry world. Oh, boo, Mecha fanboy.
I do think like Weibo individually should take the edge, but then you have those moments where I don't know, Vampire just turns into Prime Mata
Kind of.
every 25 games.
I know, like, his mechanics are not a problem. It's his bloody decision making. His locked cam head. Anyway, back we go. Camera goes off. Weibo and WE on the Rift. Final game of the day it is. Do you mind alt-tabbing over to the full screen projection? That's the one. Thank you very much. And we can see the game.
Yeah, you see a preview of the players. WE, of course, coming in as, you know, the underdogs. There's one player on WE that I sympathize with a lot. It's Cube.
Okay.
I feel like Cube has always been kind of there, not quite on the verge of making it, but always been relatively consistent top laner. You know.
I agree. I actually think, ironically, in the win they did get, he was probably one of the worst players. His equalized were very poor.
Well, you know, Rumble. You know, it requires a lot of thinking to unbind your quick cast on the ultimate when you're playing Rumble. But I think it's not necessarily like the player that they have to play for as a catalyst, but it is a player that you can fall back onto if you need to.
I agree.
But honestly, like the more I think about it, the more I look at this Weibo roster. You know, Breathe and and Xiaohu and Tarzan. You know, you're looking at the players on the other side, and you're thinking, yeah. How is this going to happen if it happens? Like, it needs to be a majestic proportion of throw.
Always possible.
It is Weibo.
Always possible. Get hydrated, every idiots, as Grampy said. I've actually just got myself some water, so yeah, you're the idiot now. Yeah.
I didn't, because I am not beholden to the laws of Twitch app.
Well, you're on here now. So.
No, you can't force me.
I mean, I probably can't. It's true. I mean, I could, but that would be pretty. Might be breaking some terms of service if we sort of bicker and fight in the background.
Just to see flying things across the room.
Well, the camera's off. They wouldn't actually see it. They'd just hear it.
Oh, I could turn the camera to make it more fun.
I mean, yeah, I love these chairs. Well, they're like full on like League of Villain chairs with the little like
Yes,
horns
welcome to my lair.
That's the one, exactly. Yeah.
Yes. But I do think it's just, I don't know, it's funny to think like they've got like all these villain chairs, and then you look at the actual chair, it's just an office chair. It's just got horns on the back.
It's great. It's wonderful. They're very comfortable. They've got like Herman Miller's just with horns, but for extra style points.
When is LEC going to switch to Herman Miller's? Everybody uses them, and then they've got secret labs in LEC still. So I don't know.
It's because they're the gaming chairs. And they're not cheaper than Herman Miller's, which are quite expensive. But what is not cheap is this game. Again, very decisive game. This WE win this against the odds. They claim third. They force Weibo down to second. Weibo win becomes a tiebreaker scenario between WE and EDG for fourth place, and Weibo Gaming and BLG for first. The tiebreaker breaking points have been described in the Discord, I believe, but it's on things like game time, it's on things like head-to-head, and I believe because it would be 1-to-1 in head-to-head, it's game time that would decide BLG and Weibo, as I understand it.
What? We're batting away double AP top laners. We're taking away the Ambessa, as you said. Not quite sure why. And then we're first picking Jace.
Jace has been a massive, massive first pick in the LPL to a very high level. A lot of teams here have been able to absolutely crush games with that champion. It's been a very regular ban. Nefiri, a hover. We've seen quite a lot of it. It's been quite strong. Monkey, also a big Graves player back in the day. With everything on the line, do you just risk it and go to something a bit funny? They're both probably his two most iconic champions from LDL. Well, the Graves is, and Nefiri, flavor of the month. And it's locked in. Strictly a flex. We've heard rumors of DoMB spamming it mid, so you never know.
I mean, it's kind of like a restructured kind of become the AD phase with the invulnerability
yes.
on the W. But Nefiri, I feel like you kind of have already really hard indexed into AD. If you lock this Ezreal, yes, it gives you a little bit of hybrid damage, but there's a Cassante on the other side. Like, now, on the side of Weibo, they can just target, like, strong meta AP mid laners. Like, they can take away probably the Aurora, or take it for themselves. Take the Aurora for... the Aurora is already banned on the side of WE, but there's probably, you can just target something like the Victor plus the Rise.
Yeah.
And then you're kind of stuck into the...
Maybe the Azir, because it's Karis. You've got the Vi locked in now. You've got Vi, Varus, so lots of single target lockdown. If there was a way to potentially deal with a Nefiri, Chains of Corruption and Cease and Desist might do it, assuming, of course, the Call of the Pack is on cooldown, because you hit a certain point and the amount of ability haste that Nefiri builds is quite silly between an Eclipse and a Shojin and a Black Cleaver and all these other things.
And Legend haste in runes.
Yeah. So you're seeing where we're going with this, guys. Basically, W ends up on a next to non-existent cooldown, so your ability to dodge key lockdown can be pretty harsh.
I feel like on the side of Weibo, you're looking at an Ari once you've already locked all of
this. The shower home, I liked it.
All of this guaranteed lockdown, and it gets taken away immediately. The read is there. At this point, what are you looking for? Victor?
What's the follow? I think Way might be an option. Not great into the Nefiri necessarily, but it's good But it's good follow up on the Vi at least.
I do think there's good, like, you already have pretty decent follow up on the Vi. You do need more burst on the side of Weibo.
Yes, I know.
You need something that can just blow up a target, and like, I don't know what's left available for Weibo to take, like, to fit that build, but then Orianna requires time. And she needs time to get into the game.
I mean, Xiaohu is still one of the best Oris of all time, and you've still got the combo there.
I feel like you could go for Alessandra, but then you're missing out on that.
I think you'll get wrecked by the double poke, though. Alessandra hates it.
Yeah.
So I think it really is. I think Talia is a very sensible ban here. It follows the Vi really well. It's a Xiaohu special. Spikes a bit earlier. Rise is up. You called for it. It'll come on in. There is that big AP threat. Also would have been a good pick for Karis here, I think, who will likely want an AP option in the mid lane, unless of course that Jace gets flexed or that Nefiri gets moved around. Galio is AP, but not lots of it.
I don't like it. I don't like if the Galio gets locked in there. I feel like it's a neutralizer lane matchup, but Riot will get the push regardless.
It's very good with Nefiri though.
It's good with Nefiri, but then you run into the issue of getting shredded by Light and Tia. Like,
Tien can be pretty scary. I mean, I kind of agree. I think the thing is, Tien is probably one of the best Vi's in the world. He's really, really good. I think you're locking the answer as well. You've got a lot of dive and on both sides, and I feel like the counter punch from both sides is pretty intense.
I feel like whoever gets that first kill in any fight is going to kind of snowball it.
Potentially, yeah.
I do think there is the possibility that Monkey can find the windows to just snowball this game with the Nefiri on the side. You have these really strong laner and one neutralizer laner. I feel like it's the same thing on both sides. But the Neferi has so much more potential to snowball than a Vi does. It kind of goes into the idea of trying to make the game as chaotic as possible, get Monkey ahead on this Neferi pick, and then just run rampant around the map and use the Galio as possible backup.
Yeah.
Because the composition allows for it, you can make it happen. But then again, this is Weibo, a team that can control the tempo of a game, slow it down, and then just kind of exploit your weaknesses and your like mistakes in macro control. Shahu is, you know, he has many nicknames, with Spring Tiger, for example, but I've always looked at him like a bit of a general. Like there's always this talk, like the Korean generals and whatnot. I feel like Shahu has always been one of the greatest in-game leaders for his teams.
For sure. And I think in this game as well, when you're on the rise, you can play that macro move pretty wide, can be pretty big, and I think these mid jungles could well be pretty important as they are the kind of the dive pairings of the day. WE, a little bit more range. The Ezreal Jace, that poke could be really problematic if Weibo Gaming, tap, don't manage to find the all-ins themselves. The Rise Exante, a lot shorter range. Yes, your Varus will help out a little bit with some of that poke. I suspect it will be that lethality version with the Comet now locked in, but enough of that for now. The crowds have a final word for the day. We'll see how it all plays out. Yeah, a little bit of luck in top side. They were a little bit muted actually. It's a long time in the day, and obviously the mics might have been in the wrong part of the crowd for that one. There we go.
As we see here, the laning setups, almost every laner has gone for a laning setup. The Conqueror on Xiaohu, actually a really good shout. He's into a triple melee position with the possibility of a Jace going in.
Don't worry about it. You've got to be a little bit wary down there because there is a power button that would turn the PC off. So as your foot was alarmingly close to, so I was like, oh, it needs to move.
Yeah.
Otherwise that could have been bad.
Yeah.
There we go.
As we see here, I feel like everybody's gone for laning runes except Xiaohu.
Yeah, I mean, Conqueror on Rise is one of those ones he can stack quite fast. He tends to weave quite a lot of autoism with what he was doing, and gives you a little bit of stim, but it means it's not the phase rush, interesting, which has been the Rise rune of choice. Has gone for the Ghost to try and manage that, but he's really looking to brawl this game, and I suppose in extended plays with something like an Neferi or a Galio, I can see where the value might come on in.
I wonder if he's going to go for a more like pseudo tank build, where after he gets his 2 mana items, he's just
maybe
go towards something like a Spirit Visage and Deadman flag.
Could do. I think might just go for the Zhonya's still. You're into triple AD, and the Zhonya's is just really high value this game. And that does tend to be the LPL item of choice, occasionally a Banshee's Veil as well.
Vampire getting control of the bush, using the Ezreal's early power to just guarantee that lane pressure.
Ooh, nice chunk.
Whoa, Taeyun.
This will be his third Ezreal game of the day as well. Had a great first showing, just about converted into a win. Like pretty rough early on. And also that lane pressure allows an invade in from Monkey on this Neferi, looking to split the map and really take value out of that Ezreal shove.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I think we'll go for a level 3 dive as soon as she kills this drum.
She's flying around. She's just gonna hide in this bush and try and catch out the Vi on the wrong time. It is now spotted out. Gonna leave this one out. Instead, looking for mid lane. Don't know what's. Xiaohu, Flash, Ghost, maybe forced to burn one or the other. Nice Room Prism, shielded round comes on through, and Xiaohu just gets to walk away. Enough speed up just from that passive to get on out of there. Here we go. Gets across the wall, throws down the corner of the pack, gets a decent chunk, forced to flash out of Xiaohu. Can look for something more. Actually, he's ghosted here as well. Does he really want to go for the 1v1? Can try and get that kill. Burns both summoners. Can't quite get the additional bleed stack with the Dark and Daggers though.
Really awkward play.
Tien? That's a bit bold. He's now in danger himself. Has to flash away, and then Vault Breaker 2. Summoners blown everywhere you can look for the side of Weibo Gaming in the mid jungle.
Yeah, I mean, this is just now. Xiaohu, I feel like, is going to be the point of attack for the side of WE. A really good job on the side of Monkey, try to find a cross map, knowing that maybe Xiaohu is just going to try and walk back, trying to force again with that E over the wall. But as we see here, Tian is going for the Skull Crab, but it's going to be contested, but he has the smite available.
Oh boy, okay. And again, the thing is, Monkey's pathing has meant that he's got a lot of camps still up. It means we'll either delay that first recall or kind of give Tien the ability to get a little ahead of the curve. Because the one thing this has done is it's going flashes, it hasn't gotten kills. And we've seen Tien before play this way and then get way ahead of curve. That initial bit of tempo, that initial first back can really accelerate a jungle, especially if you start to clear those camps that significant margin faster. Just by that AD breakpoint, it's an auto or two's faster, and jungle is all about efficiency. You remember the memes about Grave 1 or 2 AD being nerfed? That meant there was an extra auto every camp to clear.
Yeah.
That slowed him down by about 10 seconds first clear. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I do think the Monkey here is doing an excellent job. I feel like he needs to go for the Eclipse in this game.
You do, guaranteed.
It's
It's been routine all the time.
As much as like you could technically go for a Born with Lethality option, like you see here, Vampire walking in the mid brush, gonna see a bunch of vision. Spotted with Destroyer's Bloom earlier, gonna try and take it all away. This is good from WE to try and find windows to attack Weibo in this mid lane. Now that both of the summoners on the side of Xiaohu are burned, you can look for that instant lockdown. Kara still has the flash available to find the flash taunt, the flash knockup. But it needs to be exploited. But now there's a 2-level difference between Vampire and Ang.
Yeah, that's it. He's been roaming so much. That is a pretty rough state. We should get level 3 off this wave. But still, significant difference there. And Light, one of the most consistent players for Weibo Gaming over his career here. Didn't have the easiest split one, actually. I feel like Xiaohu and Breathe ended up being a little bit more regular than him, particularly in playoffs. But hey, I think got back to standard ways, and despite the early shove coming on through, it's actually slightly ahead in farm, and Varus, once he gets to a certain point between the piercing arrows and the hail of arrows, can just sort of clear waves ad infinitum.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm really a fan of the lethality Varus this game, I'm not gonna lie. I do think he has windows to have uptime to auto. There's a Rel, there's a Galio, there's a Nefiri. Yes, you don't really want to stand and deliver in front of a Nefiri, but I feel like you have more possibilities. But as we see here, Hang tries to defend the engagement. Really good call of back on the side of Monkey to avoid the CC, and the Drake will have to be given up for the side of Weibo. WE using this Nefiri priority really well. Like, I feel like they're finding angles to threaten. Yes, you don't have necessary prio, but you're doing a lot of what you need to do. But as we see here, this might be a skirmish incoming.
Fury's 100% win rate currently in the LPL. I'll put that out there. In they go. Monkey gets a decent double dagger as the teleport comes on through with the Realm Warp. Shielded around, comes on through. Xiaohu taken down about 10% HP. Over comes Tien. They're looking potentially at Karis. Goes in and gets Shattering Strike. The turnaround comes on through as Monkey. Eviscerates forward. Vi dies. Flashed away from the piercing arrow by Vampire. Clutch from him.
Really good kite back from the side of WE. Finding the window. I saw the angle, but you don't have ult to immune all of the CC available on the side of WE. You're not quite at that breakpoint on the Vi yet. Really good damage coming down from Light and Xiaohu. Not enough. I feel like you're skirmishing into a team that does better without its ultimates available yet.
Yeah, and then again, the Fury just gets to hop on forward. It's a really good shielded around that gets Xiaohu kind of out of the play before he can be really all that useful. It does kind of delay the Dragon though, so that doesn't get taken down. That's potentially good news for Weibo Gaming, who otherwise might have had an interesting point of view. We got the grub spawn as well, no one's taken those, so it's been a relatively low objective game in the sense that no neutral objectives have taken, so, you know, it is in fact just a low objective taken game.
Yeah, you could say almost none were taken.
Almost, but it was, just none. And as the moment I say that, Monkey heads on over to these grubs. Of course, with the fact you've got your doggos around, can be pretty good to deal with the grubs. They do get shredded quite fast, though, by the grubs. A little bit like Zyra plants, quite hard to keep them alive sometimes. Just to be able to take these grubs very fast. Trying to claim 2 here at once. Doesn't quite manage to do it. It used to be something you could be really clever with back when grubs were first released.
They had shield.
They did, yeah. Breathe. Eat a bit of damage there. Gets taken to the skies by Cube. Gets a nice Thundering Blow knockback. Good combo there.
Yeah, good combo on the side of Cube. You know, myself a bit of a Jason aficionado. This matchup is not as fun as it seems. Like, you're kind of getting away with it because it's pro play and you don't know the enemy jungler is not going to play towards the Xante. But, you know, Jace has tools to shred tanks at one point. It's just this Xante will take over the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, Black Cleaver will help. Obviously, those things. Once you hit 3 items again, you can sort of manage it okay. But it is a certain requirement to go grasp into a lot of these matchups as carries. With the Winds of War, it's a little bit frustrating there for dear old Tien.
honestly, Karis has done a really good job to just manage it. Pressure.
Monkey's in range. There's a potential Hound's Pursuit coming on here. Look at Vampire. Won't look at it too much. You did wonder. See, the observers were thinking about it too, panning back to show the Rel and the Neferi walking up that lane.
Could they force a pick on the Ezreal here? I feel like
hard.
It's really hard. It's Ezreal, but they're denying the cannon and wins and not going in the hand. And Hang will just take a little bit of poke, but the pressure will, the passive will just heal him up, and he's gonna be fine. I feel like this Ezreal, you're kind of in a weird spot this game.
I mean, you're there with the double poke of the Jace and the Ezreal. I mean, you've got a ways to try and deal with the fact you've got a lot of people diving for your head, and that ability will help. And Taeyun, his most comfortable, most confident champion here in a day that matters is the Ezreal. That matters. I do, however, think though, Light saying, cool, I'm going to lock poke Varus and really hurt you in this laning phase has worked out. You're actually up a significant amount of CS now. You're matching, you're slightly behind in the levels because you've been with your support, whereas Vampire's been all over the map. But then Hung is level 6, whereas Vampire is level 4, so...
Not having that Magnet Storm available in the next skirmish, I feel
it's
like
gonna be rough.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough, because the Unbreakable will is. And who shreds through this Alistar at this point?
I mean, no one shreds through them right now. You've got to wait for that ult to come out. Maybe once you get 1 items in, you can start to do it, but that's going to be a ways off.
You see standard top lane activities, just trying to find the poke with the to the skies on the minions to try and get that extra little bit of damage. Uses the auto passive, the passive auto in the range.
Hang on, pull out. About a good knockback. Couldn't find the Q3 to pull Q back towards the turret. See what he was looking for there. And Casante's core under tower are never quite as caught as you think they are, is what we found over the years.
Yeah, this champion is now old, air quotes. It is 3 years old.
Oh my days, really?
Yeah.
Wow. I also think like gone for the Thornmail first. I think into Ezreal, into Jace, into Neferi. That makes sense to me.
No, it's a good call. The Thornmail will give you the extra armor, gives you that denies the sustain if they hit you. And you're gonna be relatively fine still. You know, there's a slight gold lead for the side of Cube. He gets that Black Cleaver fully completed, but one of the major things about this that there's no boots, but as we see a little bit of a skirmish in the mid lane, and will try to find the combo on the Yun, but the Ezreal just leaps away and trades back a little bit of damage.
Does indeed. Light eats a Q, that's about it. And the game has been very even so far. I think WE feeling relatively happy with how things are going right now. They managed to get through the grubs, but Weibo Gaming certainly nowhere near out of this game. They picked up a dragon of their own. That slight overplay around the first dragon, notwithstanding, but Eclipse now complete for Neferi, Black Cleaver done for the Jace. We are starting to get to those critical first item points. Not in bot lane yet. That might be important because the grubs are coming up. Keep some chunk there on to breathe before it spawns though. Could be valuable here too, especially with no teleports available on either top laner.
Here's a trade back on the side of Cube. Dodges the Pathmaker. Is it Pathmaker the W?
Pathmaker's the W, Footwork is the E.
Yeah, okay, so I remember right. I haven't played Cassandra in a few months, okay? I'm a bit rusty on that end.
And then on Tofo Strikes is the Q.
Oh, that one I remember. That's the two you remember, the ult and the Q. But as we see here, a little bit of contest over division for the Grubbies, but that first item completed on the Neferi means that we are doing some priority.
Vampire finally hits the level 6. Oh, that Chains of Corruption missing. It's going to suck a little. Light now eating about half his HP bar. That is a bit problematic. Xiaohu's now here, has the Realm Warp. Karis onto this other side, still in the mid lane, of course, can join with the hero's entrance. Maybe asked to use it. Tien on the back of the pit wants to steal at least one of these away. Engaged from Hung. Grand entrance. Hero's entrance comes on through. There is no Rakan here. Xiaohu finding an angle. Taeyun forced to cleanse. In goes Cassante. No, takes Karis all out on WE. Their battle line's not fantastic. Hung goes in for the double pulverize. Headbutt back on Monkey, who does go untargetable, but has to flash on out. And that leaves Xiaohu to realm walk forwards and look for an angle. They get the single kill, but that's about it. Everyone else has to back away. Flashes blown everywhere you care to look.
Monkey lived for so long and managed to get out thanks to the mechanic of the invulnerability, but really, really good phasing by the side of Weibo. They burn the hero's entrance. They burn the cooldowns on the Rel to try and dissuade the engage. They know they've already started chunking, but they don't want to force that stalemate kind of fight for long, because then the poke will start coming through for the side of WE. They find the snap engage. Hong finds a really good angle twice in this fight here. They burn the ultimate. Xiaohu burns the cleanse on Taeyun. Here, Breed finds the Pathmaker to try and just drag back Karis. Karis gets out, and then Ham gets another engage.
It's very messy, and that headbutt onto Monkey was nearly absolutely disastrous. Don't quite get him, and then you wondered with Xiao heading on forwards might get something. Can't quite get that Room Prison. That lack of vision round the corner probably saves Taeyun's life there.
Yeah, there's a Vite charging the Vault Breaker right there.
With cease and desist available as well, I think. So yeah, it would have been pretty damn scary. And worth noting as well, actually, that Tian has managed to keep that early farm advantage pretty heavily here. That's up about 15 cents, which is significant in the jungle, actually.
It's surprising considering the position that
I agree.
Here, Cube might just be a little bit out of place.
Flashes. I don't know if that's going to be quite enough. Room Prison comes on through into the Vault Breaker. Then to the cease and desist. Great CC layering. No Thundering Blow. TM back, but to what avail? Just takes a huge amount of damage. Goes down. Nice kill to Xiaohu. And they've got 3 gloves in place, just falling. I think they can try to race for this turret.
Dead. Hopeful desperation, I would assume. Seeing maybe I can go, maybe I can deny division, but this Rise has full boots. He is faster than him at this point in the game. As we see here, Vampire now just fighting over a controller. Middle of supportable combat, won't go down too much. Taking a lot of poke in this mid lane. He hasn't completed the String of Force yet. This Ezreal that needs that 2-item spike is already fighting into Avaros with a completed Yomu's Ghostplay with an additional serrated turret.
And again, for all that I completely agree with your point about, look, on-hit Varus might have been nice for some of these team fights. For the laning phase, it has really messed Taeyun's Varus up, not Ezreal up quite heavily here. Good value to them there. They get that top lane turret finally, so that's that done. That's first turret secured by Weibo Gaming. Still up for play are the objectives and the kills. Only 2-1 in the kills, and objectives again 2 apiece. Bless you, by the way. I saw that.
No, I saw Vampire miss the crash down over the wall.
So I saw you do your little headbutt. Did you sneeze? No, just laughing.
I mean, it's Vampire.
Wow.
As we see here, kind of luck in these side lanes. Karis has access to that Hollow Radiance, will be able to just clear the waves permanently. Like, the wave clear that the item gives you is kind of unfair, I'm not gonna lie.
Holy moly, that's a 30 CS lead in the bot lane. That is rough.
That is very rough, considering Taeyun hasn't been able to do anything in the skirmishes that were happening yet. Like, he has always been kind of caught out by somebody on the side of Weibo. Be it the Rise, finding the Rune Prison on you, forcing you to use the cleanse, and then you just get outflanked and you never quite find the position to just free fire with your Mystic Shot, with your Essence Fluxy. You have the comp to make this poke composition work. You have the Nafiri going in, you have the Galio to make space with the Rel, but as we see, if you try to run at Xiaohu Monkey using that Atakan wall to just try and deny division, try and deny the information, to maybe force something. But man, like you're waiting for these tier spikes to come through for the Ezreal and the Jace, and you're quite the ways off still.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? And now we are relatively happy with the game state as it is. There's that Herald being started up by WE. Now about 2,000 gold. They need to start making these plays work. Vampire being down a fair amount of HP to begin this, so it's a little bit rough. Down to 1600 HP. We're aware. Yeah, not there in time, but a nice engagement. Hung again on this Alistair. Pop the Rel. Galio comes on in, but Breathe immunes it with the W with the Pathmaker. Karis now in danger. Cease and desist comes on through and interrupts the Justice Punch. Now they can run more further, going behind them all. Here we go. Hound's Pursuit comes on through, but that dog is put down. Going up to the farm upstate. Cube dies as well. And the 100% Neferi win rate is looking a little bit dicey.
Really, Hong is putting on an Alistair masterclass.
I'll tell you. Oh no, they got the Herald, but at what cost? There's no recall to be found. That Ezreal is having a bad day at the office.
He's dodging a lot of abilities.
To one end.
Not enough. And the last overload will find his target. Yeah, honestly, from Weibo's side, Hong kind of exploiting that XP advantage difference, that item difference between him and Vampire to just great effect. Forcing the engage every single time. Every time afterwards, they're forced to burn tools to try and get this Alistair out. But look at this, he finds a double knockup, the Chains of Corruption land, Vampire is gone, and then the Justice Punch knockup gets immune by the single target that was hit, and at this point you still have so much follow-up. And as soon as the Galio died, the follow-up with the Realm Orb collapse on the rest of Weibo.
remember when you were saying, Xiaohu, one of the things that made him special was the fact he's mechanically good, obviously, but it's the macro moves, it's the foresight and the plays to really take value of the map and Fog of War. That's an example. Mid-fight, Realm Warp, having claimed 2 already, to corral the rest out. It's just very heads up, very smart play at the game. They're invading now for this red buff, and this Neferi isn't ahead of the KO for the first time in the LPL. We're going to have to see what Neferi looks like from behind, and I think it's going to be pretty ugly here into a comp like this.
The assassin falls behind. How many times have we told the tale?
I mean, you've got an Eclipse and a Dream, and don't get me wrong, theoretically you can still be a threat onto people like Light, onto people like Xiaohu if you get a moment or 2 free, but I don't know how easy that's going to be. You can go in and chunk someone, but getting that reset for the Hound's Pursuit I think is going to be challenging. Monkey, decent W there, but where are you going to go? Not enough ability haste, I think, with the Phage and the Eviscerate to go way over the wall. Seasons comes on through. Now the Grand Entrance comes on, and TM potentially in danger. Can look for a bit more. In comes the Hound's Pursuit. Over the wall they go with Breathe, though. Monkey in danger, still picking out the double daggers, and actually they still get the kill regardless. I thought they'd done it for a second or 2 there, but in the end, Weibo Gaming can follow up just far enough. Breathe ensures that WE are breathing no more. Monkey survives, but the rest of his team not so happy.
Monkey lives for the lives of his mid laner and support. I don't think that's a trade you want to take at this point. He forces so much distance on the cease and desist, but it's not enough. And then Breeze just flashes over the wall to just help his jungler at that point. Cube is going to get this tier 1 turret, but the Atacon is going to go down for the side of Weibo. You're getting outscaled everywhere at this point. Like, you needed to force something in the early game, you had the setup for it. You had burnt every single summoner from Shadow.
Yeah.
You had the angle to try the plays. Vampire was all over the map. And you end up forcing nothing.
I mean, I'm looking at Light's build, for example. He's not had to go the edge of Night Second, which it feels like every lethality Varus feels obligated into. He's got to go opportunity this game, just to be really, really nasty at that 2 item spike. The Ezreal is permanently losing 20% of their HP. Vampire permanently spends them times, losing a 3rd HP every time they come on in. Monkey trying to trade out on the other side of the map and get some resources, but is spotted doing so, with Breathe roaming out, then realizes, okay, I've got to find my way out of here, and tries to abuse the fact that they're quite quick with the Gust Walk, and it's just not enough. You'd think having Flash, Eviscerate, Blast Cone, and then the hero's entrance would have kept you safe. No!
Even though Light misses the Chains of Corruption in this fight, I feel like there's enough damage on everybody. Xiaohu is on the perfect flank position. Taeyong ends up living, but Vampire's sacrifice. By Vampire sacrifice, Taeyong does live, but it's a sacrifice when you just get fed to the wolves.
Oh, that's really sad to see. Live, my friend! And the other thing is that's now all those withdrawals available, heading towards the dragon. Baron, not going to be a threat right now, but you can just use this moment to force no contest. And you already said, look, we think Weibo at scale. I think I tend to agree with the competition you've got. Yes, you will hit a point where the Ezreal and Jace at like 3.5 items become really, really annoying because of the range advantage. I don't know how freely we're getting to 3.5 items this game.
I think we've gotten to 2 items on the Jace, and that's the best we can ask at this point. We have that Malamune fully complete and fully transformed, and you see here Xiaohu just running forward on this rise with the Conqueror.
Goodbye, Monkey.
It's so difficult on the side WE if you don't get an early lead to do anything in this game. And with Xiaohu being just able to ground ramp and Light free farming the entire game, Breeze just playing the perfect neutralizer lane, knowing that he's gonna just outscale this Jace come late game. He's just going to be a tank. But as we see here, the round warp he's used to take down the tier 3 turret after taking the inhibitor in mid.
We've lost your jungler and AD carry. You're playing 5v3 and your damage on your dive is basically gone. So what do you even do here? You just have to sit here and watch, especially with the Atacon buffs on for the withdrawals. You just don't have many options here. You can sure burn a load of cooldowns to try and kill off Weibo. They just respawn and you don't get that much value for it.
And even then, I think if you're in a 3v5, if you try and force something, they might just end the game at that point.
Yeah.
I think if the Jace falls there, I think it might have just been game over. But, you know, ends up being 2 inhibitors going down for the side of Weibo. WE, they've tried something with this comp. They couldn't quite execute on it. As we see here, Tian just finding the perfect time for the Monkey. After Taeyong finds himself overextended, the damage and the lockdown on the side of Weibo, I feel like in this game are kind of overbearing at this point. You have so many tools, so many things to dodge. You're an Ezreal. Ezreal has relative safety. Not when you have to dodge 14 different skill shots.
Wow.
I feel like if you're trying to dodge a Chains of Corruption, you're trying to get away from the effective range of the Rise, you're trying to get out from an Alistar CC combo, you're trying to kite away from a Cassante, and there's a Seasoned Assist buy ready for you. What do? How can you get away at that point? I feel like here Weibo are just using the pressure of the map to just take everything away. They're choking out WE's side of control with just using the first push. They're not using any fancy side lane kind of activities. Monkey is just trying to farm whatever he can, man. At this point, I feel like he's realized the game is kind of done. He's just going to go farm whatever he can. Try and get up his number, maybe find a miracle fight, but we get those 2 item spikes now on the on 2 item carries for WE. Small issue, the Varus has now 3 items.
Minor issue, I agree. Slightly problematic.
Some would say this, yeah, slightly suboptimal. But as we see here, the Baron will another go now for the side of Weibo. It is likely.
Yeah, Shao's nearly the zombies now as well. Like, how on earth do you ever kill this guy? Like, it's so over. I mean, WE, you have a... It is pray that Weibo Gaming fumble repeatedly around objectives, that you steal a Baron or something, but Monkey can't get anywhere near this time around. Will double dag as it breathes, send the dogs at him, who just doesn't care at this point. The bleed happens for 200 HP as Tien just charged up that Vault Breaker and said, I dare you to keep standing in that mid lane. And at this point, 2 inhibitors down, Waves shoves up, Light does chunk, or get chunked rather, down about a 3rd HP. Could be problematic here, but again, even if he did kill Light, I'm not sure it's enough in a team fight.
I mean, I feel like there's 3 damage carries on the side of Weibo right now, but as you see here, they're jumping on Breeze.
Flashes away. Does have to burn the flash, but it's done. On the other side though, in goes Hung on to Karis, the easiest target. Taeyun's gone! He disappears. I don't know what happened. It was a magic trick. LeBlanc's not even in the game. Vampire staked down and turned to ash. Welcome to the daylight of Weibo Gaming. They'll be matching the score at 4 and 5 and 1 with Billy Gaming. The tiebreakers will have to come on through. There are no games. It is decided on game time, on head-to-head. We'll have to figure that out just after Monkey tries to go on a house pursuit. Xiao who just goes golden. Monkey finally gets a kill and dies straight after. That is the smallest of silver linings you could ask for.
No, I too was an LPL team until I took an arrow to the knee.
Wow.
On the side of Light, a really good job from the side of Weibo to just lock down the game, honestly.
Yeah.
They looked a little bit shaky early on, Vampire moving kind of threw a wrench in the works. But they recentered, they recontrolled the game, they used Hong really well to just try and force plays out of WE, and then the re-engage angles were so good. I feel like the more I think about it, if Hong is not MVP for this game, something's not wrong, because he's disengaged and his re-engages were excellent all throughout the game. Probably the major reason why WE couldn't quite.
I can agree. I think Hung was really good. Those team fight plays alone probably earn him a bit of a look in. But hello, folks. I'm Initialise. This is Harold, who stepped in to cast here. It was supposed to be a surprise for Alex. We bought cheesecake and everything. He bought cheesecake and everything. Let's be real. I'm just here to help facilitate the surprise. But Alex has meetings out of nowhere, and that's great news because it means we'll see him on LEC this weekend. So do look forward to that. But it means I now get an extra colour caster, so Harold gets to come in, cast a bit of LPL. It's been a pleasure. I am Initialise. I am Nymaera's older brother. We started casting League of Legends back in 2020 with a fan broadcast of the LGL. Unofficially official. Officially unofficial? Officially unofficial. God, it's a bad one. And of course now we co-stream officially here for the LPL. The official broadcast, I've got to stop using the word official, my God, has been stopped for now at the very least. So it means it's all left down to us fans to do this as passion projects. Effectively, we do this every damn day of the week. It is a pleasure to have you all in here working out on Alex's Twitch, Alex's YouTube, and obviously over on Anivia's YouTube as well. It's so cool to have you guys in there looking after us all, and thank you again for all the support today. It's been really wonderful. For those who are still new here, please do consider throwing a sub, throwing a follow, coming and following me, subbing to me on Twitch and YouTube as well. You see my name in the titles. I'm on Twitch, I'm on YouTube there as well. Makes a huge deal because again, this is effectively our jobs, and it means that you guys back home are the way we're doing it. And clearly the camera defocuses. I have this very serious conversation. This is too much shilling is what's happening. There we go. There's no winning. Just sit back here. Just lean back here, mysteriously, for a relaxing time. Suntory time. Very deep reference. I watched Lost in Translation for the first time last night. It spoke heavily to me. And a shout out, of course, to Harold in chat as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate that one, mods. But yes, we'll have a look now. We've seen this one. Curious who the MVP is. Makes a huge deal to see who that one is.
Honestly, like, we talked a lot about Weibo over the years, honestly.
Mecha, thanks for another bloody gift sub. My days. We're on 502 subs now, which is pretty awesome. I know. It's pretty cool. The Oiler in chat. Mecha's been... Yeah, he's like, you know those old school Italian, like, artists and stuff. They have like the mighty Medici patrons and the Morton patrons. It's basically us. We're like modern day artists in our little artist cave here, creating art via League of Legends. And Mecha Fanboy turns up in his great voluminous robes, aiming to be the new pope, funding our existence,
trying to curry favor with the electors.
Precisely.
I don't know if you saw Light's damage number this game.
I did not. Actually, it was quite high.
24,000. Light. Looking at the damage number, he might be MVP, but I feel like.
I think Light did what he was tasked to do, which was make sure that Taeyun and the Ezreal, Vampire on the Rel who'd been roaming and had no levels, suffered. They attempted every fight, one or the other of them, losing half or a third of their HP, which was a really big deal because everyone else in the game was doing the carry. You just had to set them up for success by making sure that Ezreal in mid lane was perma-trapped into tower and couldn't do any work. We saw some good stuff at level 1. That was about it from the Ezreal round.
Yeah, honestly, they kind of just withered out as soon as the Rel left lane. You're kind of stuck in a situation where on the Ezreal.
I have a tiebreak between EDG and W if I read the rules correctly. Okay. We'll keep our eyes on that.
We'll keep our eyes. We'll see what happens.
Because I've just looked in the Discord and Ferguson did get a translation over, and we weren't quite sure what was going on. We thought there was tiebreaks and we thought there wasn't. So we'll see exactly how it plays out. Find out after the break, I suppose.
The real question is, why does your chair have such fluffy arms?
This was... I got these in a separate... I've ended with a second chair from a Rossi for some reason. I don't know what to do with it.
How you could do it?
I mean, genuinely, if you
I'll give you money for it.
If you want... I mean, I have an extra gaming chair. I don't need. But they sent me a box with like Gunnars and like armchair and like armrest covers. So I've just got fluffy armchair covers. They're very comfy.
Nice. No, it looks.
Yeah, Fred
comfy.
came in and added more. Can check the logs. Yeah, exactly. And so it looks like no. I think is the answer from the latest logs. I think.
I think we'll see in a second. Was this the last game or was there one more?
This is the last game on paper.
So I think at this point we'll just wait and see.
Yeah.
See what happens or not.
Yeah, so looking at Ferguson's, it's Ferguson in Alex's Discord chat. If you do ! Discord in Twitch and I believe YouTube too, you should be able to get those commands out, which would be quite helpful. Hello, Alex's YouTube. Glad to have you in here. Yeah, Ari and Alex says hi, Harold. He's on the YouTube as well.
Surprise.
But yeah, good to have you in here. He's coming to help us out, and again, thank you to Alex's YouTube. I know it's been a little bit complicated keeping eyes on it.
There's a tiebreaker for third place.
So there is a tiebreaker for third place. Okay, so
maybe.
So we're holding on to our nerves here. I think a WE and EDG tied a third and fourth that has an effect. And again, because it would send you directly down into the Nirvana group. First and second doesn't matter as much, right?
Yeah.
You're both going to the upper bracket or the upper group anyway.
And does it matter for seeding?
No, not really, because you're playing everyone in there anyway.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it doesn't change anything.
So it doesn't really
so you'll both be getting side select at some point. Please no WE EDG game. Oh, Esterificase. Oh, yes, it is. We'll find out. Here's our MVP. Okay, well, I mean, in fairness, Shao did have a really good Rise game. Those realm warps were pretty spectacular. If I was going to call for another option for MVP, it would have been Shao's Rise, I think.
Yeah, probably. I mean, he played well. He had good lane pressure. I feel like he gripped a little bit in the early game, but he wasn't ever punished by it. So.
Yeah, there was that Flash Ghost burn early that was a bit silly. But I think this realm warp in a second or two is so brilliant. And that Blast Cone to prevent an easy escape on the other side is really, really good. Yeah, I think this play alone, you go, okay, yeah, that was cool. I feel a little bit sorry for Hung, who I think actually had a really good game too. But hey, Xiaohu, clean game on the Rise, had a lot of carrying. This Room Prism on the Neferi meant she couldn't escape. Good team fighting.
Comes in with the lockdown. I feel like it's a pretty standardized gameplay, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, with the exception of that one round, what we went, yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
that one is very much cool. Like, otherwise, you know, pretty regular game. I feel like when like it feels bad when supports don't get represented as much, because I feel like Hung did a lot of the brunt work.
I agree, and I think Hung had some really good headbutts and poles this game. I think that initial Grubs fight, for example, that was really good from him. But hey, we'll have a look at what so it was a couple for top as well. Interesting.
Cool.
I mean, Breathe did have a decent Cassante game.
No votes for support.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised here. I wonder whether that might have been. Anyway, the decision was made. I don't hate the choice of Xiaohu per se, but I think from us here at the very least, we got to go, Hung, we see you. You were good. We're slightly sad you didn't get a single vote there at the very least.
I mean, I think it's the sport egregious that he didn't get a single vote, that he didn't get MVP. Like, that's the more egregious one to me, at least. But honestly, like, well played to Weibo, well done to... well, we have a game. WE against...
Who's the WE versus EDG we've got coming up?
Oh,
boy!
Oh boy!
7th game of the day, baby!
It's WE
各位好，
against...
欢迎来到赛后采访环节。
We got actually this what this is. This is the interview.
WBG Tap Tap 获得了这一局比赛的胜利。
So
来到
we
赛后
might
采访
have a
环节的
game.
嘉宾
We
是
will
中单选
confirm
手小
shortly.
虎，欢迎小虎来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
We'll chill for a second or two.
Hello,
Turn the
大家好，
cameras
我
off
是
and let.
WBG
Is there any Mandarin speaking chat? Do you know what's going on?
今天
By all means,
打得
all
太
means, give us a
出色
listen.
了，也是以第二轮3-0的一个成绩为 WBG 整个的小组赛算是画上了一个比较圆满的句号。回顾一下这6局 BO1 这6局小组赛的表现，有什么样的感受跟大家来分享一下呢？
今天能全部赢下来还是挺开心的吧，然后感觉大家也进步了挺多，特别是也赢了一盘 BLG 嘛，然后相信也能增加一下大家的士气吧。但是，一整天打下来确实还是挺累的。
那我们就问题就少一点哈。今天这2轮比赛能够看出来，你跟小天的这个配合、中野的默契程度是越来越好了。你怎么看？在经过了第1赛段的磨合之后，来到现在，你跟小天之间的一个中野的默契程度？
小天选手的话，我觉得他是 LPL 就是前期节奏算是做得非常好的一个选手了吧。然后我也比较喜欢前期节奏，所以就是感觉联动会多一些的。
属于风格也非常的匹配。那除了中野的联动之外，你觉得相比于第1赛段 WBG 来到这个赛段，还进化了哪些地方？
因为首先这个赛段是不能换线的版本，然后我觉得我们上下路的对线打得相对来说还不错，然后我们前中期的资源决策是做得挺好的。
我们也期待 WBG 能够在登峰组有更加出色的表现。感谢小虎，辛苦了。那接下来让我们一起来欣赏一段精彩的 Spotlight。
我没大了，我没大了，小心一点。
哎呀，我知道，我看过了。看我，打不死我，慢点，能赢。
They tend to have those throughout the day anyway. It's not just.
慢点。
Now comes back. Bless you.
Nice. 兄弟们
Few expletive choices in there.
在干嘛？
The BBC reporting now that Wilson about we've seen the rumours about. I mean, Yuki's probably deserving of it, but that said, that Red Bull second seat is cursed.
That Red Bull second seat has been cursed ever since.
你的 EZB， 我们看 EZ， 我可以看 EZ， 他会死，我不好跟，要看我，没事，你没事就行。这个，
And like I was having a conversation about this last evening.
等一下吧，
like you had probably the driver who has the most similar driving style to Verstappen in the scene already with Ricardo.
没闪，可以越啊，
And then
他有闪，拉走。
You had like you let him go because of the.
中路看一下，哎，能累，帮我们拖时间呗。
Yeah, I mean, like Yuki has been racing so well in a much lower tier car for a long time now. So if you're going to give him a shot, I can see it. My only thing is actually, I think Yuki gets all inside because even if it doesn't work out, you can't blame the Red Bull car because it's been a nightmare for anybody in there. So look, like this car is a nightmare and it's tuned for the wrong drivers, and they're clearly testing things on the second car that's not working. Oh my God, we have another game. Here we go, baby. Oh my God, so do I. All right.
Oh boy.
I need to run some ads. Okay, okay, right. Brace yourself, folks. It's not over. It's not over. I'm still dreaming.
It's not over until it's over, or until EDG get knocked down.
Stop walking. All right. Well, the delirium horizon is being hit. Right. I need coffee for this. Oh my god.
Really good dose of caffeine to come through this one.
Oh dear. Sleep is for the weak, folks.
I don't know about you, but I slept pretty well
I'm
last night.
sugar-coated like
I'm
I'm
quite
harder than you
tired, to be
think, I'll
honest.
break your bite. So bold, so cheeky, sassy, I'm here to push your little buttons cause I kinda like you. I'm like your favorite show you watch but touch you not I know you want
All right. Coffee time. Yeah. Oh, was that for the finals? Awesome. How was it? Well, the land finals for amateur leagues. Oops. Yeah. Careful. Which one is yours? One closest. Gotcha. There we go. There you go. One for you. While I'm at it.
You see, we are civilized people. We do put things on first.
So they say. So they say. All right.
Look right here.
Right. I don't know. They shipped it anyway.
Look right here. Come see what everyone's been looking at. Everyone's been talking about when you the best, you call it out. People watch cause they love when they watch this. We are number one on your watch list. Everything you need grouped together like a mosh pit. We don't stop cause we know they can't stop this. It's nothing new, we gotta do what we do. We got you glued to your seat without using glue. We got it, hey, turn down when you can turn up. We got it, you at the right place, look no
Oh, we're into draft already? Oh my god, alright. I'll hold down the fort for a second or two while Howard's busy with making coffee. What's your right now? What are we gonna do? The coffee break has done us in. There should have been no escape, but we are into draft proper for our tiebreaker. They were rapid setting this one up. Alright. Skarner has been banned. EDG on blue side pick up the Ambessa. WE won out that last game. Seemingly against all odds. We're back. Alright, let me just put like tiebreaker in here. Actually, let's do caps, that'd be easier.
Ooh.
You good?
Oh, I'm looking at what they're hovering. Like there was a quite hovering.
Very, very exciting. Alright, take this seat.
Yep.
Just be advised. It's going to be a little cramped for you. I do apologise. I do not see you at bad times.
I wouldn't willingly pick a PC unless it's offending me so much. I am a repeat professional after all. Almost there, chat. Second. Alright, we're back. Okay, so Skarner banned on the blue side, Ambessa first pick for the side of EDG, answer the Aatrox Varus. Nocturne or Aurora, and we're picking Talia into the Aurora. Okay. Okay. This draft is already all over the place. Exactly what I expected. Kai Saban coming in from the side of WB, targeting the champion, that AD champion pool that can go head to head with the Varus in the lane. Taeyun off the Ezreal, not banned, so just decided to not play it. Got slapped around by Light's Varus last game, thought, hey, I can do that too. Decided to go for the Varus, understandable. Xin Zhao taken away from EDG. Yeah, makes sense. They need a setup jungler with some form of CC for the Thalia to make effect in this game. I really, really, really like the first 3 picks, the top side locked in from EDG. A lot of proactivity, a lot of skirmish, a lot of pick potential, and a lot of like side lane potential. You have a Nocturne, you will by default be winning a side lane check. But as we see here, the Ziggs taken away, more simple, easy laning taken away from the side of EDG on. Corki is available. I don't know if he wants to opt for the Corki into an Ezreal, into a Varus matchup. As we see here, the Wukong's taken away, more setup taken away. I feel like the Jarvan's still up, the Vi's still up, and the Viego will be the lock-in for Taeyun. I'm not a big fan, honestly. Like, you already have more than enough damage on the side of EDG, and you don't really have a simple way to get that first reset. As we can see, the R5 will be saved on the side of WE for the Vampire pick. But EDG on. Okay, buddy. Are we gonna lock that in? Boring. MF locked in for on. Wink has to blind pick here. And it will be just a slam of the Rel. I mean, I think it's a good takeaway from Vampire. I would love to see a Leona here. You're into an MF, but it will be the Alistar for Vampire. So WE just stealing the bot lane that Weibo had last game.
I return it. What have we got in draft, mate?
Really strong side lane potential from EDG. WE, a lot of damage, not enough front line.
Okay. Nocturne Aurora kind of does what Vi Aurora wants to do, which is dive a target, and Aurora can always follow up because the role is just bloody huge.
Exactly.
Ambessa, similar kind of idea. That doesn't have the Vi direct lockdown.
I don't know why they didn't think
engage.
It's open.
I wonder what I'm assuming it's just a more of a Xiaohao comfort thing, and turning the lights out can be pretty valuable.
I do think like the Nocturne is a good pick, but like why don't they take the Vi on the other side? Why don't WE take the Vi and they take the Viego? Like on Viego you're like super conditional. Like I'm not quite sure you're in a position to just take over the game, because there's a lot of disengage on the side of EDG. Like yeah, you're gonna run into a lot of people. You're gonna be running with a lot of lockdown once you have the Ezreal or the Alistar running in. Alistar R5 into Rel.
Blue 7's asking here, when is the tiebreaker? Right now, guys. Is there a tiebreaker? Yes, there is. No cast? No, right here. In fact, hi,
we
I'm
are
Initialise.
here now.
That's Harold. We went to go get coffee between the tiebreakers, why there was no initial cast on that one. It was a very rapid turnaround, it turns out. But there we go. We're ready to go. Hello to YouTube, hello to Twitch, and hello over to Niva's YouTube as well. But we are into game.
Go to Aatrox skin, by the way.
It is.
We'll
We'll have to hold our breath for a second or two, because the crowds, I suspect, will be a little noisy right now. Well, maybe not, because it's so damn late. I think a lot of people might have to leave. Because the other thing is, I think sometimes the stadiums just close down. It's just
somebody in that tunnel going into the arena still screaming the name, the DIO.
Hardcore fans still sticking around, just about.
I mean, oh, it's on Varus.
Oh, it will be. Okay.
Oh.
I think when you've got a Nocturne and a Rel diving for your head, the Aurora, the Arbessa too, I think you probably do need to get towards some things that can help you stand and deliver properly.
But can you stand and deliver in the enemy comp?
I mean, if you get to Terminus Jack Show,
that's a big if. That is a 4
and
item.
in fairness, I do think you have got an Alistar, the Unraveled Earth, Viego, Aatrox. You've got quite a lot of disruptors that if people do die for you and you're as part of the unit, it will be not as easy as people might think to absolutely delete you if you're in the pocket.
Yeah, but like, if you get locked down for more than 2 seconds and
it's
there's a bullet time running.
Yeah, I grant you, it's a bad time. I've seen some very good and very bad Misfortune performances. Wing flashes in, Vampire then responds with his own headbutt. Valiant effort there. Taeyu takes a bit of a chunk, but Wink will be down that summon. It has the Hex Flash to work with, though. So it can theoretically look to go again using that pseudo flash.
I think Taeyon losing more HP than An did, and is kind of the decider here. Like, if you get to have lane presence on MF, it's just kind of over.
Yeah, if you get access to those caster minions at low HP to keep double upping through them, it's pretty miserable because you just can't stand and farm.
Yeah, you can't really like approach the wave, and now they get the force the level 2. They get this just controlled lead, as you see here. Cube with the counter pick because that was an Ambassador blue one.
EDZ gonna do his best. He has not had an easy day, unfortunately for him. Cube on that Aatrox is something he's put a lot of time into over the years. But then again, so have most top laners at this point. It's been a very, very long-standing
top lane tradition to know how to play Aatrox at the level at least.
Yeah, there are a few champions it feels like you need to know. Or there's Renekton's, there's Narv's, there's Aatrox's. Can you play a Sion? Can you play a Cassante?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I think Rumble these days as well. Like if you're a good top laner, you have to play Rumble.
Yes.
And if you can't play Rumble, it's a problem.
Yeah, maybe like the default tank is not even Sion, it's Ornn. You have to know how to play Ornn.
I can see that, yeah. I think also then you're looking at things, I think more recently about like Jace as well. Because I think for a long time it was like Eastern only tops, because they were the only ones who could pilot the laning phase successfully enough to get the lead. You had to, it was a 2 turret plate minimum was the line for a long time. It feels these days that Jace scales a lot better than he once did, a lot more flexible in the build up. I think people have got a lot more time into it as well. But yeah, another one of those champions it feels like you have to play.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I feel like top lane is pretty open as a role right now. I feel like there's a bunch of like champions you can pick, bunch of champions. We haven't seen picked as much, but like we've seen in Europe a lot Cho'Gath, for example. Cho'Gath is really strong right now.
The Shirelius build a lane.
Yeah, but not even in that like edge case build that you can just use to spam wave play. In a no-fade like tank v tank matchup, Cho'Gath will almost always win because of the sustain advantage and the max HP damage he has available to him.
strong statement out here as well. If EDG lose with so much dive/damage versus 2 immobile carries, they don't deserve to play in summer. I mean, I see the point. They've got a very easy combo to execute, and they can do it in multiple stages. They don't all have to press R at once. You can send someone in, burn the summoners, and then have the Nocturne follow, and then have the Ambessa follow. You can layer it. In fact, I recommend they do. That said, the counterpunch is pretty nasty because Viego and Aatrox in particular, if you dive too deep and you go 1-for-1, the body is then stolen. Aatrox has his ult reset, and you can start to go back forwards again, having had all these divers go in. I always like Viego and Talia, honestly, into dive comps to an extent because you've got so much ability to punish people jumping forwards.
I just realized something that made my heart sink a little bit.
Oh, yeah?
That's Grasp on Aatrox.
It is. Are you not a fan?
No, not a fan. I think the Grasp doesn't give you anything. As a champion, you want to trade when you have that level 5, level 6, because of the cold of your Q just being so much damage. If you're gonna take a rune that you just don't like, you think you're not gonna interact with, just pick Electrocute. Like, it's just so much more damage available to you to punish if you need to. Like, at what point do we just start undervaluing Conqueror over getting 10 procs of Grasp during the lane phase?
I guess I wonder whether there's a conversation like, actually, if you do go Conqueror, do you still beat Ambessa once you hit later stages with Conqueror versus Conqueror? Because I feel like with the Omnivamp on Ambessa and her mobility, it can be quite hard to land the sweet spots on the queue, so you probably don't win extended trades. Here comes the unspeakable fit. Unspeakable horror is the name of it. There you go. That's the fit. It's a great fit.
I mean, I think you do. It's just withstanding to itemization, because a lot of Aatroxes I have seen kind of just default itemize with the same items we've seen in the last year or so. Yeah, we're going Sundered Sky, we're going Eclipse, whatnot. Like, why are, like, I've played a lot of Aatrox this last few months. You can itemize for a first passive auto reset play. You just need to Sundered Sky plus will take Cycle Sword.
Oh, you like that build, right? Oh, hang on. Monkey flashes out. Okay, well, they get the grubs. Karis has to ult away. Monkey has to flash out. You get the grubs. Comes at a slightly higher cost than I think they were hoping for there, though.
Yeah, but then again, you are also guaranteeing yourself silent pressure for later on.
True.
You are burning resources now to guarantee that you're going to have pressure later. As we see, not really pressured in this bot lane, just being able to free farm.
He's got 10 CS as well, into a Varus lane as well. Varus has often felt like something that can manage the Misfortune, especially Misfortune known for being very lane dominant. This is pre-Vamp Scepter as well, where sometimes you can then mitigate the Varus poke, but hey, it is lethality, it's not Comet, so maybe that poke not landing quite as hard with the Rune Voices right now, and backs away, doesn't feel the need to get a Vamp Scepter, gets a whole ass BF sword here in that lane.
That's a pretty big sword. Some would say not
a big
safe
friendly
for,
sword.
Yeah, not
what it stands for, actually.
That sword, it's a sword. But you know, I feel like Vampire just moving it now out on the map after Wing's presence at the red fight, as you see in the video.
That's right, finally Ongle with the paranoia chases! Monkey, despite the use of the ultimate Karis, just about 5 seconds ahead, have to flash. Taeyun now in danger. Do get one back, but a flash to the Shadow Strike leaves Taeyun in danger. Gets another with him. All right, Taeyun. That's not bad value there at all.
Ends up being a 2-for-2 thanks to the heroics of Taeyun. But that's the issue with this EDG comp. All of your members can get blown up so quickly. You're running into an issue of, can you get the Viego reset? Can you protect the Viego long enough if they're just going to target him on the dive?
That'll be a question, and at least Arn is the other person who picks up the 2 kills, which still leads to both Eddie carries matching those kills, and with Varus dying, it is still a wave that gets shoved in and largely lost, so it ends up being net neutral to slightly positive EDG, because initially it looked fantastic. That flash to follow the Heartbreaker, great, and then Varus, great work from Taeyun to just stand and deliver.
Really good positioning, really flashing away from all of the CC, getting the tail of arrows, plus the piercing arrow to just guarantee that second kill. Taeyun's heroics make it a 2-for-2, but at the same time, On is still up on the gold lead because he didn't die in the play.
Nope.
He still got the 2 kills though.
He did, and he gets a nice reset back towards Vamp Scepter himself. Still up 10 CS. Dropped away from turret to Taeyun. Not too much more there. Again, you can ask that you didn't lose your Nocturne and Rel on that engagement. Honestly, what you could do.
I wonder how close he is to actually getting the Bloodthirster, but as you see here, the Diego just
Probably $1,000 or so, something like that. It's quite expensive first item.
Is he on vision? Because there is a ward in the pit, but I wonder if he's on vision. Now he's going to get spotted because of the mist getting dropped, but seems to be a no contest on the side of EDG. They will just give up this first straight. But this means that WE are 1 kill and 1 neutral objective away from securing the feats of strength.
Oh, and they did get that first set of grubs as well. So again, for all the kills have been relatively even, that other side of the game looking good. And reminder, the first time we saw this matchup today, WE did have the better start to the game in terms of that objective stacking as well. It was the mid game where things started to fall really hard apart. And having to come back in a very, very late game scenario with double AD carries doing silly things to Arn in particular.
So like, Xiaohao has been kind of in a bit of a limbo today.
He's tried real hard, yeah, his Lyra and Lilia were both really good.
Quite enough, but I do think EDG have, personally I think EDG have the edge in terms of individual laning ability, but WE have shown a great amount of resilience when it comes to the skirmish.
Yeah.
Being able to find the angles to actually take the fight.
And there's Bloodthirster. All this MF, they want to come and play this. Vampire goes in, double pulverized, but now stunned in place himself. Doesn't feel the need to pop the ultimate yet. The Make It Rain comes on down, and there's between World Monkey has to use the ult to get away. So that leaves the cow out in danger, has to flash out himself.
Ultimate and flash burns from the side of Vampire, and the second set of grubs will be ending up going to EDG. No kills will fall, but On's movement basically decides the fight. The fact that he is there, ready, walking in after the between worlds gets dropped and you're ready to lay down the damage, kind of just forces the entire WE out. Because this is an MF with a completed Bloodthirster. You can't really fight into her at this point in the game. It tends to be really difficult to try and find the windows, but as we see here, the set of grubs will fall on the side of EDG. There is a slight gold lead thanks to that laning prowess of especially On. He has a shutdown on him. That is. Tiny shutdown, but still a shutdown. I feel like getting targeted because it's not being rewarded. The fact that you have 400 gold lead and you already have a shutdown is
kind of crazy. But again, you did get 2 kills. You're ahead of the 10 CS a minute mark. You can't really do much more on MF in this game in some ways, unless you wanted to somehow hit that 12 CS a minute mark, which is quite hard to do until you start being able to steal additional camps and stuff.
Or just which the MF can do thanks to
the W pattern there. She just struts really fast, guys. You've never seen someone on a catwalk move that aggressively.
Yeah, I remember when we first started seeing MF back in the pro meta around Worlds 2021. You would just use MF as a waste for your tool.
Oh yeah, well I mean that's probably why Yumayusi used to be so good at that MF, is because he just used the W to be pseudo global and turn up the fight to where you normally be at. It's very valuable for if you're a heads-up AD carry player, your ability to get around the map and use the mobility that MF has, kind of just from the fact she moves faster, is incredibly valuable.
No, I do think an AD carry that has a good understanding of the game sense, that it gets to actually take that move, is an added value to most teams.
And that's what Arn is supposed to be for EDG, right? He's coming in as a veteran, as a duo with Wink for many, many, many years.
I do think On has had his moments where he's played really well, especially like you were saying, the first game of the day between these two teams, kind of showing up and taking the game back.
And then, as the game went on, caught 3 fights in a row by Monkey Skarner.
Yep.
There's been the other side to it, hasn't there? And that has unfortunately been true for both teams. We have seen such wild inconsistency that all the good players are often counterbalanced by equally perplexing ones, is the way I'll put it, because there has been some ones we go, what is the thought process here? Was there a thought process?
What did they think before speaking?
Okay, there's a question as well from chat. So reflected in chat, like, what's Aatrox versus Ambessa like late?
Aatrox, if he itemizes correctly, should always outscale this matchup.
You think?
Yes, because
even with the level 16 Omni-Bat?
Because of the interrupt on her abilities and making her basically stutter between every cast.
Right.
If you use the knockups correctly on Aatrox, and if you itemize correctly, as in you get yourself anti-healing, and you need to get yourself that will take Cycle Sword to guarantee at least 1 Q on knockdown, it is a winning matchup for Aatrox. It will depend upon itemization and upon how ahead ZTC manages to get.
And then it's also very reliant on actually hitting those Qs. You do need to hit them, because otherwise Ambessa has a lot of ability in a kit. That outplay's always there just by kind of, like zigging when you were expected to be zagging.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think the fact that like people are starting to recognize that Aatrox is a lot more about guaranteed lockup than he is about skirmishing. I do think like it is. People need to start like re-understanding that Aatrox's role is not to be a frontliner; it is to be a diver.
Yeah.
He needs to like pair up
his
with somebody.
tankiness is predicated on hitting things,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly. There are a few disgusting clips of me, like, when I play in amateur leagues, there are some pretty disgusting clips of me being on 20% HP, ulting, pressing auto attack on somebody with coil, because Aatrox.
Yeah.
But like the idea behind taking Aatrox into the Ambessa is you have an equiparable strength lane phase.
Yep.
And you're going to function effectively the same way, just with more HP in later game fights.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing is, as Emily said in Olivia's chat, Ambessa is still a very slippery lady, so if you do miss those cues, then Ambessa still in the extended phase very dangerous, especially once you hit level 16 again. That Omnivamp is unreal on Ambessa, and again, you still have that kind of backline access that Aatrox really wishes for, because your R is a hell of a drug.
Yep. Karras TPs to the turret and immediately backs off. He sees somebody rotating up on vision, will give up an extra wave, and here ZDZ doing the correct thing and just denying presence. Angel cancels Cube's recall as the first turret will go down.
Towards EDG, and that's valuable stuff. Again, we have seen all set of these early objectives largely go towards WE. They got 2 dragons and 3 grubs. EDG only got those 3 grubs, so that feat of strength market going towards WE, whereas the turret over to EDG does mean we're now waiting on whoever gets the next kill to claim the strong feat.
Well, it needs to be, yeah, the next kill will guarantee the feats of strength.
I'm surprised we don't see as much Briar considering that's in the game.
I think we should see more Tracio, but in my opinion.
Oh, no. Well, there we go, yeah. There's a big pullback there as Angel goes between worlds, looks to turn this around. In comes Nocturne, though. The decent healing, though, on the Angel makes it tricky. The fear comes on down, flash in for the Magnet Storm. Crash down, resist, stolen, and down goes Cube's Aatrox.
Yeah, the Ignite coming in from Wink as well, denying the little bit of extra healing that he may have had come through with the Sundered Sky proc. But the kill goes and ends up good to EDG. We were talking so much about it. The kill goes to EDG, they claim the feats of strength. As we see here though, WE will punch back on the other side of the map, dropping the Herald, getting the tier 1 turret, probably charging it into a second turret, but this might just be another turret for the
There's no one coming to respond. I think they've just got this, and there's enough members of EDG on the other side to deny the turret takeover here. I think most fortunately just ult the wave. It's gone.
Gets stunned by the flip back on the unraveled earth. Not quite early enough to stop the cast of the bullet time. Honestly, a bit of a blunder with W. Like,
I agree.
The Aatrox, they see that they're keeping on the push. You have the Herald down, you know somebody's going to come to answer. And we were talking about earlier, On uses the strut, clears the top wave with the ultimate, immediately runs to mid, starts wave clearing. Here, I feel like it's a good play by Cube, trying to find Angel, finds the second knockup, doesn't land the third knockup, and the lights go out, and then, you know, the health is there, the Ignite goes down, no more healing for the World Ender, and he ends up going down.
That is really significant. Yes, you've taken the Herald, that's all well and good, but the cross map is excellent. You get 2 turrets, the Herald only gets 1 in trade. That's a net trade down, and you get the feat of strength. This is all good news, and Nocturne is not bad at turret taking. Remember, he gets increased auto attack speed as he's keep going on. He's running, he's got Conqueror to his name, he gets the Umbra passive, you know, he does quite a lot of work there. You take that turret kind of for free.
Umbral Blades. Yes, Umbral Glaive is the item.
Yeah, it's Umbra Blades, you're right, it is, yeah. Nah, I always have to second guess myself, you're right.
Fine.
You're correct.
I feel like Alex isn't here, but I'm here in spirit
no,
for him.
Well, yeah, that's just, you're correct on that one. I always second guess myself. The other one is weirdly for me, it's Maokai W and R. I keep conflating
Nature's Grasp and
Twisted Advance.
Twisted Advance. No,
but I keep
Twisted Advance is W.
Yeah, but I keep wanting to call it
Bramble Smash.
But I keep wanting to call it Twisted Grasp and Nature's Advance. Or Nature's Grasp and Bramble. Yeah, which is wrong. Which is it's Nature's Grasp and Twisted Advance. And I sometimes conflate the two together, which is not
great.
I
mean, sometimes I get like I mix up abilities as well because some abilities just sound way too similar. I have seen so much Akali and Bessa in the same game. I keep getting those.
Public Execution, Perfect Execution. The other one is the Holy Trinity of Malphite, Hecarim, and Sion, with Onslaught of Shadows, Unstoppable Onslaught, and Unstoppable Force.
Yep.
Always fun to get those one around. We've got Binding Eclipse on.
I mean, we have the Eclipse item.
We've got Eclipse item, Eclipse on Leona, Blazing Eclipse from Mel, and Binding Eclipse on Aphelios. Which is purple Q.
We're just using the same name for everything, but as we see here, a little bit of a skirmish. The Nocturnal
Paranoia goes on in, tries to get a big chunk, forces a cleanse out of Taylor, also the flash down, public XP, comes on it. That bullet time angle is brutal! Can't quite get the kills though. Monkey gets a reset. They do kill the virus at the back end of it all though. Another reset for Monkey. Teleport now, Phantom Cube, who begins to end the world. Vampire dead. Massive chunk from Aurora, but it's another reset for Cube as Wink goes the wrong direction. EDG overstep. Monkey survives, steals everybody under the sun, and we said you could overdive into this composition.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good fight from the side of WE. They end up... The Weaver's Wall bought so much time. It was actually crazy the amount of space that the Weaver's Wall was able to get down in the fight. It was able to buy enough time.
It's pretty significant, that is for sure. They get themselves a hold of the dragon. This isn't how to close the door. It had slid open there. That'll do just fine. Thank you very much, mate. And don't worry about it. It doesn't stay closed very well. That's why. That's as long as it's mostly closed, it will do. WE get themselves third dragon. They're now on Soul Point. That's pretty significant. As you're breaking my chair along the way. Fine. Just come and sit down. We'll sort it from there. Disaster. There we go. You could have just sat down the other way and twisted around.
It doesn't quite go all the way.
Anyway, it's kind of fun if it comes from this angle. Monkey getting that kill there at the back end of it is great. And then this teleport from Cube. Oh my days. At least you see the additional pickup from Aurora as a minor extra win. But Monkey on this Viego finally gets a look at what the comp is supposed to do, which is punish the dive, use the mobility, claim the bodies.
I mean, I do think like Kares is the silent MVP of the fight. Buys so much time for the side of WE so they can actually get the fight on their own terms. But Adakan will start going down. It seems to be voracious Adakan from the color.
It's voracious indeed. So they'll be getting the GAs off this one. There's a reset. Looks like we saw Wink get caught out and taken down on respawn. So that's why this is happening. Pops Nocturne summons the ult. To what avail at this point? You would have just been taking out a GA, so don't really go anywhere with it.
I think as the GA came up, he ulted and he saw that, but the Atakan go down and he was like, I'm not going to commit over to this dive. The Karis is just able to wave clear with the Unraveled Earth and the volley. At this point, you're really kind of looking at your Ambessa Nocturne combo to try and find a combo play. You're also waiting on the 2-item spike to come through for the Aurora, and this is like at that point, your Aurora is going to be able to pop 3 people on the side of WE, but you still are waiting for that breakpoint. And there's a Seraph's completed on Karis.
Yep, it's getting harder and harder to get the key picks you need, especially if you only get one. You spend like 3 ultimates to kill off, say, this Varus was like, great. You still have to deal with the Aatrox and the Taliyah and the Viego in the mid game when they are probably at their most potent.
That is the advantage of having a quad carry comp, basically.
Yeah.
Because you can lose one and the other 3 can still wipe up the
and
fight.
Reset comps as well, because Aatrox Viego resets here are really nasty.
At the same time, it goes the other way as well. There's 4 carries on the side of EDG. Both teams are kind of just going, balls to the wall with these 2 comps.
200 gold separates, and I suppose the difference here now has to be looking at the Dragons WE. They are at Soul Point, and if they get the Infernal Soul this comp, oh my god.
You see here the weaving kind of disgusting damage coming in from the buddy already.
I think she just finished Shadow Flame. I think she might have.
I would assume so, but as we see here, EDG getting poked a little bit by Monkey.
Here comes the Paranoia. How long have we got left on the revives? Oh my days, that bullet time! Brings them all desperately low. They will surely fall. The withdrawals now come on through. The overchase. Vampire goes for a headbutt pole to no avail. 600 gold towards EDG.
Not quite the Adakan timer. There's still 30 seconds on the GAs, but that is.
But you've got to take it where you get it.
Yeah, that is 3, maybe 4. Did Daehyun die?
He
was in base when the others respawned, but I'm not sure. But still, that is for sure 600 gold going in the back pocket of EDG. Karis just running it on, but on using the strut plus the Swifties to just get away from the damage.
Yeah, Taeyun did lose that withdrawal. You can see it on there, so that's 800 gold all the way over. That's not bad. A minute and a half until Soul Fight. That will be a big win for WE. Trying to hold on to this mid-tier 1, which they've still not really done all that much damage to. Wave falls on. swift enough with that strut passive to back away from the seismic shove and doesn't get caught by it.
Yeah, I do think at this point you're really looking at your Aurora in the fights, because if you can find the key pick, the fight becomes really easy. You can't expect every time that you have ZZ buying so much time and then on finding the perfect condition, the perfect angle to cast an excellent bullet time. The flash here buys enough space. Public execution is great, and then the magnet storm guarantees that all the damage coming through from on is enough to make the fight a win. You get withdrawals instead of kills, but still, that's 800 gold going there.
Xiaohao and Angel caught Taeyu now separated on the other side of that fight as well, over by the red buff, so that's why he does. It ended up being at 800 gold, and that is potentially pretty valuable here coming into this fight. The only thing is, you don't have the flash on ZDZ, you don't have it on Wing. All the flash is available right now for WE, and coming into a critical fight, it's a big deal. Stopwatch also available for Karis, courtesy of that arm guard. Vision setup though, largely EDG favoured, though in we come with WE fighting to make sure they've got command of that jungle entrance between the Raptors and red buff.
W just want to approach this through the mid lane, probably just need the pressure on the wave, and then in the attack the Drake from that mid brush. Vampire is in there with the control point, now walking into the banana brush.
You've got Chunk. I'm had to burn his ultimate there as well. That's actually huge coming into this fight. Angel and Arn didn't even have to burn any particular cooldowns for that.
No ultimate for the Aatrox in this fight. No extra AD, no extra healing. You're kind of just relying on Monkey.
Careful, he's been jumped on. Public execution comes on through, but he's in a 1v4. Dragon's being taken. May well be asked to trade his life for the claim. The Dragon! Oh my god, Angel! He's the Angel of Death. Just takes them all down. Uriel, rename yourself. Still lose an Octane. That's a bit too far. Vampire tanky now as Arn and Wink need to back away. Maybe force a flash one out. Monkey goes looking forward with the Heartbreaker. Over the wall goes Angel, and the stakes are well done. Cube and Arn trying to trade it up, but there's just nowhere to go. And Monkey claims another couple kills at the back end of it all.
The power of the bruisers in the melee range. Angel is desperately trying to make this happen. Not the flip.
Dead to rights.
On the grill like a steak, well done. Angel goes down, and WE are looking
straight to Baron. Yeah, I mean, you killed the entire team. It looked, honestly, at the start of that, with ZDZ getting caught. Oh no, it's gonna be tricky. They hit the Dragon, and Angel pops in. Okay, 4v4, we can do this. And I can't speak to the extended fight, but Monkey just somehow gets to body hop for the entirety of the fight.
Monkey's the highest level on the side of WE. The same level as in the
EDG. Go looking on him. That heal from Cube with the ult running is just unreal.
Welcome to Aatrox,
yeah, Sterex and Sundered Sky. He's gone to be a bit more of a bruiser build than a straight assassin, but definitely showing up here.
I do think, as we see here, how Cube burns his ultimate. With the wielding and finds the shotgun damage, but the button is not quite enough to take down the Aatrox with the low health. But the ultimate is not used. Is not available for this fight. ZDZ here just called out of position. He gets caught by the flip, and then Vampire's right there with the follow-up CC. Immunes it with the public execution, but then you're melee range to an on-hit Varus.
And that's a really good pick from Angel though. So you go, okay, the 80 carries down to the top end. You're kind of okay with that. Dragon's found, and then straight after we go back to live, and Arn is dead to Monkey. Oh no, it's happening again. The jungler of WE keeps assassinating this AD carry. Two different sides of it. One time was the CC, one time's the damage. And either way, it's WE now marching on into the base of EDG with the wave clear, all but dead. Angel and ZDZ alone must do their hardest here to clear the wave. Clears out the Alistair at least. But what else can you do? There's Baron, there's double cannon minions. You're desperately trying to clear things out. The public execution is solid, but it's to get to the wave. Angel hops across the veil. But the turrets are gone, and WE, supposedly the worst team in the whole damn league, beat EDG twice today to make sure they are still in with a shot of getting to the Ascension group. EDG, Edward Gaming, legendary organization, sent down in 4th place. They fall from grace. And honestly, those two games, it's deservedly so.
Honestly, yes. The EDG just didn't show up today. They had some good games. I think Xiaohao is getting a bit, you could say, elo-held a little bit. He's had some really good games. He was proactive. He was forward. He was looking for plays. And
that wasn't never enough.
and it wasn't enough. Like on the Zyra, he had an excellent game. On the Lilia, in this previous matchup, he had a great game. On the Nocturne, doing so much to try and get his team ahead.
I mean, my problem then is like you see that ult around that Dragonflight when he overdives and dives straight away, and you go, damn. And we did have that wonder. It's like, okay, I see all this dive, but if you fail it one time, and the bodies are stolen, and then Diego and Talia keep running forward, and Aatrox gets a reset, what happens then? Because your MF, quite short range, your Aura, quite short range, and all these people are going to be running at you really bloody fast. And WE win. That guarantees they go forwards in the 3rd place for the side of this group. EDG guaranteed in the Nirvana group. Holy moly.
We loaded into the public MVP votes and immediately 100% to Monkey, which
split between that and top.
I feel like it's fair. I feel like both Monkey and Q had good games, but I think Monkey, kind of ended up having the flash again. Karis played really well. Karis on the Talia had an excellent game.
That's a generational mustache.
Thank you very much.
Looks great. Hey yo, good to see you, Kilots. Silly game, EDG was just hinting at WE continuity. Yeah, a little bit of that as well. Again, like both of these teams had serious flaws. Guess WE win wasn't a fluke. Yeah, I mean, like, look, it's not like EDG were absent of good plays.
No.
But they were counterbalanced by some perplexing ones. And the way I phrased this on Reddit and on Twitter was like, look, we've seen peak League of Legends. This is sort of peak League of Legends, but kind of like its opposite. This is Valley League of Legends.
Yeah,
it's very entertaining. It's a wonderful lived experience. Is it the highest quality? God, no. Is it very entertaining? Absolutely.
The thing is, like any good value product, you get a lot of it. It's not quite enough. It's not quite great. But I do think WE had, they showed resiliency because a lot of the early fights weren't going quite their way, and yet they made it work enough. They didn't bleed out too much in the early game that at one point in the late game they could just go back and say, oh well, now we've kind of just ran out of any fuel.
Ooh, I'll move this way a little bit so we can see us all. There we go.
Anyway, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a particular fan of a certain team.
NIP, let's go. Not playing today, but I appreciate the rep.
LPL represents. But,
Valley Girl League of Legends.
MVP.
Yeah. Monkey or Cube, probably, isn't it?
I would vote for Karis personally. I feel like he was the silent carry in most of the fights, fighting the flips.
He had a really good Talia game. I can see it. Yeah, I mean, like Monkey actually doing nearly the most damage in the game is hilarious.
Almost the most damage in this team, but.
Well, yeah, sorry, you're right. Because actually, Angel and Hard.
Angel and Hard.
They jar. Just look at that Gold League absolute catastrophe drop off.
It's like cliff diving.
Whee! Let's see what the MVP is.
Team stats in terms of damage. You have Angel and On doing 30% of the team's damage. Wink hasn't been on the ball.
No, but actually, I think On getting caught out consistently in those late game fights is really problematic. Both late games against WE, he's been more than exposed, I think, unfortunately for him. And this was the fight which I think really broke it, because initially ZDZ gets picked, you go, oh god, and then Angel turns it all around with this insane shotgun comp. But the issue then comes in a second or two where you see Xiaohao go in and immediately die.
Yeah, I mean, he just gets blown up because Karis and Cube and Monkey are just free hitting him. There's no follow-up at the ready. Wink's not there in the fight. Angel's off on the side trying to find something. There's no bullet time available. On is doing his best. His best not enough.
Yeah, and I think that the flash to stay inside the pit for damage rather than getting out probably is slightly unfortunate. And then again, we're seeing Monkey just feel free to just dive on forwards again and again. He's got Kraken Slayer, Sundered Sky for quite a lot of consistent DPS. And yeah, proves a bit too much. Last moment in the game here as ZDZ desperately tries to clear the way. Public executes to get to the backline and try and clear out those minions while Cube just runs at Angel.
Yeah, honestly, using your role well, just diving on the squishy carries and just getting them away from your own. There's a lot of talk about top laners need to know how to peel for their AD carries and make space for them. Yeah, I adhere to the school of I peel for my AD carry by killing the enemy AD carry.
It's we call it here full contact League of Legends. That's the phrase we have, because basically rather than trying to peel like by just defending your AD carry, sometimes you do it if you want to brawl or whatever. The other side of that is like, actually, well, what I do is I go to the damage in the backline and make sure they can't follow up on the engage. So if they're locked down, my AD carry survives.
Exactly. So like, it's all well and good that you had a lot of damage on both sides, but I do think like having that extra edge of the vehicle reset made
massive
it
difference.
really difficult.
A Monkey is a Graves, Wukong, Viego play. He likes his 2-item, level 11 carries. It's what he was specialized in LDL. He's had a rough call-up to LPL, but I don't think it's entirely been his fault. He's dropped into a team where it's not been very easy to succeed, especially as someone who does like to play for the kind of like mid-game carries. It will be Karis on an excellent Talia performance. 609, lots of damage, lots of gold. Really solid showing.
Yeah, really good game, honestly. Like, just first MVP of the split for him. I think, yeah, a bit of a silent carry, but like all of these look, this Weaver's Wall changes this fight.
That's so good.
Like, being able to just keep away all of EDG's damage while Monkey gets his first reset changes this fight. And at the same time, it's just, I don't know, I feel like looking back at these fights a little bit, it's almost as much on him as it is on the side of EDG for just not looking at him. But at the end of the day, you make do with what you have available at your disposal. If the enemy team just doesn't look at you, just take advantage of it.
Yep. Seems to be the case. And then Dragon. This felt like a moment where they really could have punished, and unfortunately it goes real wrong, real fast. Also, that bullet time, that would have been great. Also, credit to Vampire actually for interrupting the bullet time, heading on forwards and just making sure that can't happen. And then this gets messy. On flashes. He stays inside the pit trying to trade it out, and then Cube and Wink just keep Cube and Monkey just get to keep stepping on forwards. Very, very dangerous. And again, just really good consistent damage from this Talia, who was pretty much free to free fire the entire game.
Honestly, really good game for the side of Karis, making use of that Talia to just lay down the damage the entire time, just being able to be unchecked for most of these fights. I do think there's a lot of like things that went right for WE, especially for Karis in this game, to be able to play like this. But, you know, excellent job on the side of his two melee carries, just being able to dive the backline and create enough space. We were saying, you know, full contact League of Legends, the best peel is to kill the enemy damage dealers, and he just did it at that point.
Alright then, guys, I think that's us done for today. We did the tiebreaker 7 games deep. Real shout out to Harold, who's come in on very late notice. Basically, having wanted to surprise Nymaera, instead ends up color casting here with me. It's been a real honor, mate. GG. Thanks for enjoying the peak of Valley League of Legends. We had some wonderful games today. We'll be back tomorrow. There's more games to come. Of course, there's more games to come. It never ends here in the LPL. And we thank you all for sticking around. But for now, goodbye. I would normally stream, but Harold's here. I want to hang out with my friends. So I'll be back probably tomorrow for some more League of Legends action after this. But until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other is the James Dash phrasing. Until then, though, bye-bye for now.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节。
Stop the stream.
我们要恭喜西安 WE 获得了这场加时赛的胜利。